This is going to be the most demonetized video I've ever made, so please share this video with everyone you know so they understand what is going on in the Pokemon community, because it's not going to be seen otherwise. Now, I don't know how I missed this. I guess it stayed mostly inside of the Smogon community, but they got into some hot water a couple months ago when people discovered coughing originally started as a Holocaust joke. And if you don't believe me, yeah, YouTube ain't gonna like that. So that is the origin of Smogon, and I did not know. It's also crazy because a lot of people in the Pokemon community have joked that Smogon are the Nazis of the Pokemon community because of how they make and enforce their rules. No, it's actually the origins and their core values. It makes so much sense now. That led to a greater discussion about possibly changing the Smogon logo. So we have this. Could you discuss with someone higher up about maybe editing the logo a bit? With context, it seems like Lugia and Ho-Oh are saluting. Already working on reaching out, just at work right now, have to attend a celebration. But yes, I do agree, the logo seems a bit less than ideal taste, provided the context that has come out. I know I'm not the only person that saw this logo for the first time and thought, that's kinda weird, why are they doing that? It's kinda sus, but maybe just an unfortunate coincidence. However, as we will learn, it's not a coincidence. So this all started because of a post where someone said, I'm a moron, I thought Smogon was a made up name, didn't realize it's just Coughing's German name. Now I knew that. Everyone except for this moron knew that. But the attention it got kind of led people to dig into Smogon's past, where it's like, yeah, the original mascot was a Coughing with a swastika instead of the skull symbol. Oh, I didn't know that. Also, it gets worse, because it's not like an edgy little joke someone made back in 2004. No, Smogon's origins is just straight up Nazi roleplay. So we have Hail Smogon, and then the board is Smogon's Great Nazi Empire. This is Smogon's Great Nazi Empire, you can post whatever you want here. And it has 10 times the amount of topics and posts as the Pokemon strategy in general, showing that yes, this was also the Smogon talking about Pokemon competitive discussion. There isn't enough expression in language to convey how completely unacceptable this is, but since I've been talking about how terrible, toxic, and evil the Pokemon community is for over a decade now, it shouldn't surprise you that the comments are also horrible. Sounds like a bunch of butthurt dweebs Twitter keyboard warriors. Smogon has never been political or about any of that noise. Except it literally started off about that noise and then making jokes riffing off of it, and as we'll see later, it goes even deeper than that. So keep your woke BS out of our community. This dude is actually defending Nazi symbolism, and it all kind of clicked for me, and that's why I'm making this video, because it goes even deeper. The Smogon philosophy has all new meaning when we have this context and the other context we're going to learn. But one of the biggest lies you see about me being spread non-stop in the Pokemon community, even to this day, is that I'm a Nazi or a Nazi sympathizer. We can now see that is projection. That I've been going after Smogon since one of the first Pokemon videos I've done on this channel, and they have to attack me through defamation, cancellation, and lies. But even though the entire origin of Smogon, down to its name, started as a Nazi joke, nah, that's just people being butthurt and keyboard warriors about it. The logo was actually a problem. It would have been fixed eons ago. No, as we've talked about, a lot of people have always thought this is a weird logo, but there wasn't any context to tie it together. Now the context is, actual Nazi role players put this together. That's problematic. But then we can see Smogon fans with just a complete refusal to cope and accept how horrible this is. So Smogon owner didn't make Nazi posts or anything, it was just some rando. How is it a rando when you make the website and you have parts of the website dedicated to Smogon's Nazi empire? And then this reply also adds more context. The Smogon owner said in an AMA long ago, he named it Smogon as an edgy Holocaust joke. So that's also not just like looking at the website and thinking like, oh, that's how it started. No, it was admitted that Smogon started as an edgy Holocaust joke. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to think through it. I have outrage fatigue and don't really care. Fanta's Nazi Cola. Move on. I'm at a loss for words on how they just dismissed that. And then just more lies and toxicity from the Pokemon community, because there's no outrage fatigue when it comes to me. Everyone's waiting to latch on to the new lie about me. They can't move on from calling me a Nazi, even though there's literally no evidence to it. I've only condemned Nazis, because again, language is not powerful enough to express how disgusting, reprehensible, unacceptable in any context that is. But now it's, oh no, it's fine, I don't care. Remember when I said Smogon being a Holocaust joke is important and you need to think about why? This idiot doesn't get it. Lugia and Ho-Oh are just doing generic army salutes, and I don't see why using coughing is any different to using any other Pokemon and slapping a swastika on it. So the poison gas Pokemon, where its German name is used as the foundation of a Holocaust joke, is just people trying to find something to be angry about. And that kind of goes into the other part of the greater discussion here, because Finch responded, I don't think the name needs to change, but something should be stated to send the right message. It goes deeper than just the Smogon logo. The entire origin is a gas chamber joke. Now this guy's got it. Yeah, all the people being like, why are you snowflakes so offended? It's just a dark joke. Why does it matter anymore? You're just virtue signaling SJW thought police buzzwords, are oddly defensive about changing the logo, as if that would actually change anything at all besides not having a logo with its origins in Nazi humor. Unless they feel that way for other reasons. And it seems that way. It's like, it's weird. These are actual people in the Pokemon community defending Nazi roleplay. Imagine thinking coughing was a Holocaust joke, believing this BS, and changing your entire logo over it. Freaking morons believe this. Holy frick. And then, who cares? After, like, being proven wrong. Again, this is why I hate millennials and zoomers and all the toxicity that we see from internet culture making everyone narcissists, and that spilled over into Pokemon. And that's why I've been going really hard about over the last year. That's all just evil. It's all just evil fucking brats that don't care about anything and only want to be hateful and negative. The dude is proven wrong. Coughing is an actual Holocaust joke, and then he just says, who cares? So far removed that you people just love crisis outrage. But as we'll see, it actually just kind of, like, it explains everything about Smogon today. Finch making statements about it. Last comment on this. I spoke with a lot of people in the hierarchy of Smogon tonight and confirmed that the community needs to fight bigotry. There is nothing anti-Semitic or bigoted about the current Smogon community or appearance. So it sounds like they're keeping this, even with the history. But also, if we just go to the community, they actually haven't learned a thing from this. The takeaway here should be, that was wrong. It doesn't matter when it happened. It's completely unacceptable, indefensible. We need to address this as a community, move on, and understand that these kinds of jokes are not okay. Just unsub from a competitive Pokemon sub for being too Nazi. My entry for the new Smogo logo contest. I tried to incorporate this into logo designs because those metas are my fan favorites. 500 upvotes. Nazi imagery being supported and cheered on as a joke in the Smogon community, and it's actually the popular opinion. And what really pisses me off about this is that it has negative upvotes, and the top comment is, I'm pretty sure it's just an ironic joke. So the Pokemon community has learned absolutely nothing from this. They want to dismiss and downplay actual Nazi origins inside of the community. I remember some guy explaining this a year and a half ago and then getting downvoted into oblivion. I remember it being brought up years ago with the same downvote wave. This is why I never found out about it, because the Pokemon community en masse is suppressing this since they can't condemn Nazi origins inside of the community, and we're also seeing that with the OU lead of Smogon just dismissing this and brushing it off. And this is shared with the higher-ups in Smogon. They refuse to do anything about this being a problem and the influences that still exist because of it inside of Smogon. The name itself is a gas chamber joke. And if you point that out, you get attacked, berated, downvoted, and suppressed by these actual Nazi defenders. And it's just the ultimate fact. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it, and we even saw this on a global scale recently, that the same people that ask, How did anyone let Nazi Germany happen? Condemn others for not wearing a mask. Wish death upon those who didn't get the ineffective vaccine, and there's non-stop posts on Twitter and Reddit getting massive amounts of upvotes and traction saying that Republicans need to be re-educated. And then we see it on a micro scale when something is brought to the attention of the community that makes them look bad. It just needs to be dismissed. It just needs to be brushed away. It was a joke years ago. It doesn't matter anymore. Even though, again, we have like the influences of that today, but also just the entirety of Smogon. I covered the Smogon philosophy years ago because it proved me right about everything I said about Smogon, even though the Smogon community was attacking me for it. It's about superiority. By joining Smogon, it means you're just better than everyone else, and this is an acknowledgement of that. You are an elite, and you are allowed to attack and belittle others that choose to not follow the superior Pokemon format. In some ways, it's very difficult for some people to understand why Smogon is the way it is. So, trying to justify the toxic behavior we've seen since the early days of Smogon that still persists now. It has been criticized for its behaviors, beliefs, and general attitude, but it can be hard to grasp that this is often intended and necessary for Smogon to work and perform at its highest effectiveness. The attitude that's okay to demean the lower class of non-Smogon players. These behaviors are not from a sense of cruelty or bias, but from entitlement, earned through hard work and experience. This document is intended to give some insight to Smogon's philosophy and understanding of what Smogon intends for its users. The end of this document will dispel certain myths about battling and Smogon itself, so the reader will understand common arguments and misinformation and our responses to them. The rest of the Smogon philosophy is a long, narcissistic ramble that reads like a manifesto, and when you have the context of the Nazi roleplay that founded Smogon, it all makes sense. It wasn't just an edgy joke. It wasn't something that Smogon buried and then moved on from to grow into what it is today. It's the core identity of what Smogon is, with their bans and behavior. And then this part from the Smogon philosophy that I've been quoting for years because it states that creativity is ignorance and really exposes why there's so many problems inside of Smogon. Again, all of this gains new meaning to anyone with an IQ above room temperature. Still, sometimes it's the inclination of players to rebel against the accepted standard for a multitude of reasons. Players find flaws, whether perceived or real, in the state of the OU metagame and attempt to forge their own path and develop their own designs based on their current knowledge. Once in a while, this results in an effective new design. Other times, it merely results in the same standard or one of the standards that was already designed. However, many times it results in inferior design because the masses already know better. Trying to break from the line, break from the mold, is a bad thing. It's frowned upon. You deserve to be attacked and berated from going against the accepted standards of Smogon. No deviation allowed. An artifact of ignorance and poor planning. This experience, ironically, can be valuable, for by learning the hard way, the player will realize their error and become smarter because of it. But stubbornness thrives in these conditions, and the result is a player who is continually refusing to accept the error of their ways and the wisdom of the accepted standard. It's times like these where arguments result and bad feelings arise. It is not the intent of the author to teach open-mindedness and diplomacy. However, one should always take a step back before continuing an argument and contemplate whether their position is valid. One who accepts their mistakes is rarely ridiculed, but often thought better of for having a virtue. The accepted standard is already correct because it was crafted by the elites, and it is your duty to dogpile rebellion. So the entire philosophy is justifying treating other people like shit because you choose to follow the great Smogon. Hail Smogon. These are the core values of Smogon, and they remained even when transitioning away from this, and it's even present in many of the Smogon community members to this day, where they just can't let it go. They defend or dismiss these origins because it appeals to them, and they've held onto that thread all the way until Smogon today. Once again, Verlicify always right.
Welcome back, Wolfpack Verlis here, and if I have learned one truth in the world, it is this, that whenever there is a discussion going on about Smogon bans, there will always be these comment interactions. That the first person will say, well, this Pokemon shouldn't really be banned, I use X Pokemon to beat this Pokemon all the time, and the rest of my team never gives me problems. Maybe I've lost to it once or twice, but it's never an overwhelming threat that makes me feel like it has to be removed from the game, or something similar to that. Mostly, I use this Pokemon, it beats that Pokemon, and I never have problems with it. And then there will be, without a doubt, someone coming in and saying, no, this Pokemon has no counters, and it is very hard to deal with, and here's a reason why your Pokemon is beaten by the Pokemon that we are saying needs to be banned, or that the Pokemon is already banned, and then they'll try to defend it in that way. So I did kind of blur up the names, but really all this is an interaction between Mega Lucario and Volcarona, and on the surface, seems pretty legit, that when we look at it, that the first person says, well, my Volcarona beats Lucario, and then the second person says, well, Lucario can carry Stone Edge, so Lucario wins. Now, naturally, that's kind of how a lot of these things break down. That someone's going to say, well, either the Pokemon switching in is always going to land a 2-hit KO. That's one of the main things behind a counter. That across all of its moveset, across all potential predictions, that there is no reasonable Pokemon that isn't 2 or 3-hit KO'd by it that can actually deal with that Pokemon, and that's the whole counter mentality. But what we really need to do is we need to go deeper, and here is why I feel that Smogon bans are so very flawed. So on the surface, it seems like an impenetrable argument that Volcarona cannot beat a Mega Lucario. But I decided to do some digging, so I came in, I stepped into this comment thread, and I said, alright, so I went onto the Pokemon Global link, and I looked up the usage stats for Lucario and Mega Lucario. That the actual usage for Stone Edge on Mega Lucario is so low that it isn't even tracked. That it's less than 17%. That doesn't mean it's like 16 or 15 or 17%. It's actually so few that it's not even calculated, that it's not even tracked in the Pokemon Global link, so it's probably far less than 17%, maybe somewhere around 10 or even less than 10%. So that's going to be a problem right there. So for more accurate data, I even used Smogon's own database to find the usage statistics on Lucario, and only 9% of Lucario have a Stone Edge. So that means, in this situation, Volcarona wins against Lucario 91% of the time. And this is just kind of say, you know, Volcarona switches in, Lucario doesn't go for a prediction or anything fancy, it just uses Close Combat. Now, Close Combat or any of Lucario's moves are a 3-hit KO. So that means Volcarona can switch in, endure KO, and then send a Flamethrower Lucario's way and put it back in its Pokeball, because there is no way Lucario is going to survive that. So unless Stone Edge is going to be used against Volcarona, Volcarona will always win that battle. That's only a 9% chance that Lucario wins. Also, if we take into account the 80% accuracy of Stone Edge, it's more around 7 to 8% that this matchup is won. Now, does that mean Volcarona is a counter or not, or does that mean it's a reliable way of handling the Lucario? Just because Lucario can maybe sometimes less than 10% of the time deal with a Volcarona, is that enough to justify Lucario not having any counters? And it's the same with every Pokemon, that in these comment threads you're going to see a long list of damage calculations saying this 2-hit KOs, this 2-hit KOs, this 2-hit KOs, this 1-hit KOs, there is nothing that handles the Pokemon. But if we actually look at it realistically with usage statistics and just logic, all of it falls apart, and that's what I'm talking about. The problem here is also how arbitrary the definition of counter is. That since it is an unofficial term, since it is kind of managed by the community, it's kind of what you want it to be. Is a counter that under every worst situation this Pokemon will always be able to handle the Pokemon, or is it just under very favorable circumstances? I would consider a 93% chance for Volcarona to beat a Lucario very favorable, that I would consider that a counter, even though it's not 100%, it's not always going to do it, but realistically you can say, yeah, Volcarona is going to beat up on the Lucario, and that's before we even get into very fancy technical stuff. So you can make for that what you want, but I feel that that is indeed a problem. Another problem that I feel is going on with all of this is just when people say, well, this Pokemon can't switch into it. It doesn't matter if it's faster, like say Volcarona is Scarfed. So realistically, Volcarona switches in, it eats whatever Lucario is using, and then throws out a Flamethrower faster than Lucario, and then it automatically wins. Now, the idea behind that is, well, Lucario is just going to predict Volcarona coming in, it's going to use Stone Edge, and then Volcarona dies before it has a chance to win. So therefore, that's the worst case scenario, and that means Volcarona has zero chance of countering Lucario, even as a Scarf, even if it is getting the outspeeds, because it's just going to get one shot on that perfect prediction. And that's kind of why these bans have so much logic behind them, that a lot of sweeper Pokemon, they are frail. If they do get predicted against, they are most likely to get one shot, even though they could be a two-shot Pokemon. So that is one of the problems that we do see from time to time. Now let's also go and look at why 2-hit KO counters are not even realistic anyways. So we need to look at this from a neutral battle scenario. Now what has to happen here is that 2 Pokemon are on the field, and let's just say I'm on the right. My Pokemon KOs his Pokemon. That's not unfair, that's not unbalanced, that is what has to happen, because then he brings in his Pokemon that's banned. Let's say it's Blaziken, let's say it's Mega Lucario, let's say it's Greninja. This can be any Pokemon where an argument that this Pokemon cannot be countered comes into play. So that means, like, if we just play out the battle, he's using this Pokemon because it is stronger than my Pokemon, so he goes and KOs me, and then I bring my counter to his Pokemon, which is also a check. That here's where the counter argument falls apart. That generally when someone says this Pokemon has no counters, the Pokemon also has a lot of checks. Blaziken, it's checked by Focus Sash, it's checked by fast Pokemon, it's checked by bulky Pokemon. Talonflame is always going to check it, and it also is a counter. Same with Greninja. If you have a Scarf Pokemon, you just outspeed Greninja and one-shot it because it's frail. So that's kind of the idea here, is that I knock out his Pokemon, he knocks out mine, I bring in something that theoretically knocks out his banned Pokemon. But the reason why this Pokemon is banned by this ban logic is because, we'll say I'm just going to go and switch straight into my counter. I'm not going to lose my Pokemon to freeze, so I'm just going to go into Talonflame, endure the hit, and then just throw a Brave Bird into Blaziken's face, and now I countered his Pokemon. Well, what the logic is, well, Blaziken can learn Stone Edge. Lucario can learn Stone Edge. Whatever Pokemon I'm trying to counter can learn the move that's going to stop the Pokemon I'm switching in. So I switch in Talonflame, they get the perfect prediction, completely understanding that I'm going into Talonflame, and then they go for the KO, which means, okay, now I lose my Talonflame, which means the banned Pokemon has no theoretical counters, GG, game over, Pokemon's too strong. Now here's the problem with that. It requires perfect predictive play. That if he went for a Stone Edge, say, against my Excadrill, that my Excadrill scores a KO on his first Pokemon, he brings in Blaziken. Naturally, Excadrill isn't going to want to deal with that. Blaziken can protect, it can outspeed me, it can do a lot of really scary things. Let's say he's certain that my Excadrill isn't Scarf, there's no Sand Force, it's just my Pokemon versus his. Blaziken has the advantage. It can do whatever it wants. It can hit me with a high jump kick, Excadrill's going to faint, it can Blaze Kick me, it can do whatever, and my Excadrill's going to go down. But at the same time, my Excadrill still has the chance of knocking out Blaziken with an Earthquake. That I use that, Blaziken goes down. So the thought is that in my preservation of Excadrill, I'm switching into Talonflame. Talonflame is going to endure that high jump kick. Talonflame is going to go and endure the Blaze Kick. It's going to endure whatever, so I'm going to Talonflame and then I scare it off with a Brave Bird or I just knock it out. So my opponent anticipates this, throws out the Stone Edge, but at the same time, say if he uses Stone Edge against my Excadrill. Now Excadrill, who is already +1, which means even if I lose Excadrill by, say, keeping it in against Blaziken using Blaze Kick or whatever, it's still going to be a neutral battle situation where we're going to be even. So the idea here is, like, say I keep an Excadrill, he goes for the Stone Edge. He misses his prediction, and now it's just as likely that instead of KOing Talonflame, I KO his banned Pokemon because he overpredicted. And that's why I feel that it's random, that no matter what you can do, that no matter how you splice it, it's going to come down to a perfect prediction that can almost cost the Pokemon if it misses the prediction. I don't think that that's solid enough reasoning for a ban to matter. Also, we can look at it like this. In the event that, say, I switch out my Pokemon and Blaziken does get the perfect prediction, Blaziken should be rewarded for that prediction. That was a very, very risky situation for Talonflame to come in and then also be able to get countered out immediately by a good prediction. That's more of the player's guess being better than the opponent's guess. Blaziken, Greninja, Mega Lucario, Landorus, all these Pokemon, they are rewarded for that predictive play, but that's their strength. That's what makes them excel as a Pokemon, because they have a lot of weaknesses outside of it. They miss the prediction, they don't carry the right move at the right time, and then they kind of fall flat, and that's where a big problem comes in for these Pokemon. So I don't know why the opponent being better really makes it to where that Pokemon is worthy of being banned. With that logic, you can kind of make it that almost any Pokemon that's a sweeper can be banned, and we'll talk about that a bit more in a bit. Alright, but what if we switch around the scenario? Say that Blaziken switches out. Blaziken doesn't want to get KO'd by Talonflame, so now I have the same opportunity that Blaziken just had. That I can do the different move expecting the opponent's Pokemon to come in, or I can switch out, and then that's when you see a lot of double switches and triple switches in battles. That I'm going, alright, Talonflame's on the field. He's not going to give up his Blaziken for free, so he's switching into a Pokemon that stops Talonflame, then I have to think about his team, then I think about my team, and I switch into a Pokemon that stops potentially his Pokemon, and now we're just countering each other's counters to counter counters, and that's not reliable logic. I don't understand how someone can take that seriously, because this situation is just as easily reversed, and then we eventually get into some kind of roundabout to where now I'm in a position to where, okay, what about my Pokemon? Am I going to predict his Blaziken coming in? So say my Excadrill's back on the field, he wants to bring Blaziken back in, he wants to resist an Iron Head, he anticipates the Rock Slide, then he wants to knock out through some kind of retaliation. I could just as easily say, okay, Earthquake, now I knock out his Blaziken before it comes back in and wreaks havoc, and that's just kind of it. That even if there's a counter on the field, even if there's a non-counter, you just try to get into some kind of weird position, and that means that there shouldn't be any logic behind it. That it's such a roundabout way of thinking, and that's why I just call it the prediction circle jerk. That whenever you use this to ban a Pokemon or decide a Pokemon's strengths, it's not reason, it's not fact. There is no logic behind this that actually determines the Pokemon's strength. That Pokemon isn't played in a vacuum. I think that that's one of the biggest things I can ever say about anything in Pokemon. It's not playing in a vacuum. There's 6 different Pokemon on each team. There's so many different things that can happen in a battle that you just can't say, alright, this Pokemon does this, and in theory it does this, and then it wins. But when you actually get to the reality of the battle, it's not like that at all, and it's not factual in any way. So that's why I did this video, for the most part up to this point. That if someone says, well, X should be banned because it has no counters, just tell them this. Like, it just shows that there's, like, you can have a scenario where that Pokemon does nothing. And that's why I feel, this is how I feel about bans. Give me a Pokemon that is guaranteed to knock out 2 Pokemon before it goes down. That every time it hits the field, it goes 2 for 1. If you can give me a Pokemon that does that, then I will say it'll be banned. That is an unbalanced Pokemon. That Pokemon does not deserve to be played because there's no counterplay to that. With all these Pokemon, there's still counterplay. Not necessarily direct damage counters, but you can still play around this Pokemon. But the way I play Pokemon is different from the way you play Pokemon. The way I think about the game is going to be different to how you think about the Pokemon can be handled. I might find a way around it that you didn't, and that's the thing. You hear all these people saying, Greninja doesn't give me problems. You know, I might lose 1, sometimes 2 Pokemon to it, but I've had silly Pokemon beat me as well. I'm not going to like randomly throw one off the top of my head, but you know, some random Pokemon can come in, just stomp out your team, get 2 or 3 KOs, and it was more effective than their banned Pokemon that they were using on their team. That if you're ready for the Aegislash, you're ready for the Blaziken, you're ready for whatever, sometimes it just goes 0. That it doesn't even have an impact in the game. That doesn't sound like a Pokemon that can be banned if it has that failure state, even when being played optimally by a skilled player. It can just fall flat, and that's one of the big things here. I think Greninja is probably one of the also just biggest Pokemon that is really nonsensical with this logic, because for that, Greninja has to be some kind of weird mixed Pokemon that's running the absolute perfect EV and moveset spread while making the predictions with potentially like 8 or 9 moves. That if you look at the bottom, that's a Greninja that doesn't know Ice Beam or Scald to try to counter out all these counters. So in theory, if Greninja could learn 10 moves, have 252 EVs in attack, speed, and special attack while also carrying a nature that has no drawbacks whatsoever, sure, then it counters out everything. But in reality, that doesn't happen in a Pokemon battle, and it does get checked into oblivion like we mentioned earlier, which is why you'll see people time and time again talking about Greninja, talking about Blaziken, talking about Lucario. I say Lucario doesn't give me problems. It might have won a battle against me, or I might have actually like stumbled against it, but it's never been a Pokemon that every time I see it I go, oh man, I lose, because more often than not, I've beaten it. I beat Greninja. I beat all these Pokemon that are faced against me, and for some reason that makes me a bad player to some people, and there's other people that agree. Other people have had this, and that's where we're going against theoretical versus anecdotal. Well, I just showed why in theory it doesn't work. Pokemon's not playing in a vacuum, and talking about counters, there's no logic behind that. It's counter logic to talk about counter logic. There's no factual things about it, and that's all you can do. If someone says, well, this Pokemon has 2 KOs against everything, so it should be banned, just tell them that it's such a roundabout circle jerk of prediction. Nothing about it can be used as anything realistic. And now let's get to the next part of the video. Now that first part was just talking about why predictions don't really work for talking about counters and stuff. Now let's also talk about why predictions aren't reliable. So in my recent video, a lot of people have taken it upon themselves to take whatever I've said out of context to some kind of absurd level. I never said that there is no prediction, or there is no skill in a prediction, but I said against evenly matched opponents with very similar teams, which is what we saw in VGC, there's really a hard way of defining skill in that. That one player is just as likely to do something against the other player. Say if we're evenly matched on skill, there's no read I can get. There's no advantage I have that either knowledge-wise, predictive-wise, or team-wise that really works out. That there were so many similar Pokemon, so many similar teams in the top 8 for VGC, it was stagnant, and you really can't make much of an argument for skill. Tell me how someone with even teams, even like 1 or 2 different Pokemon, is actually 1 or 2 different Pokemon makes it even more random. because do they bring the one counter that they brought against their team, or are they bringing the one counter against your team? That just makes it more of a mind game where you have to guess. And when we think about it at its most basic form, prediction is a synonym for guess. That sure, you can have an educated guess, but you can never have a guess that's absolutely certain. By definition, there isn't a certain guess. That's why there's educated guesses. So no matter how much skill you have, even if you have all the skill, the maximum skill possible in the game, you never know what your opponent's going to do. You can't read minds. Your opponent can do something absolutely stupid that ends up making them win the game because you overpredict. This is my experience and why I think there's actually more luck inside of predictions than skill, but skill does still play that factor, that if you understand what predictions are about, like, you know, if you have that base fundamental understanding of predictions, you can adapt some kind of predictive skill about that. But then there's other skills you still need to master, team building skill, other strategic skill, and then you just kind of have to hope that your opponent, you know, does the right thing that you anticipate. That's all anticipation, it's all guessing, and that's not skill in any way, that just boils down to luck. So let's say we're in game 3 of like the finals. We're at the 2 highest potential skilled Pokemon players in the game. Let's just say for the fun of it, you and me, and we're running fairly similar teams. I have a counter pick to your team, but you also have a counter pick to my team, and it's just one of those things. In the first round, you beat me because you opened with the right Pokemon. I played around that, and on the second round, I beat you. So in the third round, what happens? It's just going to be pure randomness because I've done something that proves I can beat your team, you've done something that proves you can beat my team, and now it's just a mind game. Am I going to play the same thing I played last game, or are you going to anticipate I played the same thing I played last game, and then you build your entire strategy around that? It's random. Am I going to anticipate that, and then I go, okay, he's going to do what he did the first game, so I'm going to stop that by playing something else that I didn't do in both games. It's just going to be random. That's the thing about human nature. It's completely random, and I have a lot of experience with this on Pokemon Showdown, that I just go for the ballsy plays, and it's like a 50-50 if it works or not. And that's why I call VGC a mentality issue, that there's an over-reliance on predictions right now, because everyone thinks that it's the best thing ever. Sure, it helps you secure games, but when you get into even matchups, or when you get into a place where you overpredict, it can cost you games just as statistically as it can win you games. That against the Azumarill, like, I Mega Evolve my Sableye, I'll throw out a Will-O-Wisp against the Azumarill, just because half the time, stuff happens, you know, I use Will-O-Wisp, the Azumarill either switches out because they think, oh, I have Azumarill against Sableye, there's no way he's an idiot and keeping Sableye in, so that means I'm switching out Azumarill, he's going to switch in something that stops my Azumarill, I need to switch Azumarill into a Pokemon that stops his stop to my Azumarill. They'll do that, so that's a free Will-O-Wisp on the Pokemon because I didn't switch. I held my ground and now I have the advantage. Or it goes the other way around, you know, it could be Belly Drum. You don't know the set on your opponent until you've actually encountered it in battle, so I throw out the Will-O-Wisp and then he goes for Belly Drum. Now he only has 2 times his attack instead of 4 times the attack. He's missing a lot of health, he's burned taking damage, and then I can go into my counter to Azumarill, and if he switches out, well, he lost his turn and all that health for free. Or at the same time, you know, I throw out Will-O-Wisp, he gets burned, he still destroys me from the play rough. It can go all over the place. He could try to throw out a Waterfall for that predictive play instead of just going for the direct KO. That just happens everywhere. And one of the things that happened, one of the most common, is when I was running Mega Medicham, people lead Ferrothorn, I just use High Jump Kick on the first turn and I KO them, and they say, but I had a chance to protect. Well, I had a chance that I just threw out that and you don't protect. Because if they anticipate that I'm thinking they're protecting, then they don't protect and they get the advantage. So that's where all of this stupid play comes from, that you can never be sure of what your opponent's thinking. There's always luck factor. There's always luck factor, and because even in the most even match situation, in a scenario where you don't have skill to rely on over your opponent, then what can you do? And that's why we saw such a stagnation in teams, that no one was going for those other aspects of skill in the game. No one was diversifying with the strategic skill. No one was diversifying with the skill with team building. Now, sure, there were better teams throughout the top 32. I will say that. I'm saying with what we saw in the top 8 and just how it is in general. Once you get to a certain point, you see most of the same teams over and over, and then some counter teams to those teams. And it's just some kind of mess right now, and people are taking it out of context, and that's a big problem. I feel I'm fairly correct in everything I've said, that there's no way to have more predictive skill over an evenly matched opponent, and when you're talking about counters and stuff, it's just the same scenario over and over. You're as likely to make a prediction as I am to predict you. So why does that make a Pokemon stronger than the other? It's like, okay, it gets into a KO. Well, maybe in theory, but if I play this and then do this and then do something else, now you lose enough advantage to where that 2-hit KO doesn't matter. I'm going to find a way around that Pokemon, but then at the same time, they're just as likely. So it's not about the Pokemon, it's about the player matchups, which is why the elitist at Smogon, you know, it's only the top people that make the decision. So really, if they want a Pokemon gone, they can kind of rig it however they want. Earlier, as we saw, it sounds like Volcarona can never beat a Lucario because Lucario might have that chance of carrying Stone Edge or Rock Slide. But in reality, once we factor in the numbers, once we factor in the prediction, no, it's not going to have the perfect moveset every time. If it's carrying Stone Edge or Rock Slide, then there's a Pokemon that isn't Volcarona that still counters that Pokemon, and you might encounter it in battle. It's not an uncounterable Pokemon. And that's just kind of how this entire thing breaks down. Same with Salamence. I didn't even mention Mega Salamence, an uncounterable Pokemon as well. It's just one of those things. You'll find counters. There is always going to be luck in the game. I think that the problem is all these high-level players, they're cocky, they're arrogant, they think that they're better than everyone else. So they say, oh, of course it's skill. I outplayed you, so it's going to be my skill being better than yours. No luck involved whatsoever, even though you can never anticipate where your opponent's going to do 100% of the time. You're still making that guess. They might just have that edge against you. That they could maybe be a lesser opponent, that they don't have as much game knowledge or experience, but they just make a different play than what you anticipate, and now you lose to a lesser skilled player because there is that element of luck, that you never have enough skill to overwhelm that element of luck, and that's pretty much the main thing behind this. I think I've said everything I need to. So there will be people that take even this video out of context, but that's when you can just look at them and see their ignorance and shake your head, because there's really not many ways of getting around these arguments, because that's just how Pokemon works. It's not the set-in-stone vacuum that people make it out to be by being with this terrible mentality of poor sportsmanship and toxicity over being better than everyone else, and this over-reliance on prediction. That if anything, we're in like just an over-predictive meta right now, and that can change. All we need is some free thinkers. All we need are people to change their minds about how the game is played, and then the meta shifts. We can go back to that skillful reliance that we saw in 2014. 2013 was like a predictive year again, but I mean back before we had all this reliance, back before, there was a heavy concentration of people trying to maintain this meta, we had a lot more freedom, we had a lot more fun in Pokemon, and that's all I've ever been fighting for. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope you all have a nice day. Thank you for watching.
Bruh, there's more comments wanting me to clown Smogon than talking about Dondozo being busted on a video about Dondozo. So it looks like we get to break down how Smogon becomes more and more of a joke with every generation and ban decision. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave a like, share with your friends, comment your thoughts down below. However, there's a lot of people new to competitive Pokemon or new to Pokemon entirely that don't understand how terrible Smogon is, so we need to have a history lesson / refresher. I don't talk about them much because all of their decisions are really just self-evidently terrible, but let's actually break down why Smogon is so bad. And it's in the philosophy as stated on their website. To get an idea of what is going on here, they say being creative is ignorant. And they use that as justification to attack you. Don't read it! So sometimes it is the inclination of players to rebel against the accepted standard. However, many times it results in inferior design, an artifact of ignorance and poor planning. So if you try to go against the Smogon standard, you're really just being ignorant and there's no value to it because it's just poor planning. This experience can be valuable. By learning the hard way, players will realize their error and become smarter because of it. Stubbornness thrives in these conditions. So if you reject whatever the current Smogon hive mind groupthink flavor of the month is, you are just being stubborn and ignorant, and you need to learn the wrongs of your thoughts. It's just wrongthink punishment, my god. It's times like these where arguments result and bad feelings arise. It is not the intent of the author to teach open-mindedness and diplomacy. If these things could be taught so simply, the world would be a better place. However, one should always take a step back before continuing an argument and contemplate whether their position is valid. One who accepts their mistakes is rarely ridiculed, but often thought better of for having a virtue. So if you disagree with whatever the Smogon groupthink is, that's on you. You need to take a step back and understand why you are wrong, and if you haven't, that's stubborn, that's ignorant, and that's why we're flaming you to begin with. And anyone that's ever battled in the Smogon format has this experience, where you do something different, creative, and unpredictable, and the person you're battling against gets super toxic, starts flaming you, using swear words, attacking you, bullying, harassment, all that stuff, because you weren't supposed to do that. You were supposed to respect my strategy and switch. You're actually bad because you didn't do the predictable thing. This goes back to my signature move in Generation 6, where I would lead Mega Medicham, because everything about Smogon is a handshake, and we're going to get more into that. So they lead Ferrothorn, they want their Stealth Rocks, all their damage calculations, everything in their mind hinges on these Stealth Rocks. So what I would do is I'd just go Mega Medicham, high jump kick, and take it out. I would get called the bad player because Ferrothorn could risk the protect. Therefore, it's too risky for me to high jump kick on the Mega Medicham. I don't care. I'm going to keep throwing that move so you don't get your Stealth Rocks, and then I'm just winning the game. So this reveals a crack in how Smogon operates, that if you introduce any discomfort into the game, it must be removed. This is why I've never considered Smogon to be a competitive format. This is why it's a baby format for delicate players that are bad at Pokemon, and it's been like that for a long time because of the clauses. Sleep clause. You can only put one Pokemon to sleep at a time. Now, I wouldn't say this was necessary, but it was definitely more problematic before Generation 6. But now, Grass-type Pokemon just absorb Spore, and this really only exists because of Spore having reliability for sleep. Generation 5, kind of problem with Amoonguss and Breloom. However, Psychic Sweeping took care of that, and if you have to trade a Focus Sash for like a Pokemon that's counterplaying the Breloom, welcome to how Pokemon works. If you're losing because a slow Pokemon in Breloom and a slow tank in Amoonguss is bodying you, that's a problem of your team building. Now I gotta get rid of it though, and also just kind of like mostly Breloom before Generation 5. Alright, Moody was banned because it introduces randomness into the game. Oko moves are banned for introducing randomness into the game, and then Evasion Clause, no double team or minimize. Now this was very problematic a while ago in Pokemon. I'm gonna say like Smogon started dropping off, or the awareness of Smogon not being official Pokemon started about Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. It's really big when X and Y kind of got like the first competitive bump and people want to learn Pokemon. A big problem with the Smogon community back then is that it asserted itself as the only competitive rule set for Pokemon, and a lot of people just considered it the official competitive rule set for Pokemon, even though one already existed from Pokemon officially. It was not official, it's not competitive because of the decisions, which are hilariously laughably flawed, which we'll eventually get to and break down. Again, we need a history lesson to catch everyone up as to what's going on here, and it really didn't slow down until I brought awareness to this with my channel. And then, mostly after Generation 7, like banning Dynamax and then banning all the Megas and making the game just completely unplayable for Smogon, they kind of clowned themselves out of existence with bans, and it looks like they are repeating that for Generation 9. So fortunately, Smogon isn't super relevant anymore, but we are seeing an influx of new Pokemon players and new competitive Pokemon players, more so than even Pokemon Sword and Shield, so the information about Smogon just being bad and wrong and not what you want to get concerned with when it comes to competitive Pokemon needs to get out there once again. So if anyone's saying like, oh, that Pokemon's OU, oh, that Pokemon's banned, oh, that Pokemon's in a low tier, therefore it's bad, you can just completely write them off as a complete joke. They don't understand anything about Pokemon, not good. I guess we'll talk about Dynamax as we get into some of the other decisions, but let's start off with what's been going on. So, a lot of people get mad at me when I'm saying, like, yeah, the bans are stupid, and then they say something like, but the bans are based on community voting, so you can't make fun of it since everyone or a majority of people are in agreement about the decision. That was kind of true, but it's also still very flawed because you have to rank on the ladder, and that goes back to the philosophy. Outside of creativity being ignorance, this is just a very elitism kind of thing, where it's like, if you choose Smogon, you are choosing proper Pokemon. If you experience players that are not playing Smogon, they are just ignorant to high tier, highest level of elite competitive Pokemon play. In all metagames supported by the site, there are various standards as defined by Smogon's elite, and that goes back against this like accepted standard thing. So if you disagree with the elites, you're wrong, you're bad at Pokemon, we ban everything that stops us though. So if you out-creative us, and then you start making us look bad, we gotta get rid of that. And that's kind of what started my thing against Smogon back in Generation 4, where it's like, look, man, I just want to run, like, Minimize and Double Team, and you've banned Garchomp? Okay, you guys are in the wrong for sure. So yeah, it actually isn't fair community voting, even when something gets suspect tested, but then it goes into this, quick bans. Quick bans are a more modern phenomenon over the last couple of generations for Smogon, where they just take the God 9 from their elite council and just say, yes, it's banned. We don't need to poll the community. Community gets no say. We just ban it because we, the elites, decide that it is not healthy for Pokemon. This has resulted in Fluttermane and Houndstone being the first quick bans, and then the follow-up quick bans being Palafin and Iron Bundle. all complete jokes. And we can also get like some rationalization and some explanation as to the Pokemon inside the metagame. That's where it all falls apart. So the elites have determined that Choice Scarf Fluttermane is too good, therefore it needs to be banned because you can't play against it. What? This thing folds to any bulk physical attack. 135 special attack actually isn't strong. It's like a high amount, but it doesn't inflict non-stop one-hit KOs and can be bulked out. Also, Bullet Punch is a severe threat to this Pokemon, and when you're choice locked, you just get anti-Calm Mind or anti-set up against and completely shut out. And then you just get mid-wit, low IQ, self-established elitism thinking here. I think Fluttermane is obviously too much for the meta at the moment. God, I really wish sub-room temp IQ was a thing back in 2014, 2013. I would have gotten so much more good mileage out of that term. It outspeeds everything and clicks its stab indiscriminately. Makes a great use of Terra offensively. I've been using normal to catch off opposing ghosts. So you're using your Mega Evolution gimmick to just get rid of a ghost and then become normal and then still have vulnerabilities. Okay. I think, and then also not utilize that stab at all. Okay. I think Scarf is the best, since it kills everything not built to answer it anyways, and being able, it doesn't have power though. Anything can take a hit against a Scarf Fluttermane and then throw something devastating back. And being able to revenge literally everything that does not catch you off guard. It's impressive to contradict yourself in a statement. It's very impressive to immediately contradict yourself with the next couple of words. Like, man, at least make it a run-on sentence to obfuscate that you're contradicting yourself. This thing quite literally can't be stopped as a revenge, except when something catches you off guard. Going back to the creativity is ignorance mindset that has just infected the Smogon community and rotted the brains of these casual players. Only real way to deal with it is priority, or special defense tanks. Chansey just eats this thing's lunch, especially if it's setting up a Calm Mind of its own, especially from Palafin and Chien-Pao. So a lot of talk about Palafin, Chien-Pao, these Pokemon are suspected. Palafin eventually getting banned in the second wave, Chien-Pao getting a no ban vote from the elites. So there's also discussion on this. I've also seen a good amount of Scizors built to take on both Fluttermane and Chien-Pao. That typically allows Palafin to come in and put in some work. So, Scizor, a Pokemon that stops 2 Pokemon and forces you to build 3 of your 6 a specific way to stop the single Scizor, means that Fluttermane is just too strong and we need to ban it. So here's how terrible the ban rationalization is from Smogon players and the elites and the hive mind and the brainwashed losers that follow it. That it's all contradictions and hypocrisy, and then playing around with the vacuums and game states of Pokemon. They play it in a vacuum. They say, well, I have Palafin, therefore your Scizor is irrelevant, therefore my Fluttermane's too good, you have only 1 Pokemon and 1 thing to work with, I have 2 Pokemon, by the way, Stealth Rocks is up, so you actually have less counterplay against my strategy, therefore this thing needs to be banned. This guy's hilarious though, this baddie. I just want to say, it's insane that Dragapult has access to a Ghost-type stab move with adaptability, and no one uses it. Truly, the times we are living in right now. Dragapult is one of the worst pseudo-legendaries. Dragapult is one of the worst Pokemon to bring to the game, because a 100 special attacking Pokemon that has, like, no crazy powerful move, it's just going to throw a Shadow Ball at you, isn't strong. It's fast. If your opponent doesn't have an answer to anything faster than your fastest Pokemon, it's effectively the same discussion. Jolteon has a 110 special attack and a higher damage stab move with slightly less speed, and then, like, the calculations get weird, but this is what I mean. When talked about in a vacuum, sounds scary. In practice, Dragapult's actually just trash. And the boost is 30% more damage. So a terrible Pokemon uses a Mega Evolution level gimmick to then get 30% more damage and not really have any more impact or pressure. I'm glad everyone has agreed. So once again, the hive mind just coming together for Fluttermane. This is an absurd Pokemon. It warps how the metagame operates to a stunning degree, but then other things warp the metagame, therefore nothing is acceptable. So, again, it never makes any sense. There's no consistency to the logic. We have some of the most powerful forms of speed control we've ever seen due to first impression users, the return of Mach Punch Breloom, some really stellar Choice Scarf options, and Dragapult. So because Fluttermane beats Dragapult, since it can like scarf out the speed or go booster energy the speed, it's better than the S tier Pokemon, because for some reason these people worship the trash Pokemon of Dragapult. Therefore, anything that beats Dragapult needs to be banned, and you can see how flawed all their logic is. I don't even know what this means. Why should I run Choice Scarf on Dragapult when there's a large chance Fluttermane outsides them with booster energy? You run Choice Scarf Dragapult because that's the only way to outspeed the booster energy Fluttermane. Alright, so that's just like a little bit of logic behind it. Let's see what goes into the decision. Fluttermane will arguably go down as one of the most broken presences to ever be in the metagame in Pokemon's lengthy history. That will go down as one of the most detached NPC comments I've ever seen in Pokemon history. With unanimous council support, the Pokemon has been quick banned. Surface level attributes, such as an elite combination of top tier special attacking and speed stats, goes a long way. Truly just what opens the door to Fluttermane. Dynamic stab duo Fairy Ghost complements the offensive profile quite nicely, especially when you factor in the prospect of valuable coverage options, such as Mystical Fire or Psyshock. As well, Calm Mind can come in handy. And then my favorite part about all of the decisions is that there's usually something that just like completely counters everything they say. While it is true, there is counterplay that exists in the metagame, it can require going well out of the normal realm of Pokemon you would see, and it's still more limited than some may deem comfortable. Therefore, discomfort means ban. And this is actually, like, we can see even the decay of standards in Smogon over time. The reason why Greninja was banned by Smogon is because there was the argument that Greninja has zero counterplay in all the Pokemon in the game. And this also goes into the definitions and terminology they've just made up about the game. It counters a Pokemon that can hard switch into that Pokemon and always deal with it. But the problem is this usually includes Stealth Rocks, so a non-neutral game state. And the argument for Greninja was that Greninja can have 6 different natures, 16 different moves, all kinds of different items. Therefore, there is not a reliable response because you say, well, I bring in Blissey. Well, my Greninja's physical. Okay, I bring in this Pokemon. Well, it's actually an Adamant Greninja, therefore I get the damage rolls and I have Focus Sash, so I'm able to respond to any of your responses. And then, like, you just keep going. So the Greninja needs to have those things. It needs to exist in every state at once for that argument to hold up. But that was the argument they used. Now they've completely gone against that, well, the Pokemon has counterplay, but that doesn't matter anymore. Because you need to be creative, and you need to evolve the meta with different strategies to deal with Fluttermane, which also isn't really that crazy of a Pokemon, because, again, 135... Like, 135 is a spooky profile, but it's not a game-ending, no counterplay kind of profile, which is admitted here. So yeah, none of this makes any sense. And then we get into Houndstone. When it comes to Houndstone, it looks like a fairly pedestrian Pokemon. So this also just kind of like goes into philosophy that you're allowed to talk down things, you're allowed to flame whatever, doesn't go with the core hive mind philosophy or flavor of the month at the time, where it's like, yeah, it looks like a bad Pokemon, so it should be just kind of cast away like every other bad Pokemon, anything below OU. And also that's why, like, if you hear anyone talk about tiers, you can just laugh them off as a joke that doesn't understand Pokemon. So, let alone be a part of the initial wave of bans, these tend to be reserved for blatantly overpowered Pokemon. So, by their own words, Houndstone is blatantly overpowered and misplaced. Then, more information about signature move, Last Respects, came out. This is a move that grows stronger with each fainted party member by 50 BP. Starts out at 50 BP and then it climbs. This is unmanageable unless you have a normal type Pokemon. While Houndstone does lack many other great qualities. So once again, the statement inside of the ban that undoes all of the ban logic right there has decent enough bulk and access to Sand Rush, which makes it an absolute monster on sand teams later in games. As time elapsed, we began seeing sand teams dedicated to abusing the offensive presence, even utilizing moves like Memento on occasion to dispatch teammates after they did their part, which makes Last Respects stronger. Late game, Houndstone made counterplay black and white. You either had a normal type Pokemon, or you had to specifically dedicate a revenge kill in sand against the Houndstone. But that's it. That's how counterplay works. That's how team building works. If you're getting run over by a Houndstone, that is a flaw of your team, not the Pokemon, especially when this Pokemon has to ramp by putting itself at a disadvantage. Alright, so you lose 2 Pokemon, 3rd Pokemon goes Memento, 4th Pokemon does like some Sand Stream sacrifice setup, and then Houndstone comes in. Or even like something like that. You're down in Pokemon before this works, and then you just get hard countered by a normal type. And because it's showing the Sand Rush, it is putting its team at even more of a disadvantage, because you can see that in Team Select. You're not going to get caught off guard when it's like, oh, they have a Tyranitar on their team. Oh, they have like self-sacking Pokemon. They also have ways of setting up sand. Okay, that means it's not going to be a fluffy Houndstone, which means Sucker Punch bodies it. So if you're actually building a balanced team and getting creative with how you work all that together, Houndstone isn't a problem. So this dynamic warps gameplay, dwarfs the amount of possibilities in the team builder. That's just wrong, which makes having a competitive and versatile metagame an impossibility. That's just completely wrong, because we just talked about how the main 3 are Palafin, Chien-Pao, Fluttermane, and that's meta warping. But if you have rock-type Pokemon in sand, they're getting special defense against the Fluttermane, so that reduces Fluttermane's effectiveness. Also, it's going to be breaking Focus Sash and stuff, and then putting this Pokemon into better chip damage ranges to where it outspeeds, doesn't KO on its low special attack stat, and then you are able to pick it up. So we're actually seeing multiple teams. We're seeing multiple team compositions. Literally a versatile metagame. And in a world where Houndstone goes from not being used a lot and picking up like occasional cheese wins to being very overwhelming, again, it's admitted that this Pokemon doesn't have a lot going for it except for one-dimensional gimmick, or maybe 1.5-dimensional depending on how you play around the sand and the last respects in general. So it can do a few things, but then if you team build against it, that whole strategy and most of your team comp goes away. Therefore, that means if there's too much counterplay against Houndstone, it goes back into obscurity. The meta has evolved. And then the Houndstone ban is where we can talk about Pokemon Sword and Shield. So they banned Dynamax. They banned the gimmick of the generation, which only threw the game into chaos. Also, Dynamax being way more balanced than Mega Evolution and just being the best competitive gimmick. Now, the problem about banning Dynamax is that it creates problems. Now, even outside of Dynamax, Darmanitan, not a good Pokemon. Dracovish, not a good Pokemon. The reason is they are one-dimensional. They only have one thing that you can easily break. You can just wall out Dracovish with a Water-type Pokemon, especially Toxapex. But then people are like, but Choice Banded in Rain. Those things don't exist. Like, again, trying to remove Pokemon from being a dynamic game with other Pokemon teams in the ebb and flow, and then placing it in a vacuum where Rocks is already up, Rain is set, and now you have a Pokemon with 75 speed stuck on a Choice Band. That's about as feeble of a Pokemon as it gets. Same with Darmanitan. It is forced to choice, or else it is not going to be successful. And with Dynamax, these Pokemon can't even Dynamax. You Dynamax Darmanitan, and then its ability gets disabled, so it loses all of its power. You Dynamax Dracovish, and you don't have your signature move, so it loses all of its power. So when you ban something the devs designed the entire game around, you are going to create an insane amount of problems. So what this shows is that the ban decisions from Smogon are so terrible, they're so casual, and lack the most basic of game understanding, is that it actually makes the format worse. And we saw this with Megas back when it was like, oh yeah, every other week another Mega or something was getting banned. So ban Mega Kangaskhan, ban Mega Gengar, which was, like, those weren't even that much a problem and could be played around because they only had a thing to do. We had Mega Mawile, we had Aegislash, and we also had some other Pokemon being banned, but those Pokemon keep each other in check. First, you have to give up your major power gimmick of the game with Mega Evolution and show it, which the opponent can also do, and then you also have to get into some kind of mind game of like Swords Dance versus Sucker Punch and just letting the opponent sit up against you and stuff. Sableye just completely bodied Kangaskhan. There's a really interesting skill matchup between King Shield and Mega Mawile. It's actually removing skillful play from the game, but see, that's the thing. Smogon players, they don't want to get outpredicted. They don't want to get outplayed. Therefore, you just ban anything that introduces that into the game. And because of banning things, keeping everything else in check and themselves in check, now you are creating a cascading metagame that always needs to have more bans, introducing Palafin ban for Generation 9. Palafin is just not a good Pokemon, and we can see that in the setup right here. So this is a moveset for Palafin. Life Orb, so it's going to be chipping itself. Wave Crash, Flip Turn, Jet Punch. Triple Water Stab. And you need this to set the Pokemon up. If you don't have Flip Turn, you're hard switching, and you're just hard minus, because you have to set Palafin up. Wave Crash, you're hurting yourself. Jet Punch, it's okay. Like 160 attack, that strong, but you need to back that up with a solid stab move. Now this does have late game and revenge potential, but water is bulked out so easily, so now you have to give up your mega tier gimmick to go 80 base power electric Terra Blast. I think everybody has both won with and lost against Palafin already. Again, this assumptive, elitist thinking that is just completely detached from how Pokemon actually works. No, I've not lost to a Palafin, and I haven't even used it because it's a bad Pokemon that dedicates too much setup. So they're, like, the ban decisions really feel like Palafin comes in as hero form with Stealth Rocks up, thus giving up all those turns to the opponent that they completely squandered. In which case, yeah, they deserve to lose at that point. When looking at Palafin, it can be easy to be skeptical of its prowess. Good, we don't have to ban it. There we go. It's a skeptically powerful Pokemon. Palafin comes in with a superb signature move with Jet Punch. 60 base power water type priority move that synergizes well with its sky high attack stat. But Swords Dance Bullet Punch Scizor is more threatening, and you definitely can't go Terra Water to put more power into your water typing on the Palafin. That's just a toss. And then, like, Sucker Punch Stab also has more threatening potential. So it jets through faster threats like these guys, but then it also can jet through the no defense Pokemon Fluttermane. Also has access to Flip Turn, Wave Crash, and great coverage. That's a lie, because you need Flip Turn, Jet Punch, and Wave Crash, and then like you're left with a Drain Punch or something and nothing else really crazy. Choice Band sets are very potent at wall breaking and revenge killing. Not really, because if that wall has set up as the Palafin needs to set up, then it's going to be doing pretty fine, especially with the aid of Terra Water to let it storm through resisted targets, eat your heart out Flash. And then Water Absorb completely removes your gimmick. But once again, we're going to see this like best case ideal scenario where a 100 base speed Pokemon that is banded beats everything in the game somehow. If this were the end of the story, Palafin would be very strong but potentially fine Pokemon in the metagame. It lacks secondary stab, can be worn down naturally through Rocky Helmet, Wave Crash Recoil, and Hazards, especially seeing that it needs to exist on the field before changing into its hero form. However, shortly following the ban of Fluttermane, Bulk Up Taunt sets fully caught on. So yeah, Fluttermane, it outspeeds and then does crazy amounts of damage to Palafin. And then without that, you're actually safe to run Bulk Up Taunt because you aren't mandatorily running the Jet Punch, so that way you can hit Fluttermane before it hits you. So now you free up move slots. So that takes advantage of everything that makes Palafin naturally strong, dials it up to 11 to wipe unprepared teams. Due to its naturally good speed tier, no, 100 got power crept back in Generation 7, and Jet Punch covering the difference against faster Pokemon, so Bulk Up Taunt Jet Punch? And then what? Non-stab low base power? Or only water type moves? That just sounds... That's why Palafin isn't good! It needs to have everything, or else it just is easy to beat. This setup can afford significant hit point investment, tandem with the innately bulk, leftovers, and drain punch makes it durable. So bulk up, taunt, leftovers, drain punch, jet punch beats everything, but also has choice band, flip turn, wave crash at the same time. Furthermore, with Taunt, it is capable of denying defensive counterplay like Status from Clodsire, forcing more passive Pokemon to challenge its bulk directly at the mercy of bulk up usage. Because of the combination of these factors, Palafin can achieve astounding feats like 1v1ing Dondozo, except in real Pokemon it doesn't because Fissure exists, but you got rid of Fissure, so you've removed more counterplay from the game. And this just kind of goes back to how stupid the philosophy is. Not only has the effectiveness of Sleep and Swagger been nerfed multiple times, but also Evasion gets hit in almost every generation, especially back in Generation 8 where Dynamax just didn't care about how evasive you were. We also have Oko moves being banned. Oko is the balance to Evasion because there's nothing that modifies this. It's always going to be a 30% chance. So while they're trying to set up their double teams and minimizes, you're just swinging at them until you eventually take them out. Same thing for responding to tank Pokemon that are otherwise unkillable. So the only reason Palafin can do anything Dondozo is because Dondozo is restricted from Fissure. Dondozo has Fissure, you don't get to set up a bulk up. And also the unaware doesn't really matter anyway. So it's like you have to taunt the Dondozo so it can't rest. And then you need to have... I don't know how this thing 1v1s Dondozo even. I guess like it's just always outspeeding and taunting it to where eventually Dondozo can't heal. But even then, Dondozo is going to chip it, and Palafin is going to chip it itself with its simultaneous Life Orb and Choice Band, Wave Crashing, whatever other things I can't keep track of. The physically bulkiest Water-type resistant Pokemon available in the metagame and has Unaware. The set is even worse with Terra. What set? You're making up movesets! It's even worse with Terra support, as Terra Steel can shut down potential counterplay like Sludge Bomb Toxapex. That's trash. So yeah, bad player running Sludge Bomb Toxapex loses to Terra Steel Palafin that can't do anything. And then Giga Drain Amoonguss. So it's a complete lack of understanding about how Pokemon works, with a complete refusal to be creative or adapt into a metagame while being impossibly fragile. And then, like, do we even need to talk about Iron Bundle? We can just skip all the fluff. It's true that Iron Bundle can be played around. And then they ban everything, and then they make it even more unbalanced and weird. And then there's also talk of, like, banning or suspecting terrestrialization, which is only going to make it worse. So yeah, here's what Smogon players want. They want to handshake a metagame where only 10 Pokemon exist. Everything is predictable, everything is really well known about the Pokemon, there's not going to be any unusual sets that catch anyone off guard, and then it just comes down to whoever gets the first double switch prediction wins. Because in their broken mind, that establishes who is clearly the better of the two players from one 6v6 battle. You made the better prediction, therefore your opponent must acknowledge they are worse. It's more of a joke than I ever imagined. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope this gave you what you want. Have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. I thought I was done with Smogon videos, but since I got unbanned on Twitter, I caught wind of this as it happened, and it broke my brain. Because 3 Pokemon have been banned from Smogon without a community vote. So don't worry, the OU Council will save us from Chi-Yu, Annihilate, and Cyclizar. Man, I wish I could just ban Pokemon that beat me sometimes and win more often, which is really all Smogon has ever been, but it just becomes more and more of that with every generation. Who cares about trying to learn the game or develop a meta anytime someone picks, like tries to develop the meta, tries to come up with some kind of niche pick or new strategy? Just get rid of it immediately because losing makes us look bad. It also looks like Chien-Pao is becoming the Therian Landorus of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Everyone's using it, but somehow that doesn't make it over-centralizing, and then it just doesn't get touched because it's the Golden Child. I don't know, like, in what world is Chi-Yu stronger than Chien-Pao? I guess the casual world where you ban everything, and then, like, you go into the actual reasoning behind it, and it makes absolutely no sense. So we can actually get some competitive discussion out of it. It really looks like that this is just a salty runback after terrestrialization was successfully not banned by the Smogon community. But man, that got close. Terra was almost banned by Smogon, and that would have been just like another main gimmick getting banned. We saw that with Dynamax, and that just ruins the entire generation because Generation 8 was balanced around Dynamax, and it actually was a better competitive gimmick than Mega Evolution, which was just wild. And you can also say that Smogon effectively banned Mega Evolution from Generation 6 and Generation 7 because they banned so many of them. So now it just kind of seems like if something makes the game interesting and requires thought and actual creative team building, it must be banned, and terrestrialization almost got it. So, oh, Terra didn't get banned, but we the OU Council wanted it banned, therefore we're just back to quick bans. Screw the community, we can't trust them anymore. Only we are allowed to decide what is allowed in Pokemon because we are so much better than everyone else. So let's see why Chi-Yu was banned. In what should be the least surprising tiering decision of Scarlet and Violet so far, then why wasn't it banned first round if it's supposed to be that ridiculous? This is derangement. It's like they also forgot they said the same things about Fluttermane, Houndstone, and Palafin. Like, how is this the least surprising thing? Also, because it's Smogon, whenever you hear about a ban, it shouldn't be surprising because these babies can't handle real Pokemon. And then it got a unanimous ban vote, despite being initially overshadowed by Chien-Pao. It doesn't make sense. Like, there's like one line from every ban decision that makes it just go, oh, So you're giving reasons as to why it shouldn't be banned. Something that deserves a ban should be so overwhelming oppressive that there isn't a devil's advocate for it. There isn't a way to give a counter argument to this thing's strength. There's always a counter argument, or there's always something about it. This Pokemon was the most bannable Pokemon of Generation 9. How did it wait till this long to find out? Chi-Yu has emerged as the most centralizing piece of the current Scarlet and Violet OU. There's that buzzword that no one can ever be consistent about once again. That's all they have to do. We don't like it. Centralizing. Idiots, NPCs over at Smogon. You ban it! And then that's it. That's the entire process right there. An excellent 135 attack. That's wrong on its own because 135 doesn't have like just crazy non-stop one-shots. It comes down to ability and moveset from there because you also need high base power to back out the 135 or else you're not really accomplishing anything with it. It's as powerful as a 110 special attack in a lot of cases. So with overall decent stat line, Chi-Yu's very potent offensive typing of Dark Fire coupled with its overwhelming power and very potent terrestrialization makes it a nightmare for teams to handle defensively. Congratulations, you described what a sweeping Pokemon is supposed to do. Terrestrializing to fire exacerbates this power even further to the point that Specs Overheat from Chi-Yu 2-hit KOs non-special defense Blissey from full hit points. Congratulations, you just described what a sweeping Pokemon is supposed to do. Like, look at this, Specs. So you're locked into Overheat. Overheat, which cuts your special attack in half. You also have to go Terra Fire, which is your mega power to get rid of a single Pokemon on the opponent's team. So you get rid of the Blissey, except it's also that you can 2-hit KO Blissey. So if you actually run the damage calculations, I guess since Smogon's at 100, we can do that, which is actually more favorable for Blissey because of how damage stuff works. Like, am I doing something wrong here? Max hit points, Blissey. Without the special defense, or you put in the 4, 2v2, 2v2, 4. So non-special invested Blissey. We have Beads of Ruin, Choice Specs, we have Terrestrialization on, and we're using Overheat. And I guess if you say can 2-hit KO, alright, you can't see it on screen, but what I did was I subtracted 480 health from Blissey to simulate the highest damage roll possible. So now we can go -2, and it's a 25% chance to KO Blissey after getting the highest damage roll possible. Also, because Smogon players are bad, they don't understand the power of Calm Mind Blissey. So, actually, Chi-Yu is a free win for the Blissey player. Because Chi-Yu comes in, uses Overheat, Blissey predicts that on a Calm Mind, it now cannot be KO'd, Blissey gets to Soft-Boiled, and then Chi-Yu is forced to switch. And that's also a free defense curl turn for the Blissey, and now Blissey just can survive anything the opponent throws at it. So when you apply critical thinking and real game application, their leading argument doesn't even hold up. And it's supposed to be like, this thing needs to be banned because it's a special attacker that takes out Blissey. And then it actually doesn't, and it just gives Blissey the freest setup of all time. And that's really another large flaw that you can see with Smogon arguments and logic, is that they already factor in the Stealth Rocks. They already factor in you being at some kind of disadvantage, or them earning free turns, to then say, well, this is busted, even though it's not a neutral game state. So, yeah, and again, okay, you take out the Blissey, but now you have a set Terra. Like, you have no surprise left in your Terra, and your Chi-Yu is forced to switch, which also means, like, Blissey's out, Pokemon comes in for free, and Chi-Yu does nothing. So now it's actually advantage for the player that just lost a Pokemon because the argument is so weak. Nuts. Chi-Yu can also use other Terra types such as Fairy to snipe Roaring Moon, Chance Tyranitar, and 2-hit KO Ting-Lu. And once again, it's the argument that we saw with Greninja where, well, it has every different possible moveset, every item combination, every EV spread, every nature, and now every possible Terra type at the same time. Therefore, it has no counters. Therefore, obvious ban. And then just a lot of nonsense right here. Chi-Yu proved to be a surprisingly versatile threat that is consistently nigh impossible to play with on equal terms. It has 100 speed, and it's going to be choice locked. But not Scarf, Specs. And it has no physical defense. And it's fire type. Any earthquake, god, Garchomp could come back and take out the strongest, most least surprising ban in Smogon. And Garchomp's bad now. That's nuts. And now we can look at Annihilate getting banned. Annihilate is the new Dracovish. It's a Pokemon that isn't good, that just absolutely stomps Timmy's like we have never seen before. Annihilate escaped most people's sights. If it was so good, then why? Oh, that's because you banned everything else and there's nothing left. Again, I wish I could just keep the Pokemon I like and ban everything that stops my team and then call myself a good Pokemon player. But no, that's not how real Pokemon works. So, formally released during the chaos of the first few days. I mean, we're like 6 weeks out, even more now, 7 weeks out. You can't say chaos of first few days over a month later. So, quickly emerged as one of the most important threats. They only know how to, like, copy-paste say the same thing. Despite being overshadowed, has emerged. We banned everything, so now a new threat has emerged. Rage Fist is a hellish move to face off against, as it forces Pokemon to withhold damaging Annihilate if they don't do significant enough damage to OHKO it or put it out of commission for the rest of the game. Against the comic Bulk Up, Rage Fist, Drain Punch taunt set, sometimes Rest, using weak moves against it makes little progress. Well, yeah, that's the whole thing about hating a tank Pokemon, is that it takes a lot of hits. But now this Annihilate has no speed, and even though it's like max hit points, max special defense, like it still doesn't do damage. Like putting all that, like going full tank and then maxing out and then throwing a Drain Punch, which is low base power, doesn't threaten a lot of tanky Pokemon. Like it makes it hard to KO Annihilate because you just keep healing off of it. But Annihilate doesn't become a sweeping threat until you Timmy into it and hit it. Also, this kind of shows other problems with Smogon ban logic. That Annihilate is hard countered by one-hit KO moves in bulk. Because, okay, you're setting up bulk up, I'll just remove you from the game in the 6 bulk ups that it takes. Or even at a +4, +5, you hit my tanky Pokemon that has full hit point investment, you don't KO me, well, I still have that opportunity off of the Fissure. And then there's Pokemon like Dondozo, unaware, don't feed the Annihilate and you win. Despite its typing being one of the best possible offensively, defensively, it can be lackluster. This is where Terastallization comes in. Annihilate is one of the best abusers of Terastallization in OU. Once again, ceding those arguments, you know, trying to make it, hey, this didn't get banned, but it's so abusive, it needs to be banned. Most commonly terastallizing to water, but feasibly being able to become other types such as Steel, Fire, Normal. Water is pretty strong, and then being able to change checks and potential stops. So it really is like, Smogon is supposed to be about the handshaking, predictable. I out-predicted your switch 4 times in a game. You only out-predicted my switch 3 times in game. Therefore, I'm the better player and absolutely 100% deserve to win because I've established that I am the better Pokemon battler. Just no argument. So just like with every other ban argument from Smogon, it's now too hard to predict, and forcing people to change their teams to adapt to the meta is completely unacceptable. Therefore, we must ban it. And somehow Cyclizar getting banned? Premier user of Shedtail is getting its due. Finally getting its due! Where's it emerging? Where's this thing emerging in the metagame? We have exclusively voted on Cyclizar, not Shedtail, because Orthworm hasn't been a headache with it. What makes Cyclizar truly broken is the access to an exceptionally high amount of utility alongside Shedtail, Rapid Spin, Knockoff, U-Turn, Taunt. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't know the Smogon format was using 5 moves. Wild. That must be some fun Pokemon. A useful defensive typing, and most importantly, Regenerator, alongside okay-ish bulk. Why do you say, like, this thing's so strong it needs to be banned because of all these things alongside its okay thing? And then it has speed, and then Shedtail. Of course, Shedtail is the only reason Cyclizar is even viable. So, one gimmick that you know this Pokemon's going to throw, you know, using up a Pokemon on your team for a single move is what makes the Pokemon so strong. The way Shedtail resists move guessing games is second to none, providing not only a free entry to a Pokemon, but potentially multiple free turns. And so a wrong turn with a passive Pokemon turns into a death sentence against Cyclizar plus offensive threats. This is the most contradicting hypocrisy I've seen. Actually, not the most. That was the Aegislash suspect, where they had multiple definitions for over-centralizing, and they all conflicted with each other in the same ban post. That was wild. So, Smogon's about like, but we need to predict someone to show who's better, but because Cyclizar negates that, it's not okay. Cyclizar is too strong because we over-prioritize guessing games, and then the player that makes the wrong guess loses harder against Cyclizar, ban. It's also ran on hyper-offensive teams with screens, usually through Grimmsnarl, so that now you need 2 Pokemon to set up a Cyclizar, making Shed Tail substitutes significantly harder to deal with even for non-passive Pokemon. And this is what happens when you ban all of the power out of the game, like Fluttermane, Houndstone, Palafin, now Chi-Yu, now some other things. It's like, wait, doesn't that mean Cyclizar makes it harder for Annihilate to be successful? Apparently, but just ban both of them. That way we don't have to think or be good at Pokemon. That makes sense. And then, like, yeah, over-investing into the setup. It's the same thing with Houndstone, where it's like, okay, Houndstone needs to give up all of its Pokemon, set Sand, and then not make sure the opponent doesn't have any normal types left. And then it's decent. And then there's, like, a little sentence at the bottom where they call Shed Tail oppressive, and you can really just kind of see, like, these are just SJW babies in Pokemon. They just use gobbledygook made-up language to, like, identity politic Pokemon, and then spam buzzwords like oppressive, emerging, and over-centralization until idiots and NPCs just go like, yeah, that's what it is, that's the thing! It just gets worse and worse. Wow, it's one of those things where it's like, I shouldn't be surprised, but wow, I'm surprised at how bad it constantly gets. Like, you think it goes rock bottom, and then it doesn't. And then people say, well, you don't have to play Smogon, and that's a lie, because anyone that doesn't play Smogon knows that you are only going to get in fights with these babies because they can't handle real Pokemon. When you're playing real Pokemon, that makes them all upset, and then they try to cancel you in Pokemon and stuff. It's, again, it's all these weird parallels between identity politics and Pokemon now. Losers ruining the game I love for over a decade. What's new? Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. This was not a big departure from the previous points. In fact, a couple of months ago, we were above this by a decent margin. It's right there! It's right there! For Elisify, always right, dude. They've banned so much stuff that the game cannot become balanced anymore. Do you know what Smogon has been banning? Well, you shouldn't, because those weirdos aren't worth a second of your time, but oh my goodness, the release of Pokemon Home has already made, like, the hyper ban-happy casuals over at Smogon even more insane. So what they've already done is just been like, yeah, everything that was banned is still banned, even with Pokemon Home, bringing in, like, new Pokemon and potential, like, counters and matchups and stuff. No metagame development is ever allowed inside of Smogon. And then just kind of, like, going through the updates, it's unreal. This is, like, Smogon has become a parody of itself. This reads like a parody account. Can't stop, won't stop. Now, even though Smogon has never succeeded at making a better format than base Pokemon, you could tell they at least tried back in the day, and that there was a bit more ability to try to get a skillful expression into the meta by restricting certain Pokemon and things to use. But now, they're just, like, straight admitting it. Can't stop, won't stop banning everything. Immediately, we're just gonna put Spectrier into Ubers, and then they were already testing Regieleki and Chien-Pao. Except it wasn't even testing, it's just the council has said, this is allowed, this isn't. So, like, all of the original Smogon arguments are just gone. It used to be, oh, you can't get upset about Smogon decisions because the community is voting on the Pokemon that the community doesn't think should be allowed. Except that wasn't really accurate because it was just elitism and mob mentality banning Flavor of the Month Pokemon that were never really a problem. But the problem with opening up the votes to 100 or so people on the suspect ladder means that they're not going to ban everything all of the time. So instead, now it's the council's decision to just quick ban everything that they think is a problem instead of the community or even larger Pokemon player base. We keep going. The OU Council has voted, and upon the release of Pokemon Home, Espathra will start in Ubers. So yeah, just not even giving anything a chance to actually be played when we're adding in, like, legendary Pokemon and a crazy suite of new Pokemon and strategies and stuff. Smogon continues to be the least skillful thing I've ever seen in Pokemon that only knows how to baby and coddle bad players to keep them on their side. It's been like this forever, but my goodness, it just keeps getting worse. And then here's the tweet that kicked off this video to the point where, like, I thought I was dealing with a Smogon parody account. They really just be banning everything all the time, non-stop. I haven't been keeping up with it, and that's why, like, scrolling through the timeline, I'm just like, wait a second. One, it's worse than we thought, and two, it just keeps getting worse than we thought, because Volcarona, Like, just think back throughout all the years of Smogon, all the decisions, all the bans, the suspect testing, the old rationale that used to go back into it, even with like all the mega ban happiness back in Generation 6. That's really what started it. When Smogon players were just like too incompetent to deal with mega evolutions, and then just went, okay, ban half of them. But then that set the precedent to just ban any problem that propped up. And then when you remove the Mega Balance out of Generation 6, you gotta ban, like, other abilities and Pokemon and things like that. And then it just kind of gets worse and worse. And then with Generation 8, we got the precedent of just outright banning the mechanic, even though Dynamax, like, really balanced and made a lot of the game interesting. But no, that requires too much thought. That requires too much skill expression for Smogon players. So just remove all that. And then it's gotten to the point where, like, of all the things to be banned, Volcarona. This isn't, like, a different tier. This isn't, like, an RU ban, or this isn't, like, some kind of Stabmons or monotyping ban. No, Volcarona. Gone. How do you get so bad at Pokemon, you get Volcarona removed? And then also, Rapid Urshifu. You mean the easiest Urshifu to deal with? There's just so many things that are, like, banned from Smogon, and, like, so many just awkward strategy interactions. Like, yeah, they've just made it to where it's impossible to have a stable metagame. I've covered the problems in my other Smogon videos, and I feel like I've explained it about as best as I could in those, where it's like, yeah, it seems like Smogon just really wants to make it to where the game is a handshake of, like, 6 Pokemon, and then it's about whoever makes the first double switch prediction earning the game, and then that's, like, the handshake of, ah, yes, you are clearly the better player because you got the correct prediction twice in a row before me. Like, that's all they want. I don't even know why OU exists. Just, like, put everything that is currently into OU into Ubers, and then they probably have the solution of the Pokemon game they want. You gotta ban a couple of UUs after that, because there's some sleeper Pokemon hiding in there, but eventually they might have something. And then when I clicked on the announcement, it blew my mind even more to see at what was on the chopping block. Light Clay is now seen as a bannable threat to Smogon. And in the God 9 OU Council of Elitism, people actually called for a ban vote on it. Sneasler, even. A Pokemon, when I broke it down, is just Weavile, but slightly different. But I mean, like, if Sneasler is actually a threat, then that means Weavile should have always been a threat, and then the whole mechanics of how Pokemon plays out just, like, completely breaks down. But, like, yeah, somehow Sneasler, bannable, and a lot of people wanted it banned. Ursaluna keeping the do not ban, which is interesting. Even though Ursaluna was quick banned from National Dex OU, so I don't understand, like, either the inconsistency in the council voting, or just, like, how having less counters because there's less Pokemon to deal with makes the Pokemon less of a threat. So Ursaluna's fine in Scarlet Violet, but not National Dex? That doesn't even make sense to me. Like, where are we when it comes to Smogon? But that's not the end of all the ban-happy shenanigans over at Smogon. After some days of polling among the community, the OU Tiering Council has unanimously decided to remove Chien Pao from OU, straight to Ubers. Okay, I'm convinced now. I have to be the only person, like, anyone outside of Smogon is just not in on the joke that Smogon is actually not supposed to be taken seriously, and it's actually not competitive, and only Smogon players know this at this point, and then they just, like, ban things to piss people off because they've already stopped taking themselves seriously or competitively. That's the only thing that could be happening at this point. Then there was this post, the OU Council putting on a survey to gauge public opinion on the current metagame, but they just can't leave the elitism out. That what they did was they had all this to where 808 unfiltered responses, but then they made sure that successful tournament players and high ladder players were treated differently, so we get to see their responses as qualified players. On a scale of 1 to 10, how enjoyable do you find the current metagame? So the qualified players, the elites, finding it less enjoyable than the general players. That's because they're not getting enough bans, somehow. On a scale of 1 to 10, how competitive and balanced do you find the current metagame? Qualified players finding the game less balanced than the general player base. I guess that's because the thing that keeps beating them hasn't been banned yet, because that's just all of the Smogon identity at this point. So yeah, there's like mild enjoyment overall, still like some mild balance, but then you can see like if you're pulling Smogon, you're going to have such an insane bias skew that the game is never balanced. The game always needs more bans to become more competitive because I don't like losing and I don't want to change up anything to develop the metagame or try to find counter picks, and I'm not even going to look into the disgusting lower tiers below OU to find anything that can maybe answer some of the more quote-unquote problematic Pokemon. On a scale of 1 to 5, how do you feel about Shed Tail? This is why we were able to vote on a quick ban. This support was greater than that of any survey item Wait, they banned Shed Tail? What the actual frick? And then now we can also see this. So Smogon hypocrisy, as I've been pointing out for a decade now, on a scale of 1 to 5, how do you feel about Volcarona? Volcarona's support is significant. So if a Pokemon is like a 3 out of 5, that's enough to like, yeah, this thing looks like it should be banned. But not quite enough to warrant immediate action. We will continue to patrol it as the metagame shifts. And that's like another weird thing where it used to be about the community. It used to be about trying to come together to find some kind of balance for the game. But now it's just not, no, the council doesn't like losing to it anymore, so it needs to be banned. Which is why I've always been against Smogon, because it's the same thing since Generation 4. Garchomp makes the Smogon players look bad, so it needed to be removed. And it was such a joke of a ban that even back in Generation 4, I was like, wow, these kids just have like no idea what they're doing. On a scale of 1 to 5, how do you feel about King Gambit? Oh my god, they're actually going to ban King Gambit. And like, the crazy thing is, King Gambit is one of the strongest Generation 9 Pokemon. So when you've banned everything that has power, like we're seeing with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, yeah, it's a matter of time to where actually King Gambit then has no response and needs to be banned. And that's just like the crazy destabilization that happens. At Smogon, the reason why they are not successful in having a balanced game, they just need to keep banning and banning and banning. Well, number one, the Smogon philosophy is literally against creativity and states that creativity is ignorance. So that should kind of like tell you everything about how broken these players are. Where the Smogon philosophy is actually about coddling them and then making all the bad, scary things go away so they can pretend that they're good players. So the end result is you have a community of ignorant players that think they're good, that have banned everything that counters and like brings balance into the game. Which is just like leading to all of this nonsense and just like keeps cascading into more bans and things that don't even make any sense. Oh my god. I think I just actually came up with the idea to save Smogon. That what needs to happen is they need to make it to where only 5 Pokemon can be banned at a time. Like, we are at, I don't even know how many Pokemon are banned in Generation 9 at this point. Also, like, the items and all the other weird stuff that Smogon does, to where it's like, have they banned over a dozen Pokemon? Like, there's more Pokemon banned than can be put onto a team. That should just, like, immediately debunk their entire banning philosophy right there. Because at that point, you are just destabilizing by removing the Jenga pieces from the meta. You can't have more problematic Pokemon than can actually fit on a Pokemon team. I feel like even reducing it below that, to where it's like, yeah, you can't just have a team's worth of banned Pokemon. It's like 5. And then, like, you have to vote which is the least problematic of those 5 to put in the new flavor of the month that no one wants to deal with. And, like, I think that would actually create potentially the most balanced Pokemon metagame. Because over time, you're going to have it dialed into what the biggest, most problematic threats in the game are, and then by not, like, shuffling that up too much, you're going to have metagame development around that. I did it. I just saved Smogon, but the players are too ignorant and casual to understand that. Also, we just get some weird stuff. The responses to the survey were a bit alarming, which prompted an emergency vote earlier this week. This led to Zamazenta Crown and Qin Pao being banned unanimously. So now, after Qin Pao being banned, Zamazenta being a restricted legendary should just not be allowed to begin with. Now we can like look at this to where, while players found the novel metagame to be enjoyable, ranking it 6 out of 10 and pretty much the same among qualified respondents, this was not a big departure from the previous points. In fact, a couple of months ago, we were above this by a decent margin. It's right there! It's right there! For Elizabeth, always right, dude. They've banned so much stuff that the game cannot become balanced anymore. They are so blinded by their ban-happy and shitty philosophy, they don't understand anything about Pokemon anymore. They don't understand that they don't understand anything about Pokemon anymore. The game was better before you let the council of trash players decide that everything is a problem. And then you just get into some nonsense when you have such an entitled, casual player base. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how competitive and balanced do you find the current metagame? 3 to 4 is where the balance is right now. Reminder, in a previous survey, players thought the game actually felt pretty balanced. That was back in April. So once again, we just kind of say, don't worry, Daddy Smogon is going to make all of your problems go away. You will never achieve balance, and you're only going to make things worse inside the community, and player satisfaction can only go down because the thing they don't like isn't being dealt with. Players found the metagame to be less competitive than any point prior by a decisive margin, which is likely a testament to all the new Pokemon that got released recently. Nah, did you forget that, like, you kept all of the Uber Pokemon in Ubers? So again, just removing all of the potential counterplay and meta development from the way the game was balanced to begin with. The official game is balanced. The devs work to test the game and balance the competitive for a Pokemon game release. Now, a lot of people disagree with that, but as you can see, even a community dedicated to self-balancing the game cannot succeed either. And we also see like non-stop complaints with any competitive game like League of Legends and stuff like that. So it just kind of shows the thing, like the futility of Smogon has finally happened. This response was one of the factors into holding an emergency vote earlier in the week, as well as the radar vote we had earlier this weekend, which results will be up later today. Players voted the metagame competitiveness is low, and then just whatever other stuff is going on. So there we go, guys. That's the update about how much Smogon is in shambles, and how I've always been right about their terrible decisions and bannings and all that fun stuff. So if you guys enjoyed the video, hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. I know it's really late for me to be saying this, but I think the Pokemon community is broken beyond repair. On the VGC side, it's just like deranged Wolfie fans that don't think he cheats, but if he did, cheating is okay, but he still doesn't cheat. And on the Smogon side, you're not allowed to make valid points about their casual format and broken ban logic. The sad thing is, I just want to have rational conversations about Pokemon with anyone. I love Pokemon that much. Pokemon is the biggest passion in my life. It is why I do all these discussions and all this coverage for my YouTube channel, because I love talking about Pokemon, but it's become impossible to have good conversations about Pokemon with just people in the Pokemon community. And it's made even worse by all the Poketubers and influencers because they're all fake. They don't want to have any real conversations or discussions about Pokemon. They don't have any passion. They just want to cover fake leaks and hack everything. As I've been saying for too many years to remember at this point, I'm the only Poketuber that's trying to make the Pokemon community better. And it's just like sad how toxic it gets and how everything just gets worse and worse and more deranged. But, you know, I'm just going to make videos about my interactions. Maybe enjoy it. If you do, like, comment, share, all that fun YouTube stuff. But it really is crazy that all I do is read things and then apply critical thinking skills, and I can body anyone in the Pokemon community in a discussion, which is also why no one wants to have a conversation with me, because I expose how terrible their ideas are, or how they're just wrong, and they refuse to admit it. So this was like a reply chain to what was going on with my reaction to the Volcarona ban, and this guy said, I feel like Terra Preview would fix everything. If you know what Terra type they could access, then I feel like it could bring Volcarona and possibly others back, but I'm not too sure. Now, my response is that this is just casual mechanics, because you're dumbing down the game and you're trying to make it easier. And having Terra Preview is a classic Smogon solution of making the game less difficult to coddle their player base. So the response is, what do you think would be a better way to preserve a balanced and fun metagame? And here's where I've actually read things. Well, since the Smogon survey shows that the council's decisions have made the meta less balanced and enjoyable, the way to preserve a balanced and fun metagame is to play it how the devs designed and tested it, and use banning as an extreme tool to stop 90% usage, truly unstoppable strategy that's never existed in Pokemon. And that is kind of like the crazy thing, to where all you have to do is read things, and you're more knowledgeable than the entire Pokemon VGC community, because we just saw that with the Korean ruling. Apparently, I'm the only person in the entirety of the Pokemon community that has read the Play Pokemon rules to where I could see that, yeah, match fixing is bad, and it's actually a severe unsporting penalty that requires disqualification. And determining the outcome of a match by random means is in the rules, which is the only thing that could be happening when players are colluding to run Pokemon that only know Metronome for the top 4 matches. And somehow, even though I'm outside of Smogon, I'm the only person that's actually like looked into the data of the polls to find out that I've been right the entire time. So this goes back to April. It appears the entire player base finds the metagame somewhat enjoyable, but there's room for improvement. Both demographics went down slightly, but this was prior to the recent ban. So even with the non-stop banning, the enjoyment of the metagame only goes down in Smogon. Also, side note, for a downtrend, things are going to be worse than the data shows because players are quitting. And that means they're not there to respond to the poll to bring the numbers down because they're quitting because things are so bad. So it's actually worse than this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how competitive and balanced do you find the current metagame? Player base is beginning to view the metagame as slightly less competitive, so it's still going down. Both demographics hit a low point for the generation prior to the Shed Tail ban. So it's bottomed out. Like, the competitiveness, despite all the bans, as of April, was at the lowest point. But don't worry, a Shed Tail ban will fix all of that. And then following the Pokemon Home update, the quick bans of Regieleki and Spectrier, how enjoyable do you find the current metagame? A couple months ago, we were above this by a decent margin. So it still keeps on going down. And then on a scale of 1 to 10, how competitive and balanced do you find the current metagame? And this is like the worst we've ever seen it. So even with quick bans, even with keeping everything that was in Ubers before the Pokemon Home update in Ubers, the game is no more balanced and everyone hates it and finds it less competitive than ever. This is what happens when you create a casual player base that feels entitled to banning everything that they deem is a problem. So when something that they don't think needed a ban gets banned, but the thing that keeps stomping them because they're bad players doesn't get banned, it's only going to lead to less balance and less satisfaction. And I also have the point that the game is designed around exactly not Smogon. For starters, there's an item clause, and Smogon doesn't have an item clause, so that immediately breaks the game right there. It means that more care is going to go into team building, and also the viability of Pokemon is going to shift around, where you can't just throw 3 leftovers on 3 tank Pokemon, 3 scarves on like some bulky sweeping Pokemon, and then say, yep, that's a balanced team build, ready for the ladder. Well, no, that's just going to like break the game. And I do find it interesting that some value does eventually come out of these arguments with unproductive weirdos that, actually, wait a second, maybe the biggest issue with Smogon is that they don't have an item clause where the developers are balancing the entirety of competitive around that item clause. Someone made that point like somewhere else in all of this madness and was like, oh wow, yeah, that's actually like probably a big part of the problem. So I used Smogon's own survey data against this person who has clearly never read it to kind of build up my point even more, but then I also give a critical suggestion because they say, alright, what do you think is a better way to preserve a balanced and fun metagame? Well, banning everything has made the game less fun, objectively according to the Smogon users, so maybe the core design is just better. But if something must be banned, I think I also stumbled into like the best way to save Smogon or make the best competitive Pokemon format, and that's to have a small ban cap of less than the amount of Pokemon that are allowed on a team, because once you start banning 6 or more Pokemon, well then you've just banned counters to counters and then you're just destabilizing everything. So you have like 4 Pokemon that can be banned at a time, and that means if a flavor of the month becomes problematic, because that's all it is that, oh wait, we've been playing Pokemon for how long, and this generation has been going on for how many years, and then suddenly just like something pops up and needs to be banned in 2 weeks? Oh, that's just flavor of the month. It was either Sleeper strong the whole time, or all the nonsense and lack of game sense in the Smogon community has ignored really good strategy, or they just refuse to find counters, because that's also in the Smogon philosophy. That, again, I'm just the only person that reads things when it comes to Pokemon. I'm reading the data, I'm reading the VGC rules, I'm also reading Smogon's own philosophy, and then going, wow, I can debunk every argument from Smogon with its own philosophy. And the people defending Smogon haven't even read Smogon's own philosophy, where it states, sometimes it is the inclination of players to rebel against the accepted standard for a multitude of reasons. players find flaws, whether perceived or real, in the state of the OU metagame and attempt to forge their own path and develop their own designs based on their current knowledge. This is so demeaning to players that are actually trying to be creative, that are breaking from the Smogon mold to then improve and become better than them. And that's kind of like the whole thing about Smogon, is that if a Pokemon makes them look bad because their game sense or their idea of how they want to play the game doesn't jive with that Pokemon, it just gets banned, so they stop looking bad when they lose to it. And this is happening even with the recent bans. This guy making the point, somehow things have gotten worse since Finch became the head of the council. You can tell because when he's in important games, he just whines when he loses and then wants to ban those Pokemon, Volcarona as an example. So the head of the OU council is so trash at Pokemon, he gets bodied by Volcarona, and then it gets banned. And that's kind of like where I've been against Smogon since Generation 4, where it's like, wait, you kids can't deal with Garchomp. A Pokemon that's 4 times weak to Ice and in Generation 4 did not have an ability. But because your teams can't handle it, you gotta ban it, and then all the other bans come into play. And when you read this description of OU council members, it's like, wow, that's just like every battle against a Smogon player where you do the thing that you weren't supposed to, where it's like, nuh-uh, I could have predicted you to do that, and then you lose the game on the spot, so you're the bad player for not falling into my prediction, or you're the bad player for running this low-tier trash Pokemon that happens to counter me, but it only counters me, and I only let it counter me because no one plays it unless they're a bad player. Like, that's the entirety of the Smogon mentality summed up, and then you can also kind of see it playing through here, where, like, it's this part. Players find flaws, whether perceived or real. If you find a flaw in the OU metagame, you're just making stuff up. It's not real, because the OU metagame is an attempt at making the best, most flawless Pokemon format, even though all it does is fail at that, and just gets worse and worse over time. And also by saying they're trying to forge their own path on their current knowledge. But the knowledge of an individual can be flawed and will be flawed when scrutinized by Smogon. Once in a while, so acknowledging that very rarely, sometimes, this rebellion actually generates something. Once in a while, this results in an effective new design. Other times, merely results in the same standard or one of the standards that was already designed. However, many times, that means you aren't better than Smogon. You aren't better than the council. You don't know better than anyone else because you're just a pleb that isn't following the rules. So many times, it's going to be inferior design, an artifact of ignorance and poor planning. Creativity is ignorance according to Smogon. No wonder they ban everything that makes them look bad. There is no expectation to develop the meta. There is no expectation to find counters and deal with problems. You cry until all the bad things go away, and it's right in the Smogon philosophy. So this is what I mean when I say if a flavor of the month is actually a top 5 most problematic Pokemon, then that means you gotta let something else back in, because apparently that wasn't as much of a threat. I think that actually eventually makes a very balanced and stable metagame, even if it means, like, maybe there's just some annoying Pokemon people don't want to deal with that actually isn't a threat and is very counterable, but it makes the game feel better. Like, you just remove Blissey, and then it's like, oh, now I don't have to worry about bringing a 2 special heavy team and then just getting walled out for no reason, even though Blissey is, like, a low usage Pokemon. Turns out, one Pokemon countering over 90% of special attackers in the game probably isn't good for game health. But it also means that if there is a special heavy metagame, you just put a Blissey on your team, that's going to patch in a lot of team building, and then that's going to remove the special leanings of the metagame, and then some physical counters for Blissey happen. But Smogon derangement comes through, and then they just ignore everything I said. I gave the suggestion they wanted. What do you think would be a better way to preserve a balanced and fun metagame? And then mine is, hey, you just have a pool of Pokemon that are allowed to be banned, and you have to drop something out of that if you want to put a new thing in. Completely ignores it. Doesn't say why it's wrong, if it's a bad idea. I don't see how a meta where we're required, and this is just another thing where it's like, it's just buzzwords, word soup, and nonsense, and just made up arbitrary definitions of things for Smogon. I've been covering this since like the Aegislash ban, where they just made up a definition of over-centralizing, said, yeah, Aegislash is over-centralizing, and then they like retroactively applied it to some other things, but then in doing so, you could just see like nonstop contradiction in how that's being ruled out. And then if you actually go into like the OU rulings for Generation 8, Generation 9, they'll even say like, oh, while this Pokemon isn't as centralizing as others, or while this Pokemon doesn't over-centralize, we still think it's unhealthy. So they just make things up and then they throw away the definition when it becomes inconvenient. But it's also just the complete lack of game sense to think that you are required to deal with Palafin, which is actually just a dogshit Pokemon since it gives the opponent 2 free turns of advantage. Chien Pao, Chi-Yu, and Fluttermane. So that's 4 of your 6 Pokemon right there. So if people are running that, out of the over 100 viable Pokemon and thousands of potential movesets and strategies they can have, it just comes down to 4 out of 6. And these Pokemon aren't really super threatening anyways. And this also completely ignores what I said. If you think these are the 4 strongest Pokemon that are impossible to deal with, or you should not be required to deal with them, alright, cool. You use your cap of 4 bans on them, game's balanced. Oh, it turns out it isn't, because then we saw player satisfaction keep going down no matter how many bans were thrown on top of the Scarlet and Violet metagame. Your argument is that we should learn to deal. Yes, that's how meta works. But again, there's never been an allowance of meta development in Smogon based on its own philosophy and non-stop bans, so that's what the players expect. Smogon has just trained these people to be NPCs that don't understand anything about anything they're saying, and it's just getting crazier and crazier. So yeah, like, Palafin's terrible, Chi-Yu isn't a problem, Fluttermane dies at any physical hit, you don't need a dedicated counter or requirement to deal with them. And that's the crazy thing about Pokemon. No matter what your team is, you are going to get countered. You are going to get swept by some unsuspecting Pokemon and strategy because that is a vulnerability and it's likely to happen with like some Pokemon that was seen to be weak. There's so much in the game, you can't plan for everything. But for some reason, Smogon players want to pretend that they can plan for everything. And then they just want to make the game about out-predicting the other person on a switch prediction, and then that being what decides the game. Which is why they ban everything to where there's only 10 predictable Pokemon and viable movesets, and then they just handshake on everything else because they have to know what the opponent is doing. Any amount of skill to determine what the opponent's strategy could be or finding out a win condition is too much for these casual players, so it must be removed. Which again goes back to the wanting to see the Terra types. Everything has a counter, and if those things are common and problematic, you get free wins playing against them. The players won't like losing to the counters, change the flavor of the week. Oh my god, that's meta development. Exactly. Like if you want to keep running the same 4 out of 6 or 6 out of 6 super meta Pokemon, and then people just bring hard counter teams because, oh, that's a 60% win rate right there because 60 to 70% of players are just running these 4 Pokemon, either they're going to get tired of losing, all the teams are going to turn into, like, counter teams, and then, oh, wow, that's metacycling. Huh. So this is your average coddled Smogon NPC, but there was also some other ones that were just, like, mind-blowing to where we just have, here's a tragically bad player that uses Smogon as a crutch because they understand nothing about Pokemon, because Smogon players understand nothing about Pokemon because they've banned and removed all the mechanics to where there's just nothing, like, it's just not Pokemon anymore. So we have a reply on Twitter saying, my builds hit so well, taught my cousin the power of Defense Curl Chansey, because yeah, Defense Curl Chansey is outrageously busted. And then we have this person that understands nothing about Pokemon. Surely this is satire. Chansey has 5 defense. That means nothing. Like, and my response is, you really know nothing about Pokemon. And then I know it has a ton of hit points, but it still has 5 defense. They double down on knowing nothing about Pokemon. It's wild. I say, what does 5 defense have to do with anything, considering the move boosts defense quite a lot? Tripling down. A legendary tripling down of ignorance. So I respond, do you know how stats and stat boosts work? I'd like to hope so. Like, the hit point investment helps it out a lot and lets it live a few hits, which is completely wrong. But it still doesn't seem to be very optimal EV spread, even with 252, 252 plus. The Eviolite doesn't save it for 2-hit KOs, even with the +1 defense boost. This is also what I mean when I say that people that refuse to watch my content or are just NPCs that hate on me for no reason are deliberately making themselves worse at Pokemon just out of hate and spite. Because I preach and I talk about how damage interactions work more than anyone else. I stress the win conditions and stuff around it more than any other competitive Pokemon player. It's why I'm the best competitive Pokemon player. Because, like, this is what happens when you just get into the general Pokemon competitive community or Smogon players and people that watch other influencers. They don't understand how Pokemon works. Because look at this, we go from 641 to 704. We are only gaining 10% more hit points by investing half of our usable EVs. Now, yes, going 252 is just going to give you more durability against what you're weak to, but this is the least efficient place you could put your EVs, even compared to special defense, where, whoa, look at that, we're getting 20% more special defense durability. But then defense is the most efficient place to put it, to where we get over double durability in defense. So when you read this, hit point investment helps out a lot. No, it actually helps out the least. And it doesn't seem to be very optimal EVs to get the most stat effectiveness out of putting it into defense. Brain dead. So with the quadruple down, they could not be more wrong about anything else in Pokemon. It's insane. And then I break down the numbers and the math around it. So let's go and pull up those images. So here we have a Pokemon using a physical attack. It has 130 base attack, using a 100 base power stab move with Life Orb. This is a very above average physical hit, and an uninvested Chansey is going to get bodied by it. But we have EVs and stuff. So let's slap on Bold Nature, let's go max defense, and then we can see that even without the hit point investment, I just realized I didn't put hit point investment for these damage calculations. So it's actually better than this, but once you go into the bold Eviolite, remember, those EVs are bad. If you're putting EVs into a Pokemon with a 5 of that stat, you're getting nothing out of them. Wait a second. We just went from a double overkill, like almost 200% of Chansey's health and damage, to a 3-hit KO. Also, they said, even with the +1 defense boost. So let's look at that. So here we have just nothing, uninvested into a +1 defense boost. Wait a second, we just knocked off a third of the damage. That it goes from like 200% to 133%. That's because defense boosting is flat. And once again, that's something that is talked about on this channel frequently and has been talked about for a decade. That if you boost your defense by 50%, you reduce damage by a third. That does, having a 5 in your stat doesn't change any of that. That's why I was like, wow, this guy understands nothing about Pokemon. I ask him what this has to do with anything, and then he says, considering the move boosts defense quite a lot. It actually means the opposite of what he thinks it means. So you actually get larger defensive value from boosting lower stats. And then when we bring it all home with this Garchomp damage calculation, bold Eviolite, max defense EVs, and then we also have the +1 from a defense curl, the Garchomp goes down to a 4-hit KO. Well, actually, the 252 with Eviolite literally saves it from 2-hit KOs by turning those into 3-hit KOs, and then the +1 defense boost just wins, and then turns into a 4-hit KO. And if you look at like how the Garchomp damage calculation plays out, Garchomp hits you with a Life Orb boosted Earthquake, you go Defense Curl. It hits you with another one, you survive, and you soft-boiled, and now you're actually gaining health every time you soft-boiled. You Defense Curl again, soft-boiled, Defense Curl. You still have 4 soft-boileds. Garchomp's doing, I don't even know, a 5-hit KO at that point, and then you just win. Defense Curl is how you beat physical Pokemon on a Pokemon that is only meant to be dealing with special Pokemon, because of how damage calculations work. But the garbage players in Smogon, and also just the rest of the competitive community, because no one's really catching on to the power of Defense Curl Blissey, but me and my audience, doesn't understand how Pokemon works. I'm the only person that does, apparently. It's crazy. And instead of admitting they were quadruple wrong, and this is what I mean, like, you can't have a rational conversation anywhere in Pokemon. You could prove these idiots wrong all day, and you can't get anything out of it to progress the community because they are too stubborn and ignorant to want to make things any better and actually accept the truth. Alternatively, you could use a super effective attack, which counters every single Pokemon. So why you're saying this specific strategy is bad if you bring in the perfect, strongest Pokemon against it? Alright, fighting super effective Great Tusk into a Blissey or a Chansey. That is the worst possible matchup. Let me find the worst possible matchup for every Pokemon ever. That means all Pokemon are bad and every moveset is obviously satire. So yeah, if you're not paying attention to what's specifically going on, but you're wondering why the Pokemon community is so terrible, this is why. The ignorance I've been calling out for a decade. The toxicity from Smogon, VGC, and the general Pokemon community that I've been calling out for a decade. The NPC behavior and all of the other nonsense that's been going on, just polluting Pokemon. So let's make this competitive Pokemon lecture complete with the classic evasion and OHKO logic that Smogon players cannot understand, and also just the misinformation and constant nonsense. So, evasion boosting moves are banned in standard play. That is a complete lie, because standard play is official Pokemon, not OU. There is no standard play to OU. And this is another big problem with Smogon. Also, like the constant lies from people in the Smogon community where they say, oh, this doesn't affect you. No, it affects the general Pokemon community, because if you try to host a tournament without Smogon rules, you're getting in an argument with every Smogon player there. That's a guarantee. That's in their mentality and their philosophy. Also, Smogon players lie to new Pokemon players by telling them that Smogon is the only competitive format, and it used to be way worse back in the day where people thought that Smogon was the official competitive format, and that happened into Generation 7. And there's people that still think Smogon is the only official competitive format even now. We're like, wait, I thought that was banned. It's like, no, you can go into the Pokemon game, go onto the Battle Stadium, and use that Pokemon or move right now. And then also just like more lies and making stuff up. Evasion moves are banned in Smogon for being uncompetitive. Again, just arbitrary definitions, not backing anything up, and then not having an understanding of what uncompetitive means. And then as for Volcarona being banned, I think it's in similar vein to Dynamax. So yeah, Smogon players need an easier, more predictable game. But then we have to teach the Smogon players how the game works. There's nothing more uncompetitive to using evasion boosting than playing Scald or inaccurate moves for the better base power or effect. It's objectively inconsistent and contradictory to ban evasion boosting because of the claim that RNG elements are uncompetitive, but then allowing Scald to be in the metagame, even though it's a stronger RNG element that has more of the outcome of a game. 1 in 3 chance you burn the only opposing physical sweeper that threatens your team. That means like if you have a Blissey and then you're backing up with Scald or multiple Scalds or multiple ways of inflicting burn or other RNG elements, you just win the game. Or if an opponent goes for Swords Dance, you Scald them, 1 in 3 chance to burn, they just lost that turn, they took Scald damage, they're taking persistent burn damage, and it takes 2 more Swords Dance to get back to that first Swords Dance before the burn. And it's the same thing for running stronger moves that come at the cost of accuracy, like Hydro Pump, Focus Miss, or Stone Edge, and then there's also like Power Whip and Gunk Shot, and that's also why the Greninja ban never made any sense. So you have like a mixed Pokemon that's cutting its damage, that's also relying on RNG moves, and for some reason that makes it too strong, I don't know. I understand your point about the risk reward on moves like Scald and Focus Miss, and I doubt I can convince you to change your stance. So we can already see this is like just an impossibly ignorant brick wall of a person. But again, that's the exact Smogon philosophy. That is what these people are trained to do to defend the law of Smogon. There's no downside to clicking minimize. And that just proves it. Like, he's trying to change my stance with the completely false statement, there is no downside to clicking minimize. And it turns the game into who's luckier than who's the better player, even though, even with the current state of all the bans and stuff inside of Smogon, or at least when it came to, like, the metagame where Scald existed, the game was determined by luck to an outrageous extent, and it is still determined by luck to an outrageous extent in most Pokemon battles. Other move accuracies, random crits, the damage calculation formula itself, it's a futile effort to be like, yeah, RNG is uncompetitive, therefore we ban it, because there's way too many RNG elements in the game, because that is how Pokemon is designed. And we saw with Temtem that removing those RNG elements doesn't make a better competitive battle game. And then I tell him the same thing I told that other guy, to where the problem about banning everything is that it ruins the natural game balance, and then also cripples game sense. Strong counter to evasion is one-hit KO moves, since it bypasses accuracy bots. So yeah, like that's the thing, another thing about Smogon, is the reason why it's so unbalanced, is that it's just banning counters and then the natural balance to everything, to where it's like, okay, you banned something. Well, that was keeping 3 Pokemon in check. So you have to ban all 3 of those Pokemon. Well, now the power level has been lowered so greatly that a Pokemon that wasn't a threat becomes a threat. But it turns out this new threat that needs to be banned would have actually been a counter to the first Pokemon that was banned. So now you're not doing anything. You are not creating any kind of balance by just arbitrarily knocking Pokemon that don't deserve to be banned down and then not letting the metagame develop around it to begin with because you're casual, unskilled players. Evasion is very uncommon even in official Pokemon because it's honestly just not that strong, especially now because it's been nerfed so much. Even 6v6 Battle Stadium singles doesn't see a spamming of Evasion to win the game with Minimize. Also, Minimize is on a very restricted pool of Pokemon. Same thing with Double Team being removed as a TM. But even before that, in previous generations, even going back to like Generation 4, 5, or 6, it still wasn't everywhere on the official battle spot rules either. So if you can't OHKO that Pokemon in one turn, what happens? And then this guy just doesn't know how Pokemon works. He is, once again, just showing he understands nothing about Pokemon and just blindly follows the Smogon logic because Smogon players are better, therefore if I join Smogon, I'm better than everyone. And that's, again, the philosophy. If it can heal and you miss your next move, you're in trouble. Well, congratulations. You gave the opponent a free turn of setup. You gave the opponent potential multiple turns of setup because they had to posture themselves into that position to get a safe setup move, regardless of what it is. Iron Defense ends the game on the spot in a lot of situations. Calm Mind ends the game on the spot, especially with like stored power Pokemon. Evasion, Minimize, no different. Okay, cool. Iron Defense cuts damage in half. Minimize just makes it to where a turn might not happen for an opponent. And then again, much like how Smogon players are just completely wrong when they say like, oh, the rules don't affect you, or oh, we're just doing our own thing, their response to real competitive players just never makes any sense. If you want to play a format free from bans, I suggest anything goes. The existence of anything goes does not justify their terrible ban decisions for OU. One, because also restricted legendary Pokemon are in anything goes, so that means you're trying to say like, oh, Evasion is on the same power level as Arceus, which is already just like not correct in any realm. And when you're allowing restricted legendaries and mythical Pokemon, then you don't have the competitive format that players are citing when it comes to the official rules. As for OHKO, if you have to bring it or a 60 base power move, that's a real limit on team building. And then once again, just the broken Smogon mentality that, wait a second, this counters something I'm having a problem with. So that means we're going to have some kind of development in team building and eventually the meta. But no, instead of that, just ban everything that's a problem because I don't want to adapt. I'm not smart enough. I do not have the game sense to understand how to get around this problem. If you're losing to something, that's your fault, not what you're losing to. So yeah, if you can't OHKO the Pokemon one turn, what happens? That means the Evasion player is fairly rewarded for getting themselves in a good game state. That's what I was talking about with like Iron Defense, Calm Mind, or any kind of setup Pokemon, that if Evasion was truly ban-worthy, it means you could be successful in any game state and just spam it whenever and win more games than you should. But no, it's not a free move, and that's another thing why I'm against Smogon bans in general, that there's no Pokemon you can just send out brainlessly and then win the game off of, or get an unfair amount of advantage in the battle because you just use that Pokemon. The broken Smogon logic really comes into full effect where you use the excuse, don't complain, just play with restricted legendaries and mythicals, so kind of like things I've already said. The limit on team building is forced restriction. So yeah, bans is what's limiting team building more than anything, and then also making the meta unstable and worse. Not the choice to bring a completely viable option to something that counters what your team is weak against. Yeah, like OHKO is viable. As we've learned from Pokemon Sword and Shield metagame, like Season 3, we're in the OHKO meta, and that just carried straight into Generation 9 to where it's the fissure meta to me. But because Smogon players understand nothing about competitive Pokemon, they don't understand where it's like, yeah, it's not a limit to have to bring an OHKO move because we're in a tank meta and potential like evasion meta if that was allowed, even though evasion meta has very rarely been a thing, if ever. Real competitive Pokemon battles have proven OHKO moves are one of the biggest anchors to balance in the game. Balances against tanks, which have been like super problematic to where everyone's running multiple, 2 to 3 anti-tanks on a team, or even like 4 in their bring 6 pick 3. Like, it's outrageous. So tanks are oppressive, OHKO balances that, Smogon just destabilizes everything. There's never been an evasion meta, even like Generation 4, Generation 5. Still very low usage, just annoying when you get caught with your pants down and then someone stacks a Minimize or even double teams on you. But then again, it's kind of going into the Pokemon that get it. So the Pokemon that get access to Minimize are also going to be like tanky Pokemon and have like their own restrictions. So there's natural counters to that as well. And then, yeah, just everything is unbalanced because Smogon players don't understand how the game works. And then here, they think they're making a point. It comes back to the risk reward. Oko moves, 70% chance to miss, 30% chance to KO a Pokemon. Also, Oko moves are like countered by Focus Sash and stuff like that, so it puts more utility into how the game plays out. Any move after the opponent uses Minimize, 40% chance to miss, 60% chance to do what the move normally does. Making a 100% accurate move, 60% in a turn with little risk isn't skill, but luck. We already talked about it. There is risk because you can't just use it for free. So you have to do something to earn an advantage in the battle to then be rewarded for that effect, but also on a slower Pokemon. So if the opponent is running offensive, sweeping force, or has some kind of speed creep in, you're taking that hit for that setup, and then there's a greater than 50% chance that you get punished for doing that in a potential not effective game state. Also, where Oko moves exist, you can just keep using it on the minimized Pokemon, even if they're recovering, even if they're becoming invincible, and then they'll go away. So yeah, going back to minimized users are tank Pokemon, so they will take a hit first, and then they're trading health for setup. Like any other tank that can also win the game on the spot. Except it's actually worse for the evasion, because again, you can just get chumped by RNG. You go max evasions, and then they just hit through it twice, and you lose. Because you don't have the defensive utility to just survive it. Whereas if you get like the iron defenses up, only thing that takes you out is a crit. And even then, you can survive a crit into a sustained turn, and then you're fine. After the setup, the minimized Pokemon will be a low damage tank. That's another thing. Even if you're at max evasion, you're not turning around one-shotting or even two-shotting things. You're still slowly going to wear the opponent down and have the vulnerability through the RNG. If it wasn't skillful, you can use it at any time with any setup, which is false. Oko moves, hard counter minimize, and tank Pokemon, so you need them for balance, much like how you also need an item clause because that's what the game is balanced around. Verlicify always right. Maybe you should pick up the t-shirt because it's funny and just always seems to hold true. But because I'm always right, that makes me a threat to all these bad actors and idiots. And then Pokemon only gets worse. That's what I mean. Like, I want to have conversation. I want to break it down. I want to explain to these people where they are wrong. But then they just get deranged out of it. And it's sad and unfortunate for someone that loves Pokemon more than anyone else like me. So I hope you guys enjoy the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. There's some weird stuff going on in the Smogon community because as a response to me dismantling all of their ban logic, we now have the Freedom Cup. What if 6v6 singles was played with the same rule set the official formats use? That means no Smogon bans or clauses, only the rules that have been prescribed for the official formats just made as a 6v6 format. And my response to that is this. Why can't you just be normal and call it Battle Stadium 6v6? It describes everything you need to know about the format way better than the Freedom Cup or call it official 6v6. Instead, this actually seems like a snarky attempt to put down the official rule set by Smogon, which is kind of what the history of Smogon has been about. Feels really sarcastic, like, oh, this is freedom. Don't you guys enjoy freedom? Because in Smogon players' minds that if you actually play without their rule set, it's only going to be evasion, and it's only going to be baton pass and ban Pokemon, but that's not the reality. So it seems like they're trying to like set this up for failure, where it's like, oh, wasn't that just the worst format you've ever played? How was the Freedom Cup, guys? Also, this video gonna need the big support, so if you enjoy it, don't forget to leave a like, share with your friends, and comment your thoughts down below. So yeah, we got some weird stuff going on, and then I wanted to see how Smogon players were reacting to the existence of this, so we have a strategy discussion thread. Hello, Baton Pass. Hello, Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, Palafin, Chi Yu, Chin Pao, and others. You already described more things than can fit on a Pokemon team, which is a big point I made in my previous Smogon videos. That if you have more than 6 bans, it doesn't make sense, because then you don't have, like, the perfect, god, unbeatable strategy of just, like, the hardest 6 things that need to be banned. How can you use over-centralization as an argument when you have more things banned than can be put on a team? Everything can't be over-centralizing. They want the game to be easy and predictable, and if you get creative to kind of take out any of the threats, well, you're just in the wrong, and that should have never happened to begin with. And if one of the creative things you happen to discover ends up becoming a bannable threat in its own, well, that just gets removed and we never have to deal with it again. And then we just have standard Smogon player ignorance. Shouldn't the team list be public, as that's the current rule set for VGC? Oh my god, I haven't facepalmed like that in a good long while. I can't wait to spore every Pokemon on the team at once. This whole thing really proves how much of a bubble Smogon is in, because once again, like, you remove any of their bans, and then they think that the entire metagame is only going to become the things that were banned, even though that's never been reflected in the real Pokemon rules that don't have the Smogon clauses, bans, and other restrictions. Baton Pass is going to dominate the ladder, so optimizing Baton Pass is what I'm going to try to do. Smogon players really think that the only viable things in Pokemon are the things that have been banned, even though they were sleeper for so long. Like, before the Baton Pass ban, it wasn't that big of a problem. Like, it just came out of nowhere, became the flavor of the month everyone played, and instead of, like, trying to find counterplay around and actually develop the meta, and that just got so overwhelming to this bubble of a casual player base that it just needed to be banned, and that's the only thing that these players think about now, is like, alright, anytime there's Baton Pass, Baton Pass is the most optimal strategy to ever exist in Pokemon, even though it has many, many counters. And the way this format breaks down is fascinating when being played by almost exclusively Smogon NPCs. Smogon players are years behind by thinking Baton Pass is the most optimal way to play the game, but the Japanese players have already solved this over the last couple of years and generations. Mostly Season 3, Generation 8 is when it became, like, really prevalent, that the most optimal way to play the game is anti-setup. So Baton Pass would get slaughtered if these kids ever ventured out of their Smogon safe space, even in like 3v3 or 6v6 Battle Stadium in the real game. Hey, does anyone else in the forum have good Baton Pass teams? This dude is fixated. He really can't let it go. The elephant in the room, Baton Pass. Alright, let's see how unstoppable Baton Pass is. Let's see how unplayable competitive Pokemon is if Baton Pass is allowed to exist. Alright, we got Ting-Lu versus Trashapult. So we're coming in with that Reflect. Payback doing crazy amounts of damage to the Dragapult, and then just committing to the dual screens. Now, we recently saw a Light Clay ban from Smogon, but that just kind of proves me right about how the Smogon bans are doing nothing to make the game any better. Because when you strip all the power and all the counters and all the mechanics out of the game, then there's just going to be something new that becomes unstoppable. So you're like, okay, this guy's going for his dual screens. It's now a 5v6 with dual screens. Is Baton Pass strong enough to offset that? So now we're seeing Agility from the Hatterene into the Calm Mind. Payback doing weird damage because the Agility made Payback stronger. Wasn't able to get a big setup for the Drift Bloom, but just a little bit. You know, we got some Calm Mind in there, not stopping the physical hits. Evasion coming through. So, alright, it's happening. Minimize. Evasion is allowed, therefore Pokemon is unplayable. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh, right. Eventually a move is going to hit. Oh, he forfeited. Smogon players in a nutshell. Baton Pass and Evasion just got swept by Payback Ting-Lu. It's almost like Smogon is in a bubble, and if you come outside from real Pokemon into that bubble, you just play normal stuff and beat them because they can't be normal. Baton Pass is inherently a cheesy strategy, aiming to stack boosts to the point of becoming unkillable. Then the chain passes off the boost to a designated sweeper that cleans everything's clock. While this is very much a cheese strategy, the player can optimize it to make it as effective as possible. You mean every Pokemon strategy and team ever, that you want to optimize it to make it as effective as possible to reduce the chance of getting swept by something strange. That's another thing about the Smogon logic, is that, again, whenever any new flavor of the month pops up, now it's Light Clay, so that needs to be taken down. Years ago it was Baton Pass. Same thing with Shadow Tag. Not a problem forever, suddenly unacceptable. This is why Smogon is for casuals. They want to remove all the variants out of the game that could potentially make them feel bad because they don't think they deserve to lose. And instead of putting in the work to optimize and play with or around the meta, they just ban whatever threat gets in the way because, again, it's flavor of the month, and that means, you know, clock is ticking, we just gotta get it out of here. Don't let the game develop at all, no. This is an attempt to try to make a comprehensive guide to Baton Pass. Feedback is much appreciated. And this is where we can see a lot of the issues with Smogon, because of posts like this in a small bubbled community, it's just going to be a lot of NPCs piling on and then making this the thing. But it's not unstoppable. It's not the best way to play Pokemon. It's not going to have an unacceptably high win rate. The problem with Baton Pass is it just feels really bad to lose to, because if you slip up a little bit or you mispredict, like, you realize game's over after a couple of turns, and then, like, you're either helpless or you need to forfeit. That's not going to happen every game. That's not going to happen most games. And even if you lose to Baton Pass half the time, that's only a 50% win rate. And that's assuming Baton Pass has 100% presence, but it's not going to, and if it does have absurdly high presence, then you just run counters to it and inflate your win rate while decreasing the theoretical 50% win rate of Baton Pass. Wow, meta development, guys! The concept that Smogon players just cannot understand. And also, again, since they don't play real Pokemon, they don't understand how it, like, just is not a threat in real Pokemon. Even 6v6, Battle Stadium, or Battle Spot Rule singles, which is a thing and has always been a thing, but also 3v3. Like, 3v3 has as much power or more power for evasion and Baton Pass because they could just not bring the Pokemon that counters it, and then you should theoretically have the free win. But people aren't even teching like a 5th, 6th slot Baton Pass chain or evasion Pokemon or something like that. It's just not as good as Smogon players fear that it is. And I mean, we can just immediately break down this Timmy right here. The Pokemon that should be on every serious Baton Pass team. Psychic type? Psychic type. Wait, just weak to dark, which is why, like, Ting-Lu is the anti-lead, just dumpsters it, and then also, like, Ting-Lu's coverage, access to Fissure. Yeah, this kind of, like, shuts down all of the NPC Smogon stuff, and we can see it play through very, very simply. Espathra is straight up banned in Smogon, but it's not common in 3v3 at all. Espathra, 49th most used in Battle Stadium singles. The difference between 3v3 and 6v6 is not that great. And only a third of them are running Baton Pass in Battle Stadium anyways. We also have Espeon. This Pokemon has been power crept for a long time. It's too frail, and the 110 speed, not quite enough. Magic Bounce is crucial to the function of Baton Pass. Being able to block Taunt, Whirlwind, and other status of that nature is absolutely incredible. Espeon serves as a very potent Baton Pass sweeper with stored power and Dazzling Gleam coverage. That's really what it comes down to, where it's like you have to land on a stored power Pokemon that has fairy coverage as well, which further limits the Pokemon that you can use and sweep with. Now, Magic Bounce is very strong, and, like, the biggest counter to Baton Pass change is just going to be, like, Whirlwind, and potentially just, like, immediate taunt or something. And that's where I say, like, Japanese players would absolutely demolish these Baton Pass kids. They play unbelievable amounts of schizophrenic anti-setup, and the problem with Baton Pass teams is that it's a very binary gimmick. You shut down the Baton Pass, and then the game is just over, which is why you kind of see this play right here, towards, like, did I get it? Nope, I leave, FF. Do I coin flip win Solitaire? No, well, it's because my opponent was trash and doesn't understand how Pokemon's supposed to work anyway, so this loss doesn't count. And if you want to block the Taunt Whirlwind, that means you need to run Espeon on your team, so if you see an Espeon on the opposing team for Baton Pass, then you just play around. And that's another problem with Smogon players, is that if they can't do the flowchart, if they can't read off the script, they crumble. So instead of just actually, like, playing around the Espeon and, like, the Taunt Whirlwind setup, it's like they just let Baton Pass happen, then complain about it to justify being banned, instead of using, like, mental power and team building skills to actually work their way through it. It's just laziness. It's just being a baby. Then we have the components of Baton Pass. Screen's lead. Well, we saw Dragapult get dumpstered because it's a terrible Pokemon, and then we also have, like, the weird mixed way that Espeon can work by either being a part of the screen's lead or the overall finishing sweeper in the chain, but it can't really do both. So it can be very frail and help kick off the chain, but when it leaves, then you can just kind of get Whirlwinded out and lose all of your setup, or also hazed. Like, boom, haze, just giga mega counter to any kind of setup. We also have the Baton Pass chain. The chain is the bread and butter of the team style. The chain is the most crucial part of the process, and then they say, like, yo, that's where you go Drifblim for the evasion. But you can just lead Drifblim. Like, you don't need the screens, and that's where we can also see this, where it's like, okay, Proof Smogon's in a bubble. They're all playing the same Baton Pass. That there's no, like, anti-Baton Pass, there's no development around this. The players are lazy. They're just kind of effectively playing it off the tier list to where it's like, oh, what's the S tier? All right, everyone NPC into that S tier. Oh no, everyone NPCing into the S tier, not like making their own thing, means we have a problem and we just need to ban everything. And even then, they still can't get it right. Calm mind instead of stockpile. I mean, like, you just finish the chain on a Nasty Plot Pokemon, or also you can go Swords Dance if you have the stockpiles, because then it gives you defensive boost, which means you can cover for more things. So Drifblim is a double scary Pokemon. It has Baton Pass and Evasion, and that's why it's 86th in the 3v3 Battle Stadium, and doesn't always run Baton Pass even. It's also one of those weird things where I got grilled for introducing the world to this Drifblim back in Generation 6 of my content, but I've been running it since Generation 4, and I was hard winning Pokemon battles for a very long time. But people called this bad and casual, and now it's a part of one of the most quote-unquote centralizing, needs-to-be-banned, game-breaking things in all of Pokemon. The Pokemon community's derangement and toxicity to just constantly lie about me always being wrong and never admitting I'm right, even when I'm right, is why things are so terrible in Pokemon. And that's why I've been against Smogon since before I even made this channel. And it's some of the first Pokemon content I ever made, so just a lot of weird stuff. And then there's even the recommendation to run Scovillain for Moody, because I guess you're stacking just banned things on top of banned things, and it counts as an in-game sweeper. And then once again, like showing the Espeon and some of the other Pokemon, I mean, if Espeon's the in-game sweeper, then you just taunt Haze Whirlwind before the chain like gets too fat to deal with, and then they never get off the ground. And if you phase in the Espeon, it's now just vulnerable and frail and has nothing going for it, and like you can break sashes, or you can just do whatever and just put it in the dumpster. And they say that Espeon is the best late game sweeper. So if we have the best Pokemon on the best strategy, which is Baton Pass, then why don't you just play to counter it? There's Pokemon that get both Mold Breaker and Taunt. Hawlucha's even faster than Espeon. But then here's where like Smogon just has their baked in out, where it's like, oh, lower tier doesn't count. So again, creativity is ignorance. If you bring up something from the lower tier that stops any of these like strong meta Pokemon or becomes a counter or debunks their arguments as to why something needs to be banned, no, it's just automatically dismissed. Even though if we actually played in a world where the meta was allowed to develop, well, if the thing that needs to be banned is so over-centralizing and so common, and you pull up these lower tier threats to counter them, that means the usage is going to go up. And this is no longer UU, it's actually preemptively an OU Pokemon to stop the flavor of the month. And then we have this, boring meta threats. Any of the following Pokemon are perfectly potent sweepers thanks to their general power, and that's just like Baton Pass. It doesn't really matter what you finish the chain on, the game's already over and has been over for several turns by that point. But what they don't realize is like, okay, you have Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle is going to dumpster an Espeon in the middle of its setup. We have two Encore Pokemon here that end the game on the spot if you're leading screens. Also, I just realized if it's lead Espeon for screens, that means you're going to have the Light Clay, which means you can still get one shot. And I'm pretty sure there's like some banded, bruisery Pokemon out there that have a Dark type move that can actually like one-hit KO Espeon through the Reflect. Or just outspeed it and KO it with the Dark Pulse or something. Good luck even trying to start a Baton Pass chain if they have a banded Chien Pao on their team. Wait a second. It's almost like Verlicify has always been right in that when you ban so much stuff, you just ban the counters, and then the game destabilizes, and Smogon was flawed to begin with because their rule set breaks all the base mechanics. You can't remove item claws and other balancing mechanics like one-hit KOs, and then expect your game to even start off to have a chance to be balanced. So the boring meta threats you can augment your Baton Pass team with can also be used to counter Baton Pass. And then there's talk about Baton Pass counterplay, a lot of it being Terra Dark, mostly on like just disgustingly tanky Pokemon or unaware Pokemon, and that's why you need a Fairy plus stored power, but then like you just making it more binary and counterplayable on the whole idea of Baton Pass. Whirlwind, Taunt, and the Case of Dragontail. Right, I forgot about Dragontail even. Whirlwind and Taunt work differently, both have the same purpose, to disrupt the chain. It's not at all uncommon for a Pokemon in a Baton Pass chain to only carry status, making Taunt potentially lethal, even if you have built enough defense to stall out the turns. Counterplay is the same. Oh yeah, that's another thing. People meme on me for my all status movesets that are like heavy on setup, but then Baton Pass gets banned, with the staple of it being a lot of all status Pokemon that are Taunt bait, but people made fun of me and my Drifblim and my movesets for being Taunt bait. If it's Taunt bait, then bring Taunt. And if you lose because you didn't bring Taunt, then don't complain. That's really like how this plays out. It really just keeps coming back to Smogon players being bad at Pokemon, which is why they have to latch on to the casual format and just have no creativity whatsoever and just copy whatever flavor of the month is going on. So when everyone's running it, they call it over-centralizing instead of actually like adapting, and whenever they lose with this broken thing that needs to be banned, they just dismiss the loss as BS. And then they just keep running the same thing, which contributes to the over-centralization problem. But as we've seen, with actual Smogon ban logic this generation, over-centralizing isn't an argument. They'll just be like, this Pokemon isn't over-centralizing, but we just think it's unhealthy, so banned. No suspect test, the council has decided. With Iron Defense from Scizor, you are hinging your Baton Pass chain on an Iron Defense from Scizor. Okay, and Calm Minds from everything, its poor bulk can be mitigated, but I mean, like, you're still Taunt Bait and you're still Phase Bait. Hatterene doesn't work as well due to its terrible speed, causing it to be outsped by fast Pokemon. Mental Herb can be used to deflect Taunt, but not Whirlwind. Dragon Tail is a little weirder. It's not a status move, and as a result, cannot be countered by Magic Bounce. The counterplay is simpler here. Fairy types outright block Dragon Tail, while Substitute with enough defense boost could shake it off. You still gotta get there. Here's another big problem about Smogon ban logic, is that they already assume they've generated all the advantage. Stealth Rocks is already up for them, they maybe even have a substitute, and they're also running a Pokemon that has 3 different items and 6 different moves. Since you can't counter that, it obviously means the Pokemon's too strong and needs to be banned. Okay, where's the Fairy-type setup Pokemon that you're using for Baton Pass? Like, we have Hatterene, but these aren't Fairy-type Pokemon. No, Drifblim's not a Fairy-type Pokemon. I guess Grimmsnarl is, but like Dragapult, all these other ones, especially when it comes down to like the Pokemon that need to be on every serious team, these aren't fairies. And what are you going to do? Terra Fairy your setup Pokemon so you don't get Dragon-tailed? Now you lose the Terra for your sweeping Pokemon, and you also just gave a lot of your strategy away, and you're open up to counterplay still. Okay. Critical hits! Critical hits easily end the chain. With the number of high-powered threats running around, it's important to prepare for crits. And also, you're spending so many turns on setup, that 1 in 24 chance is going to come around a couple of times. Which also kind of reduces the win rate of Baton Pass just innately. Even though it's RNG, it's still a natural game mechanic. You are going to lose games to a random crit because you're leaving yourself vulnerable for so long, which is also a vulnerability in the strategy. And then, like, look at all these Pokemon. So yeah, Baton Pass is too strong because you can have this Pokemon on your team, this Pokemon on your team, this Pokemon to counter that. Also Terra Fairy, this, not those Pokemon, those are the counters, but like this, that, this, also this Pokemon. Therefore, my team of 20 theoretical Baton Pass Pokemon respond to any of the 3 Pokemon you could be running. Therefore, Baton Pass needs to be banned. You lose, and the Freedom format's garbage. Roll Compendium. Seek help. Alright, so as everyone above me has mentioned, this meta is going to be Baton Pass focused, so I present Thundurus. Oh wait, Prankster Taunt. Any Pranks Pokemon that learns Taunt will work, but Thundurus is my personal favorite for this. Hey, it's weird how Thundurus wasn't put as a counter in this, so it's almost like there's more things to the game than Smogon players just kind of fart out for their logic. Rain teams are honestly really cool with Last Respects being unbanned. Ghost Fishy is going to be insane here. I mean, what happened to Houndstone? Like, Last Respects is on multiple Pokemon, you can run both of them. But yeah, like, Basculegion looking to be the better pick, but it's also kind of harder to build around with the Rain. So, I mean, like, Tyranitar is just a good Pokemon. Like you said in Tyranitar, you gain some advantage, and then, like, Houndstone for the cleanup can also do that. There's a lot going on with the game. But wait, I thought Baton Pass was, like, everyone's running it, that's the over-centralizing thing. This format can't exist because, like, Baton Pass evasion is too strong. But what about the Last Respects teams? Are just tacking on a Scarf Last Respects Pokemon for the endgame and saying, hope this works. That could happen too. And then all the other banned Pokemon, all the other strong things where it's like, or you just get completely shut down by an Encore Iron Bundle, and then like somehow it just goes wrong and they have like a normal type Pokemon left for your Last Respects and you just lose the game. Encore normal Dragonite with Fire Spin. Good luck playing your Last Respects on top of setup. You lose to 1 Pokemon. These kids don't know what's going on inside of real Pokemon, and it's insane. But I will give credit right here, because instead of just kind of like falling into the flavor, counterplay, oh my god, the meta's developing. That's like, okay, so what we do is we stop Baton Pass if it's going to be so prevalent, and then we run Last Respects. But then like there's going to be normal counterplay, and oh my god. it's almost like the freedom format's better. Felicify's always right. Smogon bans have been wrong the entire time. I feel like if the Pokemon community was normal and just played Battle Stadium 6v6 and disregarded tiers because it's garbage and the Smogon format is like extra hot garbage, we would actually just have like a really balanced and fun competitive format that everyone is cool with. But the problem is, this format and tournament is playing out inside of a bubble. So we're not going to see the true diversity that would happen if we had the greater competitive Pokemon player base just playing 6v6 naturally. Also, it's a limited time tournament, so we're not going to see as much meta development, but who knows, maybe some like cracked anti-meta strats end up just kind of like doing really well, and it shows promise for the format, but who even knows with how like weird Smogon players are, so yeah. Wild. Hope you guys enjoy the video. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, what I said in my previous videos about Smogon has to be true. That if you're not in Smogon, then you're not in on it. That Smogon is a complete joke. Everyone that plays it knows it. Everyone that plays it knows it's uncompetitive. And the only reason they make decisions is to piss off other people. Because now, Quick Claw is taking over Smogon. And I thought, wait, wasn't Quick Claw banned already because it's an uncompetitive strategy? No, King's Rock was banned. But then I went through all like the ban history and stuff, and I've seen some just weird things. So Sword and Shield OU banned Sandvale, Snowcloak, Bright Powder from the metagame. And that's why I remember, I'm like, oh yeah, Bright Powder's like always been banned. Same thing for Lax Incense, because evasion is scary, woo. But then I was going through the rest of the history. We have the Sword and Shield OU that doesn't mention the banning of Bright Powder. So that's everything, like they banned so much, the rules are so convoluted, you can't find them in one place because there's so much nonsense going on. This also happened for National Decks, Sword and Shield. We had Snowcloak, Lax Incense, Bright Powder, Lepa Berry, all that stuff. Mirroring OU's decision, the items and abilities raise evasion, which is uncompetitive. They just make up their own thing. Like, yeah, that's it. That's how they work. They make things up. They just keep spouting it. NPCs that are bad at the game go, yay! And that's Pokemon. Then I found another Sword and Shield National Dex ban thing where the council unanimously voted to ban King's Rock, Razor Fang, and Quick Claw. These items reduce potential counterplay into a luck-based coin toss, which is uncompetitive. And it's one of those things about like the hypocrisy of the Smogon decisions where, okay, if you're removing luck from the game, then why didn't you ban Scald ever? If it's about things that are over-centralizing, why didn't you ban Therian Landorus when it was 40%? There's never any consistency to any of the bans. The ban logic is hilariously flawed if you understand a single thing about Pokemon, and then the bans do nothing to actually make the game feel more competitive or balanced to Smogon's own audience. And that's where we get to this, which also goes into another thing I realized recently, that the biggest problem with Smogon's balance is not having an item clause because it messes around with all like the Pokemon viability. It turns out Pokemon gets really annoying with 4 leftovers and 2 scarves, or 2 banded wall breakers. It also puts a lot of emphasis onto needing entry hazards, so you don't have 4 Focus Sash Pokemon ruin your life. But with all the stupid rules, and all the stupid clauses, this slipped through the cracks. And I feel like the reason why it took so long is because most people in Smogon probably expected Quick Claw to just be banned anyways, because anything else using RNG is banned, and Quick Claw has had a weird, obscure history of being banned. It just didn't carry over from Pokemon Sword and Shield OU immediately, or in a documented way, and then I guess people forgot, which is also really weird. And then people are going to say, but Felicify, you support the official rules, which allow Bright Powder, and they allow Quick Claw, so why are you upset about this? I just said item clause is a big deal when it comes to Smogon. So yeah, like, this guy's also just insane. If you've been laddering around 1900 to 2000 lately, you might have noticed a heinous trend going on. I was blessed by God's immaculate light a few days ago and constructed one of my most successful teams yet, which allowed me to break into the top 30. Even renowned players have folded to this strategy, and I'm talking about Monoclaw, baby! The narcissism blows me away. And that shouldn't happen because of my experience with the Pokemon community. But this person is behaving this way because they're exploiting a broken, made-up, casual, for fun rule set. that is just inconsistent and makes no sense to begin with. So yeah, like, alright, you found the cheat code everyone forgot to ban, and now you think you're good because of it. So what is Monoclaw? You may be familiar with the held item Quick Claw, an item that allows Pokemon holding it to have a 20% chance to move first in its priority bracket each turn. At first sight, complete gimmick, unreliable, and a waste of an item. No, Quick Claw has viability in regular Pokemon, and it's also, if it was just a complete gimmick and a waste of an item, then why was it banned previously? In multiple formats. But, what if you go further beyond? This dude is actually, like, deeply mentally ill and needs help immediately. By using 5 Quick Claw abusers on the same team, you end up having a very high chance to get at least 1 or 2 crucial procs each game. These procs will grant you a massive advantage whenever they happen, especially if you employ hard-hitting abusers such as Iron Hands or Ursaluna. When combining this with a screen setter, in my opinion, Grimmsnarl is preferable to Dragapult. You really enjoy Taunt to shut down other leads, Bulk is nice. You increase your chances to get procs even further. So it's 5 Quick Claw and 1 Light Clay. Also, I feel like the only reason 5 Quick Claw works is because most Smogon players are completely throwing away items on half of their Pokemon with the over-reliance of heavy-duty boots, which does nothing, and entry hazards are terrible to begin with, and I feel like Smogon players are slowly realizing this to where they're going, wait a second, if I get free screens because of entry hazards, the damage they deal doesn't really matter, and then I just got free turns while they're setting up, and I can use that to just sweep them, which has been my philosophy. Wait, forever. Realistify always right. Hey, but isn't this just luck-reliant garbage? Not really, if you build it correctly. Smogon players and cognitive dissonance. Name a more iconic duo. Also, this kind of like debunking all the RNG and evasion uncompetitive logic that I've been talking about forever when it comes to Smogon. Hey, Realistify always right. Basically, you're just making Screen's bulky offensive team, which is a very dangerous playstyle in its own right, especially in the very high offense-oriented ladder meta, replacing all the items with Quick Claw to abuse the chance of gaining a massive uncounterable advantage each turn that stacks with Screens and the fact that all of your Mon are extremely bulky. You should aim to build a team that is prepared to handle all threats in the meta as you would normally, and which doesn't rely on luck, but is boosted by it. Oh my goodness. Now here's the thing, I've argued similar for something like Fissure, because now that we have Pokemon like Dondozo existing and King Gambit existing, which can be 3 to 4 hit KO Pokemon, it kind of removes the luck element from landing a Guillotine or a Fissure because you're just around so long and you're throwing so many of them behind the safety of your own durability to where you eventually land it. The way Smogon sees one-hit KO moves is that 30% chance is too low, so you're never supposed to land it unless it's unskulled, and that way you're just a casual noob that can't actually win Pokemon, so you need to coin flip every game on a 30% chance, and if it lands, it's a stupid gimmick that wasn't supposed to exist anyways. But doing that for every Pokemon on your team with a 20% chance, that's not luck at all. You see, Smogon solved the RNG problem by pumping so much chance into the system that there's really no luck at all. In that way, even if you don't get any procs, which again is very unlikely because you have 5 abusers and lots of turns to get these procs, you can still win by playing well. Which shouldn't happen because you effectively have no items, but since Smogon players are playing without items because of the non-threat of entry hazards, again, like Smogon's creating their own problem in like 5 different ways because the format's so broken. A lot of the featured replays I will provide are actually games where no procs happen, which shouldn't be possible because I get a decent amount of procs on my Dondozo just existing with a Quick Claw, my one and only Quick Claw, I'm allowed to use in Battle Stadium 3v3, which is a shorter format than 6v6. And, like, that's a thing, so I don't know. And then, like, if the procs aren't happening, then why aren't you doing other things? Just run 5 Citrus Berries. That way all these bulky Pokemon have 125% durability, effectively giving you that other turn. So this is just a failing of Pokemon battle theory that also just turns the games into a dice roll with a loaded dice because there's so much RNG involved. I was also about to make a mistake and say that it's crazy that Smogon players keep getting run over by Screens, but these are Smogon players. They've refused to adapt at any point in the entire history of competitive Pokemon. So instead of running Psychic Fangs, instead of running Brick Break, I mean, we have, what's that fish thing called? We have Veluzula. It sets up and then does Psychic Fangs. So if you go for Fillet Away and they go Reflect, now you get Psychic Fangs and you have all that crazy boosted damage and stuff, and you're just really strong and ready to set up a sweep, or at least keep the screens down for a while. And then the rest of it is like that Schizo Baton Pass post where the dude just went on forever about how his strategy is incredible, and then ended up having to redact it and be like, actually no, Baton Pass failed in the Freedom Cup. Even though Verlisify was right, we all have to say Verlisify sucks and screw Verlisify. So yeah, that thing not getting banned when King's Rock and Powder is ridiculous to me. I didn't know Bright Powder was banned because it's not here. We do have Sand Veil and Snow Cloak, and then the other things, but the Smogon Wide clauses is just evasion clause that says double team or minimize, but no Bright Powder. Again, just like the complete inconsistency. So since it's not documented anywhere that Bright Powder is banned, I would just assume that RNG things that have been banned in the past, like Quick Claw, would be banned as well. But no, because this happened within Smogon, that means it must be proper Pokemon. Fantastic post and awesome replays and explanation. Bruh, you've successfully made one of the most demonic playstyles I've seen in a hot minute. Disgusted and impressed. These children. What's impressive about running only one item because there's no item clause and then realize, oh, it's been good all along? And then just to kind of get an idea of all the other weirdo stuff going on in the Smogon metagame discussion, you do an Iron Valiant suspect. And then the response is, very clever. Ban all the Gambit checks to ensure Gambit banned during the suspect, because they want King Gambit banned. That's kind of crazy, because King Gambit is that powerful. I've been saying it from the beginning. And when you ban as many things as Smogon, King Gambit only gets more powerful, even without Guillotine. OU has fallen. At least it's not Scald. Well, there we have it. The meme that worked and brought a new OU, an OU that follows familiar rules. No items, Fox only, final destination. I mean, that's been Smogon forever now. That's all the same Pokemon on the same item set, and in modern Pokemon with all the heavy duty boots, it's effectively no items. And you banned every other stage, I mean Pokemon. And because some nobody named Vert used the strategy that was posted, the narcissism has boiled over. This is our community, guys. This is in Pokemon. This is also when you have one of those like very unsavory moments where as you're walking around, you know, you're at Walmart getting groceries and someone walks by you, that could be this guy. Or that could be this guy with the same mentality. Or just could be some deeply disturbed individual, which is getting a higher and higher prevalence because of the overuse of social media. And you're lucky they didn't have the intrusive thought that moment of wanting to know what you look like on the inside. So, yeah, again, like, Pokemon is so terrible. I've debunked everything from Smogon to the point where I shouldn't be surprised. But here I am, being surprised at the illness. Hope you guys at least found the video entertaining. Try to have a nice day after this. Thank you very much for watching. I've been figuring out competitive Pokemon more than anyone else, but I wanted to see what the big brains over at Smogon have been up to, and I was immediately not disappointed. So somehow they're still so underdeveloped and behind when it comes to Pokemon, they think Dragapult is a threat. So has anyone considered Wigglytuff as an anti-Dragapult Pokemon? And then the moveset is just complete garbage. Like, as I'm coming up with all my damage theory and EV theory and just optimizations inside of competitive Pokemon, it's like I'm working on particle physics and they're just still putting two rocks together to spark a fire or something. So we have Wigglytuff, heavy duty boots on a Pokemon neutrally affected. So I mean, if you switch in the Wigglytuff, you take an 8th from the rocks, but then you also can just have leftovers and you heal it up and it's only a 16th on a tank Pokemon. So like just the brain dead default of a bad item against a bad strategy like entry hazards to start off as a Pokemon supposed to be like anti-Dragapult. Ability Frisk, I guess, so you can scout like what it is. That's not terrible. Terra type Water, and then putting hit point investment into a Wigglytuff. These kids actually do not understand how Pokemon works and do not have the basic comprehension skills to understand how math works. It's actually impressive. This is what I mean by immediately not being disappointed. Like, these stats are just completely wasted on a Pokemon that has such a difference between hit points and defenses, but I've cracked Eevee Theory back in, like, Generation 6 or something. Bro, June 1st, 2014, I hadn't even been making Pokemon content for a year at this point, because I started October 2013 with Pokemon X and Y, and I was already on the efficient Eevee training. So, this is also crazy, because a reason, or like why Dragapult is supposed to be scary, is because it's mixed. And it's hard to predict that 120 base power, or like base stat, or that 100 base stat. Ooh, too strong. And they even say, like, this counters pretty much every set except from Banded Psychic Fangs. This is what they're scared of. They're scared of Banded Psychic Fangs Dragapult. And their response to it is putting hit points on a Wigglytuff. If you're actually worried about the mixed capabilities of a Dragapult, you need to go max defense, max special defense. I don't think the special attack does anything. Maybe the 1 hit points kind of does something with like 0.3% durability. What's Wigglytuff's speed? 45? Yeah, okay. So actually you're supposed to go 4 hit points, 2v2, 2v2 in your defenses. And yeah, that's how it plays out. So this just doesn't make any sense. Set like this works quite well on fatter teams, even stall in niche cases, kind of special, Alomomola. And that's like another thing, like, why the heavy duty boots if you have Wish Protect? Like, that's even extra nasty with the leftovers, and you can do some, like, switch in Wish Thunder Wave if you're not, like, KO threatened, and then you can just, like, Wish, and then switch out, and then do some, like, Wish healing or something. Okay, these kids, like, we are actually just looking at Timmy, thinking he knows how to play Pokemon from, like, Generation 5. Ooh, it looks like we got another video idea coming up. What would be your ideal for the forum? Serious answer, look at the UU metagame. Alright, so their made-up casual format has to, like, go even deeper, where it's like, yeah, there's less conversation, but more posts about in-depth, relevant metagame trends. Well, it's kind of easy to play the game when you just remove everything that's scary, and then you arbitrarily just have usage stats, and then you just let the best Pokemon there float. Alright. I think it's basically the ideal version of what a metagame discussion thread should look like. Cool. And then they're just doing stuff like this. As I understand, this is just like discussion shenanigans, I guess. Maybe it got a little off topic. Now, something's going on here about, like, Bisharp versus King Gambit, and King Gambit is secretly the best Pokemon of Generation 9, kind of like how Duraludon was secretly the best Pokemon of Generation 8 with Dynamax, and you just, like, one-shot through teams in the Battle Stadium, and it's crazy. So yeah, like, King Gambit's really good, but now they want it banned and stuff. And then we get to see that classic Smogon elitism in full display. For the record, this was played on cart, not ladder. The ratings of the players I've played against is probably low OU, Uber's ladder skill at best. Yo, like, the same levels of ego and narcissism as the dude that thought he solved Pokemon by just running a team full of Quick Claws. Insane. These people are insane. So when we actually have one of these elite god-tier Smogon players stepping down from Mount Olympus to come into the real Pokemon game, the only thing they know how to do is just kind of like insult and dismiss the skill. Take that into account when looking through the results. This was played on Link Battle Random Queue rather than Battle Spot, so that I could avoid Item Clause, which didn't even come into effect, use 6v6 format, and hopefully avoid the mindless Urshifu spam. Like, it's just crazy, just putting down the skill of the players encountered, while also complaining about, like, how real Pokemon works. Again, just all of Smogon in a nutshell. But the consistency and just these weirdos, man. And as we've shown a lot on the channel, most strategies translate really well between 3v3 Battle Stadium and 6v6. Also, the Freedom Cup really showing this to where, yeah, you can just have, like, equally competitive and fun Pokemon playing the official rules, either 3v3 or 6v6. But didn't want Item Clause, which is actually what's ruining Smogon, as I've been talking about a lot recently. 6v6 format, again, not really too different from the 3v3. But then, like, the Urshifu nonsense. However, Urshifu usage is kind of weird, but then it gets even weirder as you, like, dive into it. Also, this dude has, like, a Theorymon post about Bisharp, but again, the Smogon theory is just so garbage because they don't play real Pokemon. So I was like looking at the stats because I'm like, okay, they hate Urshifu. Urshifu's been getting annoying. This goes back to November 2020. So this is Crown Tundra Pokemon Sword and Shield, where Urshifu, 17% usage. And then Rapid Strike, all the way down here at 32nd. And that was like kind of the weird thing where Urshifu started off as like the most common Pokemon for Single Strike, and then Rapid Strike just like took over, especially in Generation 9. So watching Urshifu flip has been kind of interesting, and since I do like playing bulk, Urshifu gives me a lot of problems, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be a bad player and ban everything that makes me uncomfortable. And then I was looking over here, so we had June 2022, so the very end of Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I was kind of like looking like, okay, where is Urshifu? Did Rapid Strike just kind of like flip with Urshifu and then Urshifu usage went down? No, they banned Urshifu. What? You can't keep up with all the bans, dude. Smogon banning everything nonstop with their weird rules and then their weird item things. You can't find everything in one place. And it's like, oh yeah, by the way, Quick Claw was banned late, kind of, and you don't see documentation for Bright Powder ban in any of the clauses, so it's like, just randomly things get banned. But because of that, alright, you ban Single Strike Urshifu, and then Rapid Strike just immediately takes its place on almost identical usage, and then Rapid Strike has been like the bane, and people are just complaining about the spam. Cool. Yeah, everyone was like complaining about Volcarona, but they also banned Rapid Strike Urshifu in the same thing. These kids, man, they're so bad at Pokemon. Upon being added to Generation 9 through Pokemon Home, Urshifu Rapid Strike was one of the best offensive presences. Swords Dance, Punching Gloves. I mean, Punching Gloves is still like always trash, which bolster offensive profile a great deal. Can Terrastalize, his Trailblaze. Yeah, like Water Terra Urshifu got pretty wacky, but it is one of those things to where, okay, Urshifu Rapid Strike, like, not super crazy in Dynamax format, and then you have to ban Urshifu, but then Rapid Strike comes in, and then it just gets weird. Let's look up, let's see, this is June 2023, and Urshifu Rapid Strike was at 7%. Now, it is kind of weird because the ban happened in early June, but we can still see a little bit of presence with the Urshifu Rapid Strike. So it was, I don't know the exact percentages of when, and then it gets banned, so then it's not being used, and everything kind of like takes over. And now we have Great Tusk at 43%. The new Lando T, the over-centralizing Pokemon that will never get banned, apparently. And then Kingambit at 35%, which wants to get tested. Oh, that didn't fit on the screen because of camera region, but yeah, that's what it looks like. And 25% on Hisuian Samurott, a Pokemon that does nothing, gets no play on the Battle Stadium. 25% because of entry hazards, even though entry hazards are garbage. Insane. Bro, these culty NPCs, man. After playing the ladder quite a bit, Kingambit is a bit much. Definitely centralizing. Oh my god, it's all just virtue signaling with their made-up nonsense language. It's freaky and scary. Ugh. It feels gross just to see that. The look at me, I fit in, give me attention, see, I'm saying the thing. I feel like if Kingambit ends up not getting banned, there should be a Terra preview at the end of the eventual Terra suspect, if it happens. Bro, every statement just needs like some kind of adding on with the parentheses. Oh, what weirdos, man. Oh, so that's what the Terra preview is. They want to do it like VGC, it's where you can see everyone's like Terra type, and that's the suspect, to make that the rules? Oh, man, these kids just cannot play Pokemon. Literally 0 people oppose Terra preview. There are 0 people who would be upset about it becoming the norm. Only argument that exists is it won't solve all the problems of Terra. So even then, like, these kids can't play Pokemon so much that being able to see the opponent's Terra does not solve the problem of Terra, and they still are going to lose to it. Wow, they really just want 6 viable Pokemon and handshaking every battle. And then they're in a bubble. They're in a cult. Blind Terra is a concept that only exists on Smogon at this point. They don't even know how the official game plays. They've never actually played Pokemon a day in their life. That's actually wild. But at least there's some people, you know, this is false. Official in-game ladders do not have Terra reveal and preview. Okay, now I can see why people were talking about weird discussion things happening in the forum. It's just like all garbage and nonsense and derailing and arguments and no actual strategy of Pokemon, which could also explain why they're like a decade behind in Pokemon strategy. So this is complaining about the prerequisites for voting, which don't really exist anymore because it's all just council decisions. So this should, like, it's Terra players versus anti-Terra players, and it's just super weird. This should not be about majority of anti-Terra players. We need to make the process more difficult. So the voting requirements need to be more difficult so people invested in the tier come together and review an aspect that harms their tier. So if I'm reading this right, you want the vote to be limited such that people who agree with your opinion are the ones that can vote, even if it doesn't sound that way. People invest in tier, remove an aspect that harms the tier, sounds an awful lot like you're trying to make a choice for them. So yeah, just kind of like, oh, only people that want the thing banned will get the requirements, and they'll go like psychotic for the requirements versus the people that won't, or whatever opinion I want and whatever ban I want. Sounds like you want to limit voters to people who have absurdly high ladder or have tournament success. I mean, that's always been Smogon, though. It's always been about the elitism, and that's why the council has been making all the decisions, because the plebs, even, you know, 1800 ELO or whatever, can't even be trusted. Bro, 90% of Smogon players get summarized in this post. Right. So in the pits of recent depression, what's with this virtue signaling, dude? It's like when you go on Twitter and just see the craziest of bios. The broadcasting of things like OCD and depression have no value to people that actually function inside of society, and just kind of seems like preempting excuses and why they underperform in society. But alright, so this person's just like, yep, I've been depressed and I thought I'd get a hit of dopamine by playing Pokemon. Nothing too heavy, build some mindless offense. Good luck, have fun. Catastrophic mistake. Yes, because if you want to feel better, what you absolutely need to do is play Pokemon, especially Smogon. That's like, yeah, man, I need to turn my mood around. Let's go queue up some League of Legends solo queue. But this is what I mean in that it summarizes all of these Smogon players. They're unwell, and they just want to be coddled and have fun playing Pokemon, which is a serious competitive game that is not fun most of the time. This meta is a mess. Therefore it must be changed so I can be happy because my depression is so important. Didn't think tier could get worse with the advent of home, yet here we are. And it's also just like the weirdest mid-witting grammar. But okay, I'm not joking when I say Mage Send G8 was better than this. Gonna outline the issues. Too many threats! Because enough threats haven't been banned. Gotta keep banning. Gotta keep putting down the threats. Fundamental imbalance between offensive tools and defensive means of handling them. A lot of Pokemon are unfun to account for or play around. So yep, game's unfun. And all that, but the problem is like they've banned so many things that the game has become impossible to stabilize. So you just gotta keep chopping down from the top. In no particular order. Iron Valiant's too strong. Baxcalibur, too strong. Holt, Golden Go, Dragonite, King Gambit. Bro, like you just have to like look at what these kids are struggling against, and you can just tell like they're bad at Pokemon. And instead of like dealing with their own insecurities or trying to improve, much like everyone online, they just cry about it until the problem goes away. Everything else in the meta is secondary to these Pokemon, in my view, either supporting them or insufficiently providing countermeasures. Impossible to build consistent teams. Now, I've already said this, like, about Generation 9, and even before Generation 9 came out, that this is going to be the hardest generation to win in, and my goodness, is it ugly. But that also, like, kind of has this weird balancing effect where people can just steal wins off of Terra. So it makes it to where, like, if you want to be like the unstoppable, uncounterable person you thought you were back in like Generation 5, Generation 4, where it was kind of possible, that just does not happen in modern Pokemon, and it gets harder every time. So yeah, you just have more like RNG of losing in Team Select. Okay, that's always been Pokemon. But again, these people, they like need these wins to add value to the valueless lives they have, and then that's why they need to be handheld through this entire format. And then we can see Terra again. That's all that OU has devolved into. It's Monoclaw, which was nonsense we already talked about. That's kind of only interesting discussion that came up. Freedom Cup, which just kind of proved that Battle Stadium 6v6 is better than Smogon OU. You kind of can't give that up or else you lose all of Smogon, but that's how it should have been from the beginning. However, Smogon has been completely unnecessary since Generation 6 minimum. So these kids just can't cope and let it go. And now, like, the whole thing is just devolving into crying about Terra until it goes away. Hazards! Who will win? Billion Spikers or Tusk Cinderace? Once again, huge mismatch in terms of setting versus removal. No one wants to play anti-setup. Japanese players, they're already on top of it. Like, again, Smogon players are just a decade behind, and it's making the game harder and harder to play as everything gets more advanced and complicated. Ban spikes. The correct order of operations. Man, these, like, I am very smart people with the way they, like, just jumble up their grammar to try to think they're making a very intuitive point, but it just completely fails, and they just look Fedora-y. Quick ban, quick claw. No good arguments against keeping it. No downsides to banning it. Strategic diversity. Full suspect on Terra. Don't even suspect Gambit, just quick ban. Suspect Garganasult. Suspect the Ghost, Golden Go, and I guess they're also meaning Polt and stuff. Suspect both of the fairies. And Namorous probably should go. Oh my god, this kid just wants it all gone. Yo, it might actually happen though. You know, if people are really pressed about Quick Claw, wouldn't it be far easier just to implement Item Claws? Not only would only one Pokemon be able to run Quick Claw, but most likely Galarian Slowbro, which would also curb power creep by a lot. You can only have one heavy duty boots, one booster energy, because yeah, people are also like upset about booster energy spam. And because the Smogon rule set, this is a revelation that has been made throughout Generation 9 that I've been like getting more and more on with my Smogon videos, is that the biggest reason why Smogon fails is because there's no item clause, when the entire game has been balanced around item clause by the developers. Yeah, it feels like you really need to ban all of the top Paradox Pokemon if you can just spam multiple booster energies and have all these like multiple setup things around it. There wouldn't be this hellbent curve towards heavy offense, and that's like another complaint that's been going on with Smogon, is just like the overly offensive things we're seeing. But again, Battle Stadium single schizophrenic Japanese anti-setup players have proven that's not the case. Yeah, Item Clause does seem like the best way to solve the Quick Claw issue, has official precedent. I mean, official precedent has never had any weight in any Smogon decision ever, which is why the format is so terrible. But what I'm saying is, like, can they let it go? Can they let go of their special little elitist rule set? We know better than Game Freak, to actually just be like, you know what? We've actually been wrong for at least the last decade, and we probably should have just added item clause and make it to where you can't spam items because that was creating too many problems in the metagame. The problem is, if you introduce an item clause into Smogon, you give Verlicify the biggest Verlicify always right ever. And I don't know if these kids can cope with that. Like, again, the Freedom Cup just proved me right on everything, and now if you just kind of like shift closer to 6v6 Battle Stadium singles and you actually get a better metagame, Verlicify's right. I wish item clause did exist. Dude, why do these kids hate me? What's with all Smogon hate? It is just NPCs that only know how to hate and be toxic, and they can't see any kind of other view or apply like game comprehension and common sense into any of their arguments or their discussion or anything like that. It sucks because I'm getting all of this like Verlicify always right, but it means nothing because these people will still hate me despite me being infinitely right. Okay, so I did miss this, but again, like, there's just so much non-stop nonsense and complaints and bans from Smogon, it's actually impossible to keep up unless you are mentally ill, that they said it will only be a suspect, or it will only be a suspect test. So please note, any form of quick ban is entirely off the table. A community suspect would be utilized to determine any action on the core mechanic. Now, the thing that's always got me about Smogon is how many people are affected by the ban decisions versus how many people actually vote, where it's like, oh, this Pokemon got banned with only 100 people meeting voting requirements. Like, that elitism is also what is killing Smogon, but then we can see the ignorance in NPC and just, like, using all these buzzwords that mean nothing, just kind of crumbling all of Smogon. So it's like, you got 1,500 people voting about, like, the whole Terra agreement. But yeah, it will have to be a suspect test, which is also what's ruining the forum discussion, because now people are just arguing over that. I was hoping we'd actually find something interesting here, but no, we have like weirdo Wigglytuff strategy, something about King Gambit and Urshifu, but everything's banned, so that doesn't matter anymore, and now it's just like Terra, Monoclaw, Item Clause. No, like, this is all, again, this is why they're so far behind, because they do not have any productive Pokemon discussion. Yeah, there's just too much going on here. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope we had like a little bit of fun. Hope Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. Remember the Smogon player that overdosed on their own narcissism because they just know more than you. They are so much better and have solved the game by running 5 quick claws behind dual screens. Well, I found a write-up about Garganasalt. We have top 7. So you know this person's just crazy right there. You don't say top 7, you say top 10 if you're 7th place. Or you just say 7th place. You don't get to get a rank and then call yourself top that rank. Already starting off weird, but that's what Smogon is about. And then we got Salt Bae, where, once again, exploiting the item clause in Pokemon has solved Pokemon. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave a like, share with your friends, comment your thoughts down below. Team introduction. This is a bulky offense team to play over chip damage. Salt Cure, Poison Touch, Magma Storm, residual damage. In addition to this constant damage, you have Protect plus Leftovers in 3 Pokemon on your team to guarantee chip damage and sustain most of the time. There it is. Top 10. This dude solved Pokemon by using 4 leftovers on the team, 3 of which are Protect Leftovers. Smogon is an absolute joke, and it's just like crazy to watch these team breakdowns. The team still has 2 great forms of speed control, with 2 not great Pokemon, alright? And a possible sweeper that also plays the role of spinner very well if your opponent has some weakened threats like Zapdos in particular. So the main idea is Garganasalt, which is the inspiration to start with, and that's why this is the Salt Bae Salty team. And the way I found this is I was looking for some Salt Bae Garganasalt art, but not like a crappy Photoshop, to use for my Moringa Berry video. And then I stumbled into this, I was like, oh man, it's Mono Claw all over again, except Mono Protect Leftovers behind Garganasalt. You're so good at the game, my guy. You just know better. One of the biggest realizations of the Verlisify Always Right tour is item clause being one of the biggest reasons why Smogon is terrible, the other one being way too many bans. You remove item clause and then you make like 4 banned Pokemon maximum and maybe like 1 mechanic, and you actually have a really solid format. But then, as we've learned from the Freedom Cup, which really kicked off the Verlisify Always Right tour, even though there's kind of a paradox there because I'm always right, there's never really kicking off of the tour. And does the tour ever end because I'm always right? Either way, the Freedom Cup just being Battle Stadium 6v6 showed that, oh, that's just a naturally better format than Smogon, so it seems pretty much impossible to make a rule set that actually makes Pokemon better, because if you're making a rule set, there's like some kind of ego or lack of game sense and skill involved that's then going to create fatal flaws inside the format, where original Pokemon, while flawed, just ends up always better. In addition to its excellent base stats, it has an amazing ability called Purifying Salt that makes you immune to negative status like Toxic and even reduces ghost damage by half. Lol. Is this dude trying to tell us how Garganasalt works in July of 2023? You know, the game came out the year before, and everyone already saw this in the data mine and went, nuh-uh. But alright, you just think you found something, my guy. Because of that, you end up having security in dealing with Dragapult if it specs and has been locked into a Shadow Ball. That's niche, but also Dragapult is garbage. It's the worst pseudo-legendary Pokemon because its offensive stats don't provide any threat, and the base power of Shadow Ball is 80, and special attack is 100, and it doesn't have like physical ghost moves that actually matter because Phantom Force is giving your opponent a free turn. So like, it doesn't matter on the Purifying Salt. So then you have goodness into Golden Go after Terra Water if it doesn't have Covert Cloak. So you're supposed to go Terra Water on the Garganasalt, and then you just like resist a Shadow Ball that wasn't even a threat anyways. And it's a Specs Dragapult. So it's worthless. Salt Cure is another great point of how good Garganasalt is. This dude is so late to the party. Like, you don't have to say these things. I don't get it. In general, you manage to cause 24% of the maximum health every turn for Water and Steel type Pokemon that usually threaten him, and then you can subdue them with Terra, not counting walls like Rotom, Dondozo, especially Corviknight, that you are able to disable while they are on the field. And then they Terra off of it, and they infinitely out-sustain you, and whatever. Now let's take a look at the team. Leftovers, Protect, Stealth Rock, Recover, Salt Cure. Garbage. Smogon players and their trash entry hazards. If you want to beat a Smogon player, just use the first turn that they gift you to set up or immediately start like wall breaking their team, and then you just win the game. Like Garganasalt, it's tanky, but if you hit it with like a banded wall breaking Pokemon that's always going to outspeed it, you do 70%, they get off their Stealth Rocks, and then you just KO them, and now it's a 5v6. You have momentum and pressure going on, and all they were able to get is a Stealth Rocks, and now they lose a core part of the team, because everything is about, like, the chip damage from Salt Cure, because, yeah, Salt Cure is busted. It's like Generation 6 Burn that can affect everything, and it's just permanent. It's just always there, and it can stack with other status. Definitely overtuned, but also you can just overwhelm a Garganasalt, and if you adopt the Japanese anti-setup schizophrenic meta that they have, you just, like, taunt this thing turn 1, and then you set up a little bit, and the opponent loses the game. Or whatever flavor you want. Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, Quiver Dance, Calm Mind, Iron Defense, Body Press. Like, you just get a bulky Pokemon setting up, and then it's just going to do better because Garganasalt doesn't have any setup or offensive pressure for itself. What makes Garganasalt really scary is the Iron Defense Body Press KO threat for something that can just sustain through the Salt Cure. And Smogon, they're bad, so they don't have Fissure, which is also another really big offensive threat, but it's how you counter stall and setup strategies as well. So they're just like missing very crucial parts of the game and everything collapses, and then you can run 5 Quick Claws or 4 Leftovers and think you're good at the game. So in general, Garganasalt is a very strong and complete Pokemon. It's not uncommon for me to use Terra Water right at the beginning of the game to gain one of the best defensive properties in the game with only 2 weaknesses. That is some of the most garbage I've ever heard. Like, it's really easy to just use Terra, your Mega Power gimmick, your Dynamax Power gimmick, immediately, and then, like, lose the Pokemon, or that just gives them a chance to counter Terra for way more value. And Water isn't even, like, you say Water because then you just have 2 weaknesses. Did you know if you go Ghost, you gain an immunity, and you only have 1 weakness? Whoa. Also, by going Terra Water, you insta-lose to another Garganasalt that has Salt Cure. Really cool. With help of your moveset extremely focused on survival, you are able to play your role of putting hazards on the field with ease and being able to cause fixed damage to any Pokemon thanks to Salt Cure. In case he can't kill you, who has always had the advantage. In case he can't kill you, who has it always the advantage is you. What? But that's not how you... anything, grammar, commas, what? Because at one time, he will have to leave the field. Some examples of how Garganasalt can be very annoying and unbearable to deal with. Also, this just further proves that Smogon bans have never ever improved game health because you're just removing Jenga pieces and that makes things very unstable. We have Annihilate, which can just come in, Final Gambit, and remove the Garganasalt from the game, which means there goes your Stealth Rocks, and it's now a 5v5, and the opponent is in control. Or Annihilate gets the taunt, and it's free to set up Bulk Up on your Garganasalt because Garganasalt doesn't have any Iron Defense to just not care. Which also shows how fraudulent the Annihilate ban is, because all you have to do is counter a Smogon player, and they will cry for it to get banned, and then it most likely will be banned. Also, looking at some other ones, we have Fluttermane, just not in the game. Same thing with Iron Bundle. Garganasalt has a problem with special attackers, so like a Specs, Fluttermane, or Iron Bundle makes it impossible for Garganasalt to get more than 1 turn off. Regieleki and Spectrier bans, so by banning all of the best special sweepers, you just make it to where physical bulk doesn't have to worry about anything because they're usually going to be weakened by having a lower special defense stat. Volcarona, no Quiver Dance to worry about, that's just going to outpace and beat you. Now Garganasalt is just unstoppable to where I guess you can just run trash, Stealth Rocks, Protect Leftovers, and there's not enough power in the game to threaten you because it's all been banned out. But then why not just run Iron Defense because you don't have to worry about Urshifu critting through all that? Terrible. Zero Attack, Great Tusk Earthquake. Yes, that's because these garbage players only know how to do Stealth Rock setup and not play any form of real Pokemon. Also, Zero Attack Landorus. Guaranteed 3-hit KO after Leftovers. Zero Attack Landorus, Therian, Earthquake. All of this stuff. chance to 2-hit KO after leftovers recovery. Also weird protect shenanigans, but 0 attack. Yeah, that's a great example, my guy. Great example. That it has to be like a not pressuring Stealth Rock setter to just give you everything for free. Here, we are simulating a situation where he faces 2 Pokemon where he shouldn't naturally win. That's not how Pokemon works, like, because that's how it's built, and then you can just use common sense and be like, oh, wait a second, it's alright. And then Landorus, Great Tusk, but oddly enough, real chance of being able to survive without needing Terra, leaving constant damage of Salt Cure accumulating, and then you protect, recover. Next chosen Pokemon was Sneasler. Even though Sneasler isn't a good Pokemon at all, and they keep trying to get it quick banned, which doesn't make sense. And yeah, so Sneasler's a Pokemon I didn't like much at first, but I noticed a set that can be extremely useful. Alright, let's see how we make it work with the Garganasalt. Secret is Poison Touch, 30% chance to inflict poison. Fake Out, Protective Pads. That way you don't have to worry about rocky helmets and stuff. Abuse it on the field several times to get poison. With the help of good pivots you start to receive during the course of the game. I guess if you have 4 leftovers you got pivots. Can either have a new opportunity to give Poison Touch if you think it's freer to use. Once you get the damage of Salt Cure Poison, it hurts any Pokemon, even more when you protect. Of course it's got U-Turn. Wow, Fake Out, U-Turn, Poison Touch. Smogon solving the game, boys. Close combat, protective pads. It had, like, what is it gonna do? Protective pads is a super fraudulent item as well, and then you just don't have damage. So, like, what about the other opponent's leftovers protect that you're doing 40% to with a close combat because it's just that bulky, and then you get tapped out by something silly? But the Poison Touch, don't worry. Yeah, its moveset is not as aggressive as Swords Dance, which is present in high offense. Focus here is to not be a sweeper, while you're like one of the most frail Pokemon ever. With the, like, you're just throwing away sweeping potential, and then you just want Poison Touch. And then there's threats at the start of the game, like Ghost types, the biggest counter to the Sneasler being Golden Go. But Golden Go is so prevalent, like, you can't use this Pokemon. And then Dragapult outspeeds you. I guess Sneasler is so bad that Dragapult is a threat to it, and then some other stuff. I don't even know, man. For the third option, Heatran. Leftovers protect. Wow. Magma Storm. Wow. And then there's a taunt. What? And of course it has the Terra Grass Lamau. Yeah. Oh, Rotom. I wonder what Rotom's gonna have. Protect leftovers. Volt Switch Thunder Wave Hydro Pump. Oh, cool. Way to go with that anti-synergy. Thunder Wave getting rid of the Poison Touch or other status that might come into play. Bro. 5th slot is Specs Dragapult. What do they have to say about Dragapult? One of the most used Pokemon in the tier. Highest base speed and gets Terra Ghost Shadow Ball. Deviates a little from the initial proposal, unlike any of the Pokemon. Yeah, like, if you have 5 leftovers protect with, like, bulk offense and a Sneasler, you're going to get overrun. So you just need, like, the kind of everything answer Pokemon of Specs. Where you just go, like, yeah, choice Specs to pretend I'm scary, and 142 speed because I'm just going to deal with everything. But also you have to consider that Smogon has banned so many things. Maybe Dragapult. Nah, I was about to say, like, maybe Dragapult's actually a threat. It's never a threat. Especially once you identify, like, oh, it's choice Specs. Easy. And yeah, you do need raw damage or else you get completely run over. And I guess Dragapult actually makes sense here if you, like, think about the rest of the team, if it actually works. Because if every Pokemon is missing 30% health from getting chipped down by a Magma Storm burn or a Salt Cure or a Poison, then actually, yeah, this swings the damage theory around. But then, again, you're dealing with such a grindy, weird battle where the opponent also can have multiple protects and other weird item clause things to where it seems very easy to just fall behind on this team and get completely overrun. Also, any amount of anti-tank shuts it down harder than me, which is actually an accomplishment. It's possible to pivot with Dragapult thanks to U-turn, come back with Sneasler, inflict poison again. Synergy focused on speed control, because no one knows how to play Pokemon over at Smogon. And it's timid Dragapult. What's that 100 going to do even with Specs? And to close, I choose Great Tusk. Unbelievable bulk, something, something, something. Max hit points, max speed. For Golden Go, I guess. Earthquake, Terra Ice, Ice Spinner, bulk up, Rapid Spin. No Protect leftovers. I am confused. So the ice is like specific anti-meta, and I guess if your opponent is also terrible and just loads down on like bad Pokemon like Enamorus and Dragapult, yeah, that could, like, you go bulk up into Terra Ice, Ice Spinner at the right time, tank a Shadow Ball, and then just like walk the team, I guess. And the Rapid Spin just seems unnecessary at that point, because you can close out a game with Great Tusk if it's like, if it has a better sustain option here or something. Or if it actually has like some kind of intelligent idea on like speed into special defense and then like properly outspeeding everything and then one-shotting and surviving, or at least trying to go 2-for-1 on like dedicated anti-meta. But there's a reason why like Great Tusk isn't played in real Pokemon, because it just doesn't function. And I guess maybe the opponent misplays, so like, oh, he's gonna re-get his Stealth Rock because I spun it, and then has some other things going on. It's a mess. It's a mess. I'm looking into Garganasalt sets. My favorite one is the Curse set. Can you explain why you didn't choose to run it? That Curse set is like nasty anti-setup. And honestly, I don't know why he wouldn't run it. The reason is team synergy is better than individual synergy. Bro, like the whole team is focused around pivoting Poison Touch with the Sneasler. And then also just kind of like chipping down with the Heatran. Therefore, use bad Garganasalt set, and then like other switches and chips and stuff on the Stealth Rocks, and somehow this is 7th. They ain't doing too hot over at Smogon, are they? I hope you found this entertaining somehow, but my goodness, this is just like, again, I've been proving it time and time again that like Smogon is so detached from Pokemon. Like, you cannot call it real Pokemon. You cannot call it competitive Pokemon. It is a babied, casual format that makes the worst ban decision with the most contradictory and nonsensical ban logic. There's no actual game sense or development to be found, and it's just bad players chasing each other around with flavor of the month that eventually gets banned, or trying to exploit things from their broken systems like having no item clause. It's silly, and it's sillier every time I see it. And it's not like this is just some nobody that posted a bad team that we're making fun of because we're cherry picking. That's what it takes to get top 10. Horrid. Hope you guys enjoy the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. Verlicify always right. These posts prove Smogon bans have never been about balance. It's about removing Pokemon that beat them and make them look bad. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to leave a like, share it with your friends, comment your thoughts down below, because we got another doozy. King Gambit has been a problem to Smogon players for many months, even getting a suspect test, flashbang incoming. There we go, with a 55% ban vote. However, that was not enough. They needed a 60% pro-ban majority. And then that made me realize, oh, Smogon is more ban happy than I realized, because when did they change it from a 66% vote ban to a 60%? I guess not enough things were being removed, and then that just had to change. And it's still not working for the Pokemon that Finch is crying about. Also, if we look at the on the radar, King Gambit, still on the radar. It survived. It survived the vote, but no, it still needs to be banned, yo. King Gambit missed the ban hammer in a close suspect test. I mean, as we saw with the Aegis/ban, even the vote isn't trustworthy. People will flip votes. There'll be some late counting because they need to get the numbers for the ban. And then this is before they actually made it even easier for Pokemon to get banned in a suspect, and now everything is just getting quick banned because the council has determined the plebs cannot balance the game properly, even though Smogon just, like, still sucks more than ever. And then we had the Freedom Cup, proving that natural Pokemon rules are better 6v6. So yeah, before the DLC, it missed the ban hammer, but now it's up to the same antics, even though we have more Pokemon coming in to balance out the game. Now I just need King Gambit banned. And in the King Gambit suspect thread, Finch made an interesting post before the vote. The premise of tiering hinges on not preserving broken to check broken. That is the first time I've ever heard this about Smogon, even though tiering has been around for well over a decade. So I don't think that's the premise. This kid just wants everything banned so he can look good in Pokemon, and is now, again, also that's just how Smogon has always been. Changing definitions on a whim, making up definitions, contradicting yourself in the same ban logic, anything to make it sound like the Pokemon needs to be removed. If X is broken, but the tier need X, so Y isn't a problem, we still need to ban X and then look into Y afterwards. It is a system built to enforce the ban. It is a system built to get the ban because there is no other care except for the ban. Nothing about the meta. This describes balancing in the meta, and that is antithetical to Smogon, apparently, since this premise has just kind of popped up. And the funny thing is, that was July, this is October, and Finch is reiterating it because of what people are saying about this. I think the overall popularity of Dragapult caused people to vote no on the King Gambit vote, because if Gambit is banned, Dragapult probably becomes too much and would have to be banned as well. So instead of keeping both Pokemon in to keep each other in check, or at least one Pokemon to keep another Pokemon in check, even though Dragapult is the worst pseudo-legendary, one of the worst competitive Pokemon, it just isn't good at all, and these kids have banned so much and are so bad at Pokemon, Dragapult scares them. Either way, this shows Smogon players can't handle threats, and the default state is ban, not balance. Tiering is intended to be a multi-act operation, not a solo act. If X is suspected and broken, but is being allowed, stops Y from being broken, then you ban X and potentially Y after. You don't withhold X to preserve Y, making the metagame worse on both fronts. That's just completely wrong. You don't make something more balanced by removing Jenga pieces, and this just kind of shows the domino effect, that when you ban everything, it gets to the point where you're just playing whack-a-mole. You ban one thing, two more threats pop up, you gotta ban those two threats, now there's three, and you're just in a perpetual state of the game never getting any better. It also creates a community of babies that just want everything banned. Like, that thing got banned, I didn't even think it was that bad. I voted no on the suspect test, but this thing keeps beating me, and that makes it too much of a problem, so it needs to be banned. So now you just have people nonstop calling for bans because that thing got banned, and then now we have it to where, like, look at this! This is on the radar. So we already have Ursaluna getting suspected. Then we go into Ogerpon being banned. We had the quick ban for Baxcalibur. Urshifu already getting banned. Volcarona and all that. Gliscor, even though Gliscor's been around forever now, nah, man, we don't want to break stall anymore because we've banned all the power out of the game, even though Pokemon has more power creep than ever. Golden Go being around. Iron Valiant somehow. It's just all about, it's all about searching for the next ban instead of searching how to make the game balanced or develop yourself as a player, which, again, is in the definition of skill. Team building. Assessing, dealing with threats, building towards strategy, creativity, catering to the metagame is skill. What I've shown is Smogon players do not want a diverse, healthy metagame. They only want like 10 viable Pokemon, that way everything is predictable, and there's not going to be something weird that makes them uncomfortable. And then the replies and replies to replies are funny. Yeah, but to a point, you eventually just ban everything. There will always be a good Pokemon. And we're seeing this now, where it's like, oh, King Gambit needs to be banned. And even after dodging suspect, it needs to be banned off of this next suspect. Sure, but the amount to which things stand out as blatantly broken tends to go down when you remove these types of things. How many bans has there been for Scarlet and Violet, and that hasn't happened? It's like over a dozen or something. And in this specific case, Pult wouldn't even be particularly broken without Gambit, who hardly checks it to begin with. It's rarely cut and dry. As every ban logic tries to just make it a cut and dry, Pokemon is played in a 1v1 vacuum where the Pokemon getting suspected already has a free Stealth Rocks and Light Screen, therefore it's too strong. Also, for a community that's very picky about their made-up definitions, I'm surprised the OU lead is misusing check and counter, which is something you'll get hounded on if, like, you're from the outside of Smogon and you try to say something, and then it's like, that's not what a counter is, that's not how checks work. And then this dude's just completely wrong, but Thing must be banned, so it doesn't matter that this is a failing of their own made-up game sense. But yeah, Gambit actually checks Dragapult for free, and it is a counter to Dragapult. But no, it's not, even though everyone's saying that it is, and that's why it didn't get banned. And then all this goes back to the original thread, where once again, if something must be banned, use the most over-dramatized language. King Gambit has been one of the best Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet OU since its release, and that's something, as we see, where it's like more desperation to get a ban on a Pokemon. It's always the most broken thing. It's always the strongest threat we've ever seen. That's what we saw for the Baxcalibur logic. You know, we have all this, and then you get one of the strongest options Scarlet Violet OU has ever seen. And when I go back into, like, the other bands we've covered, it's always just like, yeah, this is one of the strongest Pokemon ever in OU, ever. Not just Scarlet and Violet. And then, like, you break it down, it's like, no, this just kind of sounds like typical suspect logic, which is incredibly flawed and hypocritical to begin with. And then, Jesus Christ, we get into all of this thread on why the Pokemon needs to be banned to get that support, because they're a bad player and they need it removed from the game, because that's how all of Smogon operates. And the funniest thing is, because Smogon is filled with bad players, we don't even have the strongest option for King Gambit available in the metagame, which is Guillotine. So it's a weakened King Gambit. However, when you've banned every other strong Pokemon, King Gambit is going to thrive, because it is one of the best Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. But that doesn't warrant a ban, and again, as we've kind of proven, if you just play whack-a-mole with this, you're going to create more threats that need to be banned, and the game does not end up balanced at all, because it was never about balance. So that's kind of the big thing about this video, is like, I wanted to show this as a result of everything that's kind of going on, just like, oh yeah, proves me right, even more, Smogon, just deranged, unskilled players. And not so much get into the reasoning behind why King Gambit needs to be suspected again and banned this time, because I've always broken down the logic and how it's always flawed anyways. So yeah, just more nonsense from Smogon, but interesting nonsense at the least. So hope you guys enjoy the video. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. The children over at Smogon couldn't even wait a week to start banning Pokemon from the Teal Mask DLC, with Baxcalibur, wait, what? Being the first victim. So I've been having a lot of fun going over Smogon ban logic pretty much throughout the entire history of Smogon. It always contradicts with other ban logic, it's a straight up lie, or it just doesn't make any sense if you have game comprehension of Pokemon. So I've been having a lot of fun with these. You can check out my like mini series about Smogon ban logic in description down below. But let's see how Baxcalibur is too strong for these casuals. With the release of Scarlet Violet First DLC, many changes happened in our metagame. Some new Pokemon were added to the tier, and some previously existing Pokemon gained new strategies. One of the Pokemon gaining a strategy was Baxcalibur, who got access to Scale Shot and optimized team support. Building a team around Baxcalibur makes it ban-worthy. Baxcalibur was already one of the most potent Pokemon in the metagame. Well, that's what happens after you ban everything. And I wanted to look this up, so we have the August usage stats, where, yeah, Baxcalibur, 6th place, 22%. In July, I think it was like 7th with 17%. So it's been creeping up there. But, I mean, it's one of those weird things where we still just have Pokemon well above, like, the centralizing common big threat. But just looking at this list, things already don't make sense. So let's see what was going on. Baxcalibur was perhaps on track for a traditional suspect and ban if the last metagame had more time. What? However, DLC came, and many people thought this would bring increased counterplay to Baxcalibur with more fast Pokemon, more fairy types, and so on. With the addition of Scale Shot, the set mix of Baxcalibur became more threatening as it was able to boost its speed while doing great deals of damage. People already use loaded dice with Icicle Spear, but now there's even more reason to use it. Throw in the conventional sets, and there it is, the theoretical must-be-banned Pokemon that has access to 12 different moves, 3 different natures, 5 different items, and now a whole host of support Pokemon behind it. So throw in the conventional sets, the likelihood of support from Snow Warning and Aurora Veil. Okay, so Alolan Ninetales Aurora Veil, needing an entire Pokemon and a turn to set up for the Baxcalibur, now makes it too strong. And we've already seen like light screen reflect be very problematic for Smogon players as well, so they do that into Baxcalibur, and that makes it too strong. Terastallization component allows it to circumvent common revenge killing options, and you get one of the strongest options OU has ever seen. It just never adds up, dude. What's with this over-exaggeration? And the NPCs just keep eating it up. So Baxcalibur, with the introduction of Scale Shot, became one of the strongest Pokemon in the history of Smogon competitive. Ignoring everything else that's been banned, everything else that hasn't been banned, all the centralizing and just powerful strategies we've seen, this is one of the strongest ever. Needing Aurora Veil, Scale Shot, Baxcalibur. And that's the same garbage we've been seeing all generation. Oh, Terastallization makes it too unpredictable. Oh, multiple movesets makes it too unpredictable. You can apply this logic to like any Pokemon, and that's how they can like squeeze a ban out of anything. And now that suspect tests don't really exist because you plebs cannot be trusted with the metagame, we just see the ban happiness instantly, even for Baxcalibur. That's how bad it's gotten. That's it. They just say Scale Shot and unpredictability too strong, and it's one of the best things we've ever seen in Pokemon, therefore immediately ban it. We elected to include Baxcalibur in the first post-DLC tiering survey, which is still ongoing. Don't even let it finish. While I do not have a formal final score for it yet, I can say with confidence Baxcalibur's score was one of the highest in history. This is what happens when you have babies that need to be coddled. The second these babies are challenged with a flavor of the month strategy, they call for a ban because they are too unskilled to develop game sense, develop better team building, or adapt to the meta, which is actually a definition of skill according to Smogon's own tiering policy. Team building skill, you know, building towards strategy, creativity, and then catering to the metagame is valuable. This prompted us to conduct an emergency council vote, which is similar to how we handled Regieleki with the release of Pokemon Home. And anyone that's actually used Regieleki knows that it's not a ban-worthy Pokemon. It's not even that great of a Pokemon because so many common Pokemon just wall it out and invalidate it. And if it doesn't get the Oko, it gets one-shot by almost everything. So Smogon continues to be a large group of entitled casual players led by a small group of delicate bad players. I called this way back in like Generation 4 when I first started like, oh yeah, you're not allowed to use Garchomp, it's banned. I went, what? What kind of trash player can't deal with a Garchomp in Generation 4? And it really hasn't changed since then. Same thing with like Evasion Claws and Sleep Claws and all their nonsense. But the only logic is Scale Shot and Support, which is not a neutral game state. It's crazy how I've been onto this for over a decade to where all the ban logic ignores neutral game states in Pokemon. It's like, yeah, the Pokemon you're calling for a ban against is getting so much free stuff, like Stealth Rocks or massive amounts of advantage, and then there's like no other acknowledgement from the opponent in this like 6v6 or drawn out Pokemon game, but somehow it's like, yeah, you just magically start the game with an Aurora Veil. And Ninetales isn't really that strong Pokemon, so you're starting like a 5.5 V6 with a free turn of setup, but there's also like a turn of switching or sacking off the Ninetales. So, and then like Baxcalibur is then somehow too strong when you give it all of that stuff. So I wanted to actually look into damage calculations because we don't have a Life Orb. We're cutting damage to get the effect of the loaded dice, which could kind of screw us over on RNG. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on here. You can run the Adamant Nature because at +1, you outspeed Iron Bundle. So, alright, we actually get like that little bit of extra damage on our 145 attack, but without Life Orb, without +1 from Dragon Dance, we're not one-hit KOing Silvally. What about 85 Pokemon? We're not KOing like the average-ish bulk that we see now in Pokemon, even with 5 hits. We land 4 hits, and it's even less. Now, Baxcalibur being able to take an extra hit or two because of Aurora Veil is going to, like, have it be around and not need to get one-hit KOs, but it's going to get chipped down. Also, Scale Shot drops defense. So the user's speed is raised by 1 stage, while its defense is lowered by 1 stage. So that means, like, a Sucker Punch or Priority Move makes it easier to take out. And it has a 90% accuracy, so RNG can just kind of say, nah, you don't get to win Pokemon today. It's kind of weird, and Smogon has gotten, like, so regressed and underdeveloped Ice Body is a consideration with the Aurora Veil, so you're healing a 16th at the end of the turn. Even with the damage reduction from Aurora Veil, I don't know how that, like, changes any damage calculations. Ice Body is actually so trash, I think Thermal Exchange not activating is better, because just having the chance that you can switch into a Fire-type move and then gain an attack stage, which now makes all of your damage numbers nutty. So that's kind of what you want to end the game, but the opponent also kind of has to bait into that. You get to see the opponent's team. So if you see a Baxcalibur and then they set screens or something, yeah, Baxcalibur is going to be getting a pretty solid switch in because it's taking less damage and it's just a naturally bulky pseudo-legendary Pokemon. And if you're trying to, like, oh, Fire-type hit the Alola Ninetales or Fire-type hit the Screen Setter, yeah, you're just going to be hitting a Baxcalibur neutral, and then he's going to be getting +1 and then Scale Shot one-shots everything. But then also has, like, Icicle Spear and then a coverage move to back it up. Interesting thing is that you actually get extra coverage by running the Scale Shot instead of the Dragon Dance. So you can do that with, like, Terra Blast or an Iron Head or some kind of Terra type. That's just how Terra works. You use that to shift around on the opponent, get a free turn, or gain, like, a massive advantage in KOing an opponent's threatening Pokemon, and then you use that to win the game. So much like we saw the effective banning of Mega Evolutions, since they banned all of the strong Ace Mega Evolutions, and the banning of Dynamax, Smogon players just cannot adapt to situations. The really obnoxious thing about Smogon is how much they over-prioritize prediction when determining how skillful a player is. Like, they're just really looking for that, oh, the double switch prediction really proves that person is better. And if you don't fall into their prediction, like you stay in, and then they whiff a move because they were expecting you to switch into something else, you're the bad player for switching in because they made the probability management risk assessing prediction play that ended up backfiring. So if Smogon predictions go wrong, it's unskillful and must be banned. If Smogon predictions go right, it just proves that they're the better players and that they earn their elitism. I was going to end this video by saying, like, how can anyone play OU? But the babied casual format does have a lot of appeal. It's just very frustrating to see these people, like, not even playing. Like, we are so far removed from real Pokemon battling with Smogon rules to think that they have any skill in Pokemon, or, like, that they consider themselves skillful in Pokemon is the most frustrating part about it. And it's always been that way. Now it just keeps on getting worse and worse and sillier as they ban less and less, like, threatening Pokemon and strategies. So I hope you guys enjoy the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. I believe this will be a successful middle ground in some cases. This is not to say quick bans will be avoided so much as we are finding our footing as to when it's appropriate and when it's not. I mean, quick bans have been a thing for a long time. Smogon has been a thing for a long time. And they still can't find their footing? Why don't you just give up at that point? Smogon is such a joke now, it's just pure entertainment. Going on the Smogon forums is like taking a drop of water out of a lake and looking at it under a microscope to observe lower life. It's fascinating at this point. So what happened was, King Gambit got suspect tested after being a complaint for many months now. Not initially since the launch of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, it got slept on for a bit, but once you ban all of the power out of the game, then yeah, King Gambit becomes a threat. However, it didn't get banned, which means all the babies over at Smogon are crying. So King Gambit isn't going anywhere anytime soon. The people voted, and that's the truth. However, the people voted for Gambit to be banned since it's a 55% majority. Gambit is cancer. And I guess I'm the only person in Pokemon that remembers when Smogon bans were 66% to get the ban through. Now it's 60, and now that's not good enough if it's a majority in any capacity needs to be banned because these babies aren't playing real Pokemon anymore. They don't know how to play the game. They just need everything removed and to be coddled to pretend they have any skill in the game. It's gotten that bad, and you can just see it. Non-stop complaints, and that is the only thing the forums have been since King Gambit was not banned. Dude, I want Gambit banned too, but let's not act as if Smogon's voting system was rigged for that one instance. Disagree with the do not ban voters all you like, but supermajority threshold was 100% not new, and plenty of other stuff got banned. These rules were always in place. I didn't say it needed to be changed or that it was rigged, I'm just stating the facts. Gambit was voted banned by 55%. That means most players dislike its presence in the tier, just echoing the sentiment. Also, wanting Terra ban, which goes back to some other stuff broken checks broken out of a long, just circular loop here, and then, hey, let's ban Terra to get rid of those problems, even though Smogon never stops banning, and the only thing bans do is make the game less balanced. I don't hate OU, I hate that even with the council working faster and harder than ever before heading into DLC 2, we still have unsolved balance issues. And again, that's just proving me right, for Elicify always right, for over a decade, and these kids still can't understand. They're suspecting, banning, and quick banning more than ever, and the only result is more people complaining that there's not enough bans. And I know that the council hates that fact just as much as I do, and I despise King Gambit. So don't hate OU, despise King Gambit, other things. We need to start using, I don't even know what that is, tiering instead of the traditional system, but faster. And this isn't a thread about bans and suspect tests, this is the metagame discussion post. You come here to talk about strategy about the meta, but because when a thing doesn't get banned, it just devolves into nonsense because Smogon players have no idea how to adapt or play real Pokemon at this point, and it only leads to more and more crying and wanting more and more bans. I come to this post from time to time to see what the Timmies think they're cooking, when it's like, oh man, I solved Smogon by running 5 Quick Claw or 4 leftovers on a Garganasalt is how you get top 10 now. I just find it really funny to break down elementary school ban logic and team builds from Smogon, but like, this is just sad at this point. And again, it's the ultimate result of making an entire community's culture focused around banning things that they can't deal with and not encouraging any skill development or adaptation. These are some of the takes that we're getting. It's stupid that people voted do not ban to hold the meta hostage and demand a Terra suspect as ransom. Derangement. This is just like your average derangement of the Pokemon community. Gotta go back almost a week to find talks about strategy where Rabombi is taking over the Smogon metagame. How do I not repeat myself when I'm just saying this is like coddled children format of people that don't understand how Pokemon works? Rabombi Web's hyper offense is what the Smogon metagame has become because of all their bans and refusal to understand how Pokemon works. Which is also why Cinderace is considered S tier because of court change in singles. Because they want Golden Go banned since it removes the ability to remove hazards unless you have court change or tidy up. But people are complaining that King Gambit is the only thing keeping Golden Go in check, so if they ban King Gambit, then Golden Go becomes more of a problem, and if you ban Golden Go, then people are going to complain that there's too many bans too quickly. And that's why they're talking about keeping the meta hostage, and then everyone still wants Terra banned. Or not everyone, because it hasn't been banned yet through a suspect test, and that's something that the council said could not be quick banned because of how big of a decision it was. Cinderace would be in UU tier if Golden Go didn't exist, and it's S tier right now to stop Golden Go. Bro, their overemphasis on entry hazards is actually insane. And then I was just kind of like going through the usage stats to see where things are. So it's King Gambit, Great Tusk, Iron Valiant. Then there's Golden Go, 23%. Now these are the DLC usage stats for September because we're in the middle of October. So who knows how bad it's going to get from there. King Gambit on 41% of teams. That's pretty wild. And we can see Cinderace creeping up. We can see some of these other things just kind of happening where it's like, yo, Cinderace 10th? 14%? I didn't know it was that strong. There's Rabombi, and also they're talking about wanting a Roaring Moon suspect. So, as though the nest wasn't already bad enough with King Gambit, Golden Go, and all of these other interactions that are happening, yeah, Roaring Moon now too powerful because of knockoff. Anyone playing real Pokemon knows, nah. And then to make sure I wasn't going crazy, I wanted to see the moveset for myself, and this is it. If you look up Cinderace Smogon moveset for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, here's your offensive pivot, where you have heavy-duty boots, U-turn, Power Ball, Sucker Punch, Court Change. Also, the Court Change is wild to me because you're still running heavy-duty boots, and everyone's still doing entry hazards. So you have the Court Change there as an option into Golden Go if they have put more hazards onto you than you've put it onto them. It's like, well, I've got Spikes, Sticky Web, and Rocks on my side because I gave my opponent 5 free turns. But I was only able to get Rocks and a single layer of Spikes on the opponent, so I'm down with that being against me. what is this, dude? They're not. This is not Pokemon. How can anyone find any competitive value in the casual format that bans everything and detaches itself from how the game was made? Because now they're blaming Game Freak. It's like, well, it's not the council's fault. Game Freak made the game so unbalanced. No, what they balance the game around, even for singles, because Game Freak clearly does balance for singles. The game is not only made for doubles VGC, and the Freedom Cup proved that you actually get a better format by just running Battle Stadium 6v6. So instead of acknowledging any of the problems they've created by banning everything and not having an item clause, it just, oh, this is Game Freak's fault, also we need to ban Terra because it was Game Freak's fault when we couldn't handle Dynamax because, again, we haven't played real Pokemon for over a decade at this point. And then we had to have Finch step in to talk about what's going on. Been a lot of discussion about the metagame lately. Many people have deemed the format to be less balanced than prior iterations. And like, that's kind of the crazy thing. Like, all these other Pokemon come in, a lot of new Pokemon, transfer, power creep from the DLC, but no unbanning of other Pokemon that would then kind of help out the metagame. Instead, it's only keep banning because Smogon could never admit any mistakes, despite it being a purely casual format. Some have taken exception to certain presences in the metagame. I want to reserve a post to discuss the council's response to this, as we do not take these concerns lightly whatsoever. Please note, this post is written from my perspective as tier leader specifically represents the sentiments of the council. We have representation from the God Council. We're not worthy! So we firmly understand your concerns, and many of us inside the council agree with them too. Survey results will come out later this week, and it's no coincidence that more Pokemon than ever have achieved marks than greater than 3 out of 5 for the qualified player base. It's just a straight up cult. They only know how to ban and make things worse. There's no capacity to reflect on the decisions that have gotten them to such an unstable, unbalanced game. This means that a lot more tiering action, likely in the form of suspects, but potentially other things depending on how support fluctuates, is coming in the near future. This is another thing I have been right about for many years and generations of Pokemon at this point, when they started the whole, like, quick ban thing, to where, oh, we don't trust you plebs to make the right decision for Smogon, so it's up to the council to save OU with the quick bans and the clearly objectively better decisions, and then everyone's still upset about everything, and then suspects aren't going their way, and now they're just kind of saying, like, hey, we need a lot of tiering action to solve this problem. The fact of the matter is that these choppy metagame cycles are not always going to be perfect. DLC 1 was released in September, DLC 2 could be released as early as November, or as late as February, March. The release date is winter 2023, so we still have, like, weird Game Freak delay derangement. So they don't even, like, respect the... Well, I'm about to say they don't respect the developers. That started since day one of Smogon, just banning things nonsensically. So I guess that makes sense, and that's not going to help your case in the face of making the game better, or, like, the format better. It may not be possible for this metagame to reach an optimized point by November or December. Yeah, definitely that. It is more likely that the best Scarlet Violet OU is yet to be seen, and will come as we have a longer period after the DLC 2 throughout the remainder of the generation. So it's going to take over a year. It's going to take over a year and a half since, like, the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because of all these new Pokemon being added in and dex changes and stuff to make OU feel decent. And I don't even see that being a thing because Smogon has never had a good format. But what I can promise you as tier leader is that we're going to do everything in our power to continue to improve the current metagame. So even though it's kind of impossible to salvage Smogon until sometime next year, they're still going to try right now before DLC 2 and then going into the mix-up from DLC 2, and then we're going to see what happens. We will have surveys and suspects at a more aggressive pace than ever. As I'm saying this, just imagine, you know, the thing that politicians do with their thumb as they kind of like point with it at people when they're trying to make a point. That's what this really feels like. This is as empty of a promise and as fraudulent as any campaign speech. We will have discussions in a more productive fashion than ever. And then that did not happen because King Gambit didn't get banned. And we will be receptive to your feedback more than ever, which I think is something we have shown throughout this generation and will continue to do. I mean, they have shown throughout the generation that they will be more and more aggressive with banning, but also with all the quick bans, that seems against feedback and thought. Well, I guess because they're doing, like, what they're doing is now, instead of having a suspect test, they just have the survey, and then they're only looking at the qualified entrance of the survey and going, this is what matters, and without a vote, we're just going to determine this is what people want, and then that's going to be our justification for the quick ban, and congratulations, the metagame's dog shit. I do not care if this will lead to a reset of sorts with DLC 2, making a lot of this a dead end or moot in the long term. I will exhaust my efforts and resources to make your experience playing the metagame better, as that is my job. It is most important that our player base understands our commitment to them. This is interesting on the reset, because that's kind of what I've already said throughout the video, where they didn't look at any unbans, they just kept banning more, and that made things very problematic. Now, doing unbans right before DLC 2, while making the game better, would just be an absolute disaster for Smogon, but like having a reset for DLC 2 to then start making new decisions to make the game better for the rest of the generation is actually a good plan. Problem is, Smogon doesn't know how to make good decisions, so they're going to screw that up too. I've already laid out the best way of making Smogon potentially a better metagame than 6v6 singles. First off, you can't have no item clause. The game is not balanced to handle that, and that just creates more and more problems where you get extra stall from the leftovers, other forms of item stacking cheese strategies. Also, there's a lot of complaints about hyper offense, but that's because they just give every sweeping Pokemon heavy duty boots, and then that does weird interactions with their overemphasis on needing entry hazards inside the game, so it makes the decisions more careless, where it's just like, yeah, I can just put in whatever heavy duty boots, and then we just duel it out with our leftovers stall Pokemon, and something happens at some point, I guess. I don't know. But the best format is a restricted amount of bans, and it needs to be less than the amount of Pokemon on a team. 5 maximum, I think you can get away with 4. So like 4 or 5 Pokemon bans, 1 mechanic ban, so you have to choose between evasion, sleep claws, or one-hit KO, because one-hit KO moves are a very solid counter to evasion and to stall strategies, and actually provide a lot of health to the game. And if you have that, then that means you would need to cap it at 4 Pokemon bans and 1 mechanic ban, and then that's going to make it to where you're not just destabilizing the game and then catering to all these babies that don't even know how to play real Pokemon anymore, and then you'd also have to enforce an item clause on top of that, because that's natural Pokemon, and then I think we're in a potentially good state that could possibly get better than 6v6 Battle Stadium singles. Now, it doesn't mean I've gone pro-ban or pro-fun formats like Smogon, it's just that it seems like they need to fuel their ego and superiority complex somehow by just not leaving the game be. And I think that's kind of the best way. Like, if something is so much of a threat and it needs to be banned, well, then you have to kick something else out, because obviously that isn't as much of a problem as the thing that is Flavor of the Month ban right now with all of these NPCs. And that will create something more stable and balanced. With this in mind, the OU Tiering Council is more prepared than ever to address tiering concerns. Infrastructure is now in place to have a more collaborative and swift tiering response than ever before. Bro, the game's dead. Like, you're just getting like more and more weirdos that want more and more things banned, and then this like weird system overhaul. I don't know. It's like, what madness is going to come from this? Is it actually just going to be like, hey, we're suspecting all these things at once, so the arguments of you not banning them because of, like, not banning A because of B and C? Nah, just ban A, B, C, and D in one swoop, and we're going to see if that works. What made this be? For starters, we have community outrage surveys, which have only shown that Smogon gets worse and worse with all the bans, as you likely know by now. These help guide our decision-making processes and let our informed players, so it's not just the council now. If you're qualified, your survey response has more value because you've shown to not be as much of a pleb as the other riffraff in this community that we just do not respect whatsoever because they make the wrong decisions. Well done, Smogon. In addition, the council is more transparent than ever between regular posts, in the metagame discussions thread, occasional tiering radars to keep everyone who wishes to follow informed. And that also means, like, you're not getting the average Smogon player or people that are trying to just play competitive Pokemon different from Game Freak. You're only getting the hyper fixated weirdos that are like keeping in on all of this and then creating more fights and complaints inside of the discussion threads. That also explains why things are so terrible. Process itself has been reformed, more clear idea of what thresholds and what context can lead to suspects or quick bans. So this is on their 1 to 5 scale, and now they're just like, anything over 3 warrants a ban. We were correct in our decision. The people have spoken, which we have applied and will continue to apply. In addition to this, physical suspects have become more flexible than ever. Ursa Luna Blood Moon was shorter than ever, and the same goes for Roaring Moon. So now they're like, to just ramp this up, they're just like, hey, you got this time to qualify, this time to cast a vote, you better be in on it or else you just don't matter. Which allows for more potential metagame progression and tiering action take place in less time. Obviously that's working. This was adopted in response to outcry. It's just like the vocal minority of weirdos ruining everything. And Smogon is where you're just going to get the most weirdo of people in the Pokemon community. So, yeah, but wait. While respecting the public's right to decide instead of employing overly aggressive quick bans. But you're not respecting the public. You're only respecting the people that are as aggressive and hyper dedicated to Smogon as people in like the council and just these elites, instead of the 99% of players that it's going to affect. I believe this will be a successful middle ground in some cases. This is not to say quick bans will be avoided so much as we are finding our footing as to when it's appropriate and when it's not. I mean, quick bans have been a thing for a long time. Smogon has been a thing for a long time. And they still can't find their footing? Why don't you just give up at that point? The system clearly doesn't work. Especially if you're trying to reform it this late in the game because you've never actually had anything set up. And then the absolute joke. This thread is locked for 24 hours for everyone to gather their thoughts. Enjoy laddering. The plebs are not allowed to speak. You are not allowed to give your thoughts. And like, you just have to imagine the kind of weirdos this entire system attracts. And that's what we've seen forever inside of Smogon. And then the first thought was, hey, let's really push for that Roaring Moon ban. Who would have thought Mega Salamence with Stab Knockoff and a built-in Life Orb would be a bit overbearing? And it really just keeps on showing like Smogon is a decade behind and all they've done is hinder themselves by banning new threats and new mechanics like Dynamax to not deal with anything going on in modern Pokemon. It's one of those things like you go on the battle stadium, you see what Japanese players are up to, and it really feels like they've solved Pokemon to some kind of capacity, no matter how frustrating as it is, while meanwhile these kids are just like way far behind. Roaring Moon still hasn't taken off inside of the Teal Mask DLC, but they're trying to figure out all these things that make it work. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah, it's silly. Man, this Melty was worth commenting on. So, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. Babe, new Smogon tiering survey just dropped. Yeah, it's really bad over there. Welcome back, Wolfpack. Verlis here, and let's see what's going on over at Smogon, because they've been doing some tiering surveys, haven't released the data, but now we can finally see what has been going on with the Teal Mask, with all of these bans, with the new tiering action that I've been talking about, and it's actually not doing anything, so the competitiveness has increased. But remember, bar graphs can easily be deceptive, so it went from 4 to 5.5. That's still a failing grade, and then we just kind of see this cope in justification for the over decade of horrible decisions from Smogon just making the format unplayable. So competitiveness started at an all-time low point when DLC was released due to the influx of new, potentially unbalanced Pokemon and standards not yet being formed. I mean, I guess, but that doesn't really explain anything because that's happened for other Pokemon games, and it's also happened other times this generation where we also saw competitiveness and satisfaction go down. However, with each piece of tiering action as time elapsed justifying their terrible ban decisions, the metrics grew closer to generational norms, reaching roughly that point in the most recent survey. So the generational norm is around a 6 out of 10. That is the best Smogon can hope to achieve, but also with like the crazy amounts of bans we've seen for Generation 9, also the same thing with Generation 8, they have not done anything to make a more balanced, competitive, or enjoyable metagame for Pokemon. Verlusify always right, Smogon always terrible. But of course, they talk about the qualified players. Worth noting that the qualified player base slightly below the general player base in this metric across each survey, but the same progression is plotted. So the broader Smogon player base finds it to be slightly more playable than the babies that have just over-dedicated to Smogon and just want everything banned 24/7. This shows some things to me as tier leader. Releases like Home and DLC continue to leave the tier reset to a low point in terms of competitiveness. That's because you kids have no idea what you're doing, and you're not even playing real Pokemon anymore. So when you get a fresh batch of Pokemon that isn't banned, you don't know what to do. And then that just kind of goes into a flavor of the month thing that forces a ban, but also because every time something pops up and the meta is never allowed to develop, because Smogon players are too unskilled and casual to actually apply game comprehension and meta development to make counter picks and do anything. They just cry and say, over-centralizing, no counters, even though those arguments are easily debunked, and I've debunked them dozens of times. They just do that until the thing is banned. So again, when like more threats come in, well, now the power level's suppressed, Pokemon just keeps on moving and advancing without Smogon, and then everything becomes destabilized. But they're trying to like spin towards like, the new Pokemon, you know, power creep and all that, DLC. It just means the game is bad, and we're just trying to salvage it with our bans, when really it's the other way around. These circumstances demand prompt council attention and tiering action. So it's, everything's getting worse with our format, which means more bans! That's the only way we can solve it. More bans and faster bans. And that's what I talked about in my last Smogon video, where they're talking about just like upping the tiering action and doing like more suspect tests and more council quick bans and decisions if needed to try to stabilize before the Indigo Disc, and then try to go for like the long game where like months into next year, that's when no new Pokemon being introduced, DLC's done, that's when Smogon will finally be playable. We addressed this during DLC with more frequent surveys than Home and more organization communication than ever before, which avoided a disconnect between the player base and the council like we had with Volcarona. That's completely wrong, because my last video was just kind of showing that OU had a complete meltdown because King Gambit didn't get banned, because King Gambit is keeping Dragapult in check, and there's also King Gambit keeping Golden Go in check, but then everyone's mad because they're saying, well, if King Gambit needs to be banned, ban them, and then we can ban the other two threats if they get out of hand, instead of leaving King Gambit to hold down other threats. But that's how the meta works. So just like, yeah, these kids have no idea how to develop. They can't play Pokemon, so now they just need like ban after ban after ban. And if it's not the right thing being banned, everyone complains because you've just made a super bratty and childish metagame that can't even achieve any balance or more competitiveness than regular Pokemon. Congratulations. We also came up with some creative solutions, like shorter deadlines for surveys and suspects, which were previously unprecedented and allowed us to get more things accomplished in less time as the tier shifted rapidly. So again, like instead of letting things play out, instead of unbanning, giving more tools to kind of elevate the power creep so everything's keeping itself in check, no, we have to like hyperspeed, warp speed these bans now because Pokemon bad. There is a correlation between our tiering actions and improved perception of the metagame. However, there's still a lot to do and more improvement to come across, meaning our job is still ongoing and you need to expect more tiering action. So because we see a slight increase from bad to still horrible, that means the bans are working. Even though the bans haven't been working, because you just scroll up in this and you find some like other tiering action to where, yeah, the game has never really felt good. So how enjoyable do you find it? Qualified, less enjoyable, general, slightly more enjoyable, but still a 6.5 out of 10. Terrible. And this post goes back to April, so this is when we just kept like seeing an onslaught of Generation 9 Pokemon bans. Pokemon Home came in later with May, and that had the immediate quick ban of Spectrier and Regieleki, also Urshifu being banned, and then like the Volcarona. I don't know the timeline of all this, but all it shows like it's just a mess of bans, and instead of like being able to have reverse sweepers or counters, so just no, stripping power until the next thing becomes a problem, banning it, and then just working your way down because there's no encouragement from Smogon to actually develop any kind of skill inside of Pokemon, even though that's also in the Smogon philosophy. And I keep bringing this up. Definitions for tiering policy. Skill. Team building skill. Assessing and dealing with threats. This has been completely stripped from Smogon players because now they just like assume if anything's a problem, it's going to get banned. And now because we have the council, just cry and do the surveys until it gets quick banned. Also, it's always been a very small amount of players that are kind of influencing these decisions, even going back to the suspect test where it's 100-something people that decide if a Pokemon gets banned or not, sometimes just by a couple of votes, and then that's going to affect tens of thousands of players, and then it spills outside of Smogon because Smogon players are toxic and aggressive, and they will bully you for not playing by their rule set. And then we also have the elites, the qualified players. So 129 people that get more weight inside their decisions, and then that's just a justification for more bans instead of actually developing what Smogon has historically considered skill. Building towards a strategy, catering to metagame or opponents. But now it's, no, I don't want to change my team. I don't want to adapt. I don't want to have to find counters. Anything outside of OU is garbage, and it means I shouldn't have to pick up that Pokemon, even though tiers have nothing to do with the Pokemon's power, just usage. So like flavor of the month, everyone being an NPC, just copying each other, and again, not developing anything, and now we can see a decade of that, and Smogon players are just unskilled brats. Cool. And then the competitiveness back in April, again, like we got rid of all the big threats. We don't have to worry about Palafin. We don't have to worry about Annihilate or Chi-Yu. Oh, it's a 6.15 out of 10 or 5.75. So again, like, yeah, barely any better, and then like new Pokemon come in, you keep banning, and it just keeps going down. Smogon has been around for over 15 years. We have countless bans and tiering actions, tons of experience. We have the council and all of this other stuff, many generations, especially like competitive development, as Pokemon got more and more competitively recognized from like Generation 6 onward. And the best they can do is a 6 out of 10-ish, no matter what. Enjoyability is an interesting metric, as it's not the true goal of tiering. That's just a straight up lie, because every decision from Smogon has been about comfort. Two Pokemon being asleep is frustrating, Evasion's frustrating, Oko is frustrating, this like super powerful meta Pokemon that we have to lie about and give Stealth Rocks and a free stat boost and Aurora Veil to justify it being banned. You know, it's not cool when I get swept by it sometimes, therefore it needs to be removed. And then like all these other alt strategies and flavor of the month things that have popped up. No, it's all about comfort and catering to players that refuse to adapt. It's always been about making the game more enjoyable, but then they pretend they're making it competitive, even though by stripping so much from the game, they've just made a purely casual format, but then their philosophy is about being like toxic and elitist. But it is what many people desire out of the game as a hobby, so I like seeing these numbers improve personally. I mean, there seems to be a really close correlation when it comes to Pokemon of enjoyability and competitiveness. That if it's feeling uncompetitive and like just unplayable and stuff, well then you're not having fun, you're not enjoying it, even if you're just like copying meta teams or trying to like hard anti-meta to gain some elo or laddering. But if like everyone's having fun, it's more diverse, you can kind of run whatever, and then there's still like creative strategy play because the power level's balanced out, well yeah, more enjoyable is just going to feel more competitive. And that goes back to like, again, just banning all of the RNG things and things that don't feel fun, like Double Sleep. Smogon players, especially the Council, especially Finch, they are too unskilled to understand anything about like what they're doing and how Pokemon functions. I am not going to provide as much commentary on them, but I did make progressive charts to show how it shifted and how it can be seen below. So yeah, like didn't really like go straight up, but has ended kind of higher. But then the general enjoyability was like, hey, we got some new Pokemon, we're playing around, it's a little bit of a shakeup, that's cool. And then it kind of settled and got ugly, and then the bans were just like, yeah, it was about where it was. So like instead of, again, letting things develop, it's just forced bans, hope you enjoy it now that all the things you're crying about go away. Finally, I want to log some numbers on the specific tiering target questions when we list Pokemon, and it's just always like the qualified players are just like, nope, it's less enjoyable, less competitive, this needs to be banned, ban everything, it always skews higher. So it just kind of like shows that people that are overly dedicated to Smogon, that's it. They just want to remove whatever beats them, but it's always been that way. And I identified that back in Generation 4 when they banned Garchomp, which wasn't even that big of a problem back then. Also, you have to consider that Smogon has been hemorrhaging market share since Generation 6 because they just keep making all of these laughable decisions, and then even though like, okay, maybe the first couple bans feel competitive and are more enjoyable for a generation, I didn't want to deal with some of those megas anyways, then they just start becoming like a parody of themselves, and it just becomes a ban culture instead of a culture to make the game more competitive. That's it. When you have a ban culture, it's not about, hey, how do we make the metagame more enjoyable, more competitive? It's what do we ban next? And it's uncompetitive until we ban that next thing. Smogon really started becoming a joke and losing a lot of its prestige in Generation 7, where it's just like, wait, none of these bans are really making sense, and that's just kind of weird. And then became a complete joke when they banned Dynamax, because it just kind of shows these players refuse to adapt. They are unable to adapt. They cannot play real Pokemon anymore. And then Generation 9, also Generation 8, have just been the generations of like non-stop bans and the banning culture that we've seen. So it's like, yeah, we don't have a lot of responses, like justifying all these decisions. So it's going to actually skew higher in ban favor, because the only people that are left are the people that can't play real Pokemon and just want everything banned. Ogerpon Hearthflame was quick banned via a council vote on September 22nd as a result of the survey. So we can also see that, like, that's what this is. These surveys are the new suspect tests, and it's kind of the same to where it's just like, yeah, we can get some input from, you know, everyone, but we're really only going to pay attention to qualified, and then we're going to say, like, hey, if we did a suspect test, this is probably what would have happened anyway, therefore we can just quick ban everything and keep banning everything. Wait a second. September 20th to October 16th, enjoyability went down with Ogerpon being removed. How could that be? And then we see some other Pokemon and some other data. King Gambit's kind of weird because it got slightly more favorable to, like, not ban for general, but then became more want to ban for qualified. And I guess, like, the qualified players are going to be lower here because they're the ones that are, like, making the arguments of, hey, even though this Pokemon's everywhere and it's a problem and should probably be banned, it'll create more problems being banned than not being banned. But again, not having enough self-awareness to realize that is the entirety of Smogon, that all they've done is remove Jenga pieces and now it's impossible to stabilize. Regular players don't have as much of a problem with Roaring Moon, and then as you can see, even though we keep seeing like bans and calls for bans, Pokemon only become more and more problematic. But also I think that, again, this is just like, oh, the player base is bleeding out, so it's only the people that just want everything they can't deal with or don't want to deal with banned. And then, like, as a Pokemon becomes more and more frustrating, no, it's not about adaptation, it's not about team building or meta development, just get it out of here. And now that we've seen the promise from the council to take action sooner, to do more surveys, to do more suspect tests, to have, like, less time to make these decisions, it's only one of those things like, yeah, why isn't this banned, or why isn't this getting suspected, or why don't we deal with this problem? So yeah, as such, SVOU Tiering Council voted today if we intended to quick ban suspect or not act on Gliscor. Stay tuned elsewhere for the results. That's up to date with surveys. So Smogon's trash. It's always been trash, and none of their decisions are making it any better because it's a completely flawed system that I've been talking about for over a decade now, because my original Smogon video goes back to October of 2013, so I can officially say over a decade of Relicify always right. Sick. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hope you all have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. Pal World's the future. Competitive Pokemon Scarlet and Violet has been dead since Season 1, and because of Pokemon Legends ZA, there is no hope for the future. Let's see how Smogon is faring, and they're still trying to ban everything with Archaludon being banned, and it's for the same reasons we talk about time and time again. You give it 5 different movesets, you give it Perfect Terra, Perfect Prediction, free setup, and of course the Pokemon is too strong. We saw this with Baxcalibur, so Archaludon gets a lot of benefit in the rain. Baxcalibur, you set up behind screens, and now they're talking about Sun taking over. So I've been proving how Smogon players are just bad at the game, they're not playing real Pokemon, and their competitive development is over a decade like behind from all the suppression that they've put into the game. It's actually regressing. That we're going back to, like, Generation 5, where it's, like, rain and sun and weather control and screens in singles is now the oppressive thing that no one wants to deal with. And now it's like, oh, Gouging Fire and Sun is the new Archaludon in rain, or Baxcalibur in screens. And that is the entire discussion. So I thought we were going to find some fun stuff. You know, we got Monoclaw. We got whatever, you know, 20 item spam we've been seeing in the just terrible, weird stall strategies that people are cooking up. But no, the only thing that the OU discussion now is ban this, ban that. It's the same couple of people just spamming, wasting their entire lives in a Smogon forum, just saying, like, this needs to be banned. Here's the damage calcs that prove it. No strategy, no nothing is allowed to be discussed until everything is banned. That's Smogon right now. Which begs the question, is it working? No. So we actually had a recent OU survey get published. Enjoyment, 6 out of 10 for the elites, the qualified. And like now that everyone knows that Smogon was made by actual Nazis and the entire thing is a Holocaust joke, it has so much different meaning when like you just see the separation of the classes. I can't look at the word Uber the same anymore, and that's another thing. It's like, oh, they banned Archaludon. Well, surely you're going to be able to find a concise understanding of how the format works and the Pokemon that are banned. No, they can't even update the website. So if you just kind of go Smogon OU or ban Smogon Pokemon, and you go to the Smogon website, you got nothing. You don't know everything that's banned. And then again, now they're just putting like so many bans, so many arbitrary restrictions and clauses that it's impossible to keep up. And then there's no actual resources. And that's only for like the most niche of echo chamber in-crowd people that follow it. And then you're going to get bullied for your ignorance, even though there's no other way of finding out except for getting it wrong or having Pokemon Showdown tell your team is illegal without having any resources to tell you why it's illegal until you've already built it and spent the time. So yeah, qualified find it as enjoyable as the plebs, the people that are not worth any consideration because they're bad at the game. Enjoyment of the meta game is satisfactory. That is derangement right there. And also, Finch has just been, like, wild on Twitter, just, like, getting upset at everything not getting banned, or, like, when a suspect doesn't go through, or all the other discussions. Like, the Smogon's been melting down for, like, years straight, and it just keeps on getting more and more crazy. But a 6 out of 10, like, and not even, like, a 6.5. You know, we're not even, like, a middling D. This is D-. You have an F right here. This is an F. And that's satisfactory to Smogon because it's impossible to salvage. We cannot go back to the good old days of where satisfaction was a C, 7 out of 10. So yeah, like, wow. Enjoyment's just that bad. Took a slight hit, so it's actually going down. More and more bans. There's been this discussion of, okay, when the DLC drops, we can save OU because then we can just kind of reset. No new changes are coming to the game. And we can make the decisions that are needed to make at a rapid pace. We are seeing more testing. We are seeing more, like, they're calling it tiering action. So we're seeing more tiering action than ever before, and it goes down. Because threats are popping up, because it turns out when you ban the most powerful thing, 3 more things are going to take its place because now the counter is gone, and you have no more power in the game to suppress it. Which is what I've been saying for a decade. We are working on addressing this and have already planned the first big step. There's room to improve. So yeah, what's the first big step? Of course, it's going to be suspecting gouging fire. And the reasoning is, like, yeah, it's too powerful in Sun. So, I mean, look at how unacceptable this is. It 2-shots Dondozo with Raging Fury after getting everything handed to it. You have to give it Sun. You have to give up your Terra Fire. And then Raging Fury. Which is going to be like Outrage and lock you in. I guess Flash Fire just stopped existing magically, and that's only enough to barely 2-shot Dondozo. So this is like just a disgusting display of power creep in both directions. I do find Gouging Fire to be just an outrageous decision and a complete failing of balance from Game Freak, but we've seen that many times before, and that's like the whole thing about Pokemon for adaptation, and unless a Pokemon always goes 2 for 1 every time it hits the field, then there's no reason to ban it, because, like, you can actually outplay it, and then you need the meta to develop around it. I actually found some Raging Fury counters when like, it came out. I was like, oh, wait, wow, these people just do not want to deal with the Comfey. That's kind of hilarious. So, yeah, like, all kinds of weird stuff going on, so they have all these big steps, nothing's happening. Competitiveness! Competitiveness is going down. F! When you like, Smogon's been going on for so long, and the culmination of this, more tiering action, the most recent Pokemon game, letting things settle out, all of their ban happiness, they're like more bans than ever before, and they've made a less enjoyable, less competitive game in the end. Verlicify always right. Our player base finds the metagame somewhat competitive. 5 out of 10 is somewhat competitive, somewhat good. But much like enjoyment, it went down, and there's clearly room to improve. This is what they've said every time since the surveys, like, started, pretty much. You failed. You can't just be like, this is like watching a business that's about to file for bankruptcy, where it's like, yeah, you know, we could do better, we can improve our sales, and we can cut back on our spending, and that we can use that to reform and rebuild the business. And then 2 years later, they're saying the same thing after profits have gone even harder, and now they're in the red. That's what we're watching. Terrestrialization. This will split up into 2 questions, so let's examine both. Do you feel that any tiering action is needed? Qualified. 46% support tiering action on terrestrialization. So actually we can see something where the quote-unquote better players in the baby format are actually like more comfortable with terrestrialization than the casuals that get stomped by it. Fine. Do you feel that an outright ban is needed? And now like it's actually going down. So it's kind of reversing. It was close. Like terrestrialization, when it got suspected, almost got removed, and then we would have just seen the complete hilarity of removing the gimmick like we saw with Generation 8, because these kids are so bad at Pokemon they can't handle Dynamax. But now everyone's just like, nah, just accept it, embrace. And I think it's also one of those things, like there's a huge learning curve to terrestrialization. Same thing for Dynamax. So like by banning things before, like we're actually like watching what happens when you don't ban everything, and Smogon kids still don't understand it, where it's like, wait, this was seen as a threat for a while, people got to adapt to it, they were forced to develop as the players, and as time goes on, the threat is seen as less of a threat, which goes back to Smogon's own tiering policy framework and what defines skill. You need to be able to deal with threats. You need to have an actual strategy. Creativity is powerful, except when creativity is ignorance and then catering to the metagame. If you cannot cater to the metagame, you are unskilled by Smogon's own definition, but then they can't cope with skill issues, they have to ban everything. Which is why I never got on board. I was like, wait, you kids can't handle Garchomp and Diamond and Pearl? Oh, you guys are trash. Alright, yeah, I have no reason to go there. Then talking about threats and stuff and bans and stuff. And we got King Gambit received noteworthy support, will be continued to be included in both internal and public tiering discussions. And then Golden Go, like look at that, things are going down. King Gambit less of a threat, Golden Go less of a threat. Apparently Blissey moved back into OU, so people like realizing, wait, Blissey is busted. And if you're not playing in the schizo anti-setup Japanese meta, Blissey is really strong and a Pokemon that you need to play around, especially when you can spam the same items and you're also in a 6v6. And actually, that's kind of it. It's tiring to keep up with all of the suspect testing and tiering action that's going on. The game for Smogon is only getting worse and worse. The discussion is completely bland and stale. And it's one of those things where like, well, yeah, Pokemon just kind of dead. Pokemon's been dead pretty much the entire generation because it's only Japanese players actually playing the game. Everyone else is a cheater. Same thing on VGC, where we're seeing like record amounts of cheaters getting disqualified. They're crying about it because Pokemon upped their hack check and now no one can cope. And then there was also that one dude that made a bomb threat against the Pokemon Company and everyone's defending them. So yeah, just like rotten community. But also like, it's just gaming in general. There's more cheating in Counter-Strike and Call of Duty than ever before because everyone's just a worthless brat. And I'm also seeing the same thing for Pal World, where a lot of cheating support, a lot of glitching, which is cheating, especially for an early access game, which the devs are actively working to fix. So pretty much everyone sucks, both at games and real life, because they're brats, they don't want to work for any other things. That's just kind of ruining everything. All of society and the economy and all that fun stuff included. And now you can't even fall, like it used to be alright. Everything's bad in the world, you can fall back to games and have a good time. Nope, not anymore. Not getting much better, huh? Hope you guys enjoy the video. That's kind of a down note to say that on, but I hope you guys have a nice day. Thank you very much for watching. Oh my goodness, I just discovered these comics and I have not enjoyed myself this much in a while. So let's go over the do's and don'ts of the Pokemon community. Do give constructive advice when asked and accept criticism. Don't bash other people for their choices. Be aware, there's kids online. Delcatty is trash, lol. Well, this is coming from a Smogon supporter, which is why when I decided to go and look up Delcatty, in this case, Delcatty is terrible in every sense of the word, and that's saying something. That means it's saying something to call it terrible, because it's worse than that. Sure, it may look cute and adorable, but outside of its looks, anything it tries to do is done better by other Pokemon. Its stats also back this up. The only thing that stands out about them is how bad they are. That got me. That really got me, and I'm still trying to get over the giggles from that one, because look at this.
respect that other people prefer to play different formats. Want to play a Smogon singles match? I only have my VGC team ready right now. Sorry. I don't play Smogon because they're stupid. Don't instigate arguments over preferences. But Smogon literally does the opposite. Like, you need to switch this around because it's like, hey, want to play VGC? No, I only play Smogon. Everything else is stupid because, you know, evasion, all these other things like sleep claws, and I don't. Ooh, Mega Kangas. You use Mega Kangaskhan. That'd be the other way around. You know, let's go back to don't bash other people for their choices. Well, I mean, if their choice is to play a Mega Salamence, a Mega Kangaskhan, any Aegislash or a Pokemon like that, evasion, minimize? What kind of RNG hacks kid are you? You know, that's not skill. You're terrible at this game. What no skill idiot tries to bring a Mega Kangaskhan because he just wants a free win? You know, that's the Smogon community, which is why I find this absolutely hilarious how reversed it is, which is also why I took it upon myself to kind of go and fix up this comic. You know, if we look right here, this one says, I can gin you some Pokemon if you'd like. No thanks, I prefer breeding my team. You know, as a legitimate player, it's the complete opposite. I play by the rules. Good job wasting your time, skill over breeding, and that's all that the hackers say and the non-legitimate players. And so yeah, I had to do this. I don't play by non-Smogon rules because they're stupid. So we had to go and fix these comics before proceeding anymore. But then this gets even better. Like, I'm not making this up that this person supports Smogon a lot. That they actually, and even like from comic to comic, we can see the hypocrisy right here, because it's being condescending. Like, I'm the Smogon player, you're the other thing that we don't care about, and your opinions don't matter because, hey, we're Smogon. You know, that's what we see right here. And it already kicks off with lies. It's amazing. Smogon will never replace VGC. Smogon was actually created by players before VGC was a thing, the only recognized format for singles. Lies, wrong, don't even try, and they coexist just fine. You gotta love that little sneaky text right there. Actually, see, this is Smogon players asserting themselves as the proper format. You know, it was only until recently, it was only until I did my videos when they stopped calling themselves official, because people were convinced they were official, and people are still convinced they're official. I get comments all the time, isn't this Pokemon banned? Isn't Swagger banned? Isn't Minimize banned? You know, all these things. Why are you talking about this Pokemon? It's banned. No, officially they're not banned. And then I get in arguments with these people that are like, no, they're banned officially. It's like, no, Smogon is not official. They assert themselves that way because Smogon is not recognized at all for singles. There's no recognition from the Pokemon Company for singles at all. However, they've actually mentioned VGC singles, that it's not hard, that there exist rules for doubles. So why don't you remove doubles and play VGC like singles? Or not even just VGC, because they have those weird formats allowing legendaries and stuff. But we take the 2015 format and then we put that in 6v6 singles. That's a singles format. And the Pokemon Company in the rules said it's unsanctioned, but you can play VGC as a single battle format, and it doesn't take, like, here's the thing, it's a lot easier to go look at the VGC rules, pretty much no legendaries, no mythical, have fun, than to try to break down Smogon of, this is banned, this is banned, this is banned, you can't use this, you can't use this, this is banned, this Pokemon's in a different tier, how dare you try to use a, you know, if you try to bring a UU Pokemon or a lower tier Pokemon to OU, you get outed by the Smogon community. It's really weird like that, and they're not recognized for singles. So people say, oh, VGC singles doesn't exist. Well, if VGC singles doesn't exist, then Smogon literally doesn't exist. Like, that's how dumb of an argument that is right there. So then, you know, their bans are unfair. Bans aren't decided by one group of people, but from a large community of active players. Except it's not a large community, because only like 100 of people get to decide the bans. So it is actually decided by a group of people. And tiers are based on calculated usage, but usage doesn't mean strength. I mean, it's easy to break down these Smogon arguments. Voters are scrubs that can't find counters, players must qualify by laddering, but that just contradicts your point right there, and it ensures that each vote is an educated one. Actually, a really fun thing to point out about Smogon rules is, I already knew this, but the laddering is done in a meta that excludes the suspect Pokemon. This makes absolutely no sense, because it literally proves the comment bubble to the left of it. The voters are scrubs who can't find their counters. Now, I'm not here to be like, Smogon players are scrubs that can't handle the counters or anything like that, to be the stereotypical gray guy that's in all these comics right here. But that's what it is, because it shows that the players that are going to do best in the ladder are the ones that are already wanting and complaining about that Pokemon being banned, and they're going to be the people best suited for the meta after this Pokemon's fate has been decided, which doesn't make any sense at all. Also, there's instant bans like the Mega Salamence that sometimes there isn't even a suspect, so yes, decisions are made by a group or a small group of people before even skill comes into place, just because they're admin and stuff like that. That ensures that each vote is an educated one, except it can't be educated because it's about the format that is weighted in favor of existing. That if you have people that want this Pokemon gone, there's also a lot of encouragement, you know, go play this Pokemon and show people how much it needs to be removed. Then the suspect happens, and then it's without that Pokemon anyways. So it's not an educated vote for that meta, it's pretty much a weighted get this thing out of here because we want it out of here anyways, and we need this voting system to make it seem like we're not biased against it. It's pretty ridiculous when you actually look at it on paper. It's kind of funny how the argument defeats itself right there. Actually, no, I've already disproven this in my evasion video, that the first time that evasion was banned, it barely passed. It was like 66%. But what Smogon is, it's a community of bandwagoners. It's people that want to keep enforcing the way that they play, and then that jumped up to an insane amount, and it gets auto-banned. Like, there's no repealing any of these decisions, and they keep pushing for their agenda. Mega Sableye didn't get banned through its first suspect test, but then the community complained some more, so then they suspect tested again without anything changes, right before Pokemon Sun and Moon nonetheless. So it's just kind of showing that they keep wanting to push for what they want, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an educated guess because it was already deemed fine. So why are you trying to keep pushing to make it not fine when nothing really changed? And you want to know the coolest thing about Smogon? You don't have to play it, so please let others play in peace. Except that's not how Smogon players play. Because if you go whip out your DS, and you don't know what the format is, and then you just start playing, the second they see a Mega Kangaskhan or Mega Salamence or something that's banned, they'll disconnect and they'll be like, nope, only play Smogon, I only play Smogon. So you kind of have to play it because it's a majority of the community. So actually, you do have to play it or else you're gonna have a harder time finding battles, and then if you don't play it, you get in arguments with Smogon players because they think that they're better. And that's not just me saying that. You can go to the Smogon website on the philosophy page, and it's literally talking about how you're a better player for choosing Smogon, because that's the literal Smogon philosophy. And if I don't have to play it, then why do you care so much that I say Smogon is a bad thing? Like, if you're trying to assert yourself here that, hey, we still need to be relevant, we still need to get we need to get the last word in about how good we are, how we cover all of our bases. So that's just something right there. And to kind of keep this thread going, because we have all these little posts right here, and it's amazing that in the comment section of my videos, I can find the complete opposite. Like, that's why I did this little thing, you know, good job wasting your time for playing by the rules. Well, yeah, dear Verlis, grow up, you fat ass for a fag. Grow up, get a life, please give up, your tears are delicious. Hiatus VGC player. Verlis just mad because he's not good. Not everyone has 500 plus hours to throw away. So, you know, you're just wasting your time. If you play by the rules, if you play legitimately, you're wasting your time. And that's like the simulator mentality that we get from Smogon, because, oh, you have the battle simulator that you play Showdown. So if you play Showdown, then that means your Pokemon should be free, and if you transition over to do Wi-Fi battles or rated battles or something like that, or if you just play in the game, in the console, well, then you automatically get the free pass, because Smogon players, they feel they're above breeding, they're above wasting their time, it's about skill, it's not about breeding. We have this, sorry people don't want to spend 20 plus hours working on one Pokemon, even though it doesn't take that long. F off, it's a battling competition, want to breed Pokemon, go make one yourself. Creating legal Pokemon's not cheating, even though it's literally in the rules that it is cheating. Don't understand the beef, why does it matter? Competitions aren't about who can breed, soft reset longer. Am I the only one that thinks as long as Pokemon is breedable, hacking is okay? Salty just because you waste effort. See, they insult you that I play by the rules, but that makes me the salty one for wanting to follow the rules because I'm wasting my time and effort. So you want us to waste our lives, sucks that you have such an insignificant life, the rest of us hack so we save time for more important life stuff. I mean, that summarizes it right there. That whatever straw man is being built right here, and it almost feels directed at me. Like, I didn't want to take this one personally, but in my videos, I make the Delcatty joke, except I'm also very supportive of people that use, like, I'm actually very supportive. I don't go, Delcatty's trash, you're trash for bringing Delcatty. I feature those Fan Friday videos. I give those guys a chance. Like, I am excited. I'm like, alright, I doubt you can make Delcatty work, but please prove me wrong. Like, if I call a Pokemon bad, that's a challenge. That means I'm like, yo, show me something on Fan Fridays. I want to see this Pokemon do the work. So it's like the complete opposite, and then we have literal proof of the Smogon saying it's bad, and then, you know, the Smogon players are the other way around. I don't play by evasion because evasion removes autonomy, so I don't play non-Smogon rules. Like, that's really how it breaks down. And then, well, you're going to hell for using power saves, you know, Pokemon ruined by, yeah, I mean, if you're rule breaking,
and you're removing the spirit of the game, and you're using a third-party device to cheat and hack your Pokemon against terms of service, against rules to gain an unfair advantage, you are kind of ruining the game. Not even kind of. You are ruining the game. Sorry that it offends you, and sorry that you have to lash out at the people playing legitimately, you know? I don't understand these things right here. So yeah, I was just able to kind of go, and I had a good night. I was looking at these comics, I'm like, wow, it's backwards, and that's the Smogon propaganda right there. That's the, see, we're fine, even though I can easily prove otherwise and stuff. Also, this is my series, Gen 1 Guy. Gen 1 Guy is a representative of all unpleasant players and elitists I've come across while administrating Pokemon groups online. So, not only is it that bad, but making some raging Gen 1, like, everyone knows, or everyone should know at this point, that one of my biggest pet peeves are people that just classify everything as a Gen 1er. You know, oh, I don't like 5th generation, you're Gen 1er, even though I love 6, 7, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and I'm actually a bigger fan of 4th generation than most people. I just only don't like 5th gen, but that makes me a Gen 1er. You know, if you do anything out of place that makes you a Gen 1er, I actually haven't read through all of these. I'm gonna click on a random one that seemingly doesn't have a lot of text. Let's try this one. Some people look down on power saves. They think if you cheat, you won't appreciate the sentimental aspects of the game. But using power saves doesn't mean you don't love your Pokemon. It just means that Pokemon you love won't suck. I'm confused. Is this supposed to be a Gen 1er or not a Gen 1er? Alright, here we go. Here's that. Use power save? Yeah, people like you ruin the game. I mean, how does it make me a Gen 1er to follow the rules? I don't have time to IV breed. IVs? Oh my goodness. And hey, look at this! The Smogon comic writing Smogon player, you know, talking about, like, oh, you gotta use our simulator to understand what's going on. If you don't play IVs, you don't understand what you're talking about. Competitive scene is full of elitists. But you, GG, mate. You're the one that just, you know, then don't play Smogon because the rules. Wow. It's all backwards. It's all backwards, and it's pretty. Oh no, which one's this? Greninja isn't broken. Is this comic made about me? Because I mean, like the Delcatty jab, the me just going out and saying that Smogon rules are stupid because they are, and then like this is what got me, like the over, you know, don't be a dick, and then going all out on the power saves and stuff. And the Delcatty one, that's like an inside joke on me, and that's like the one thing that people would try to do to be like, yep, Verlisify isn't about fair play because he hates Delcatty, even though it's a joke, mate. Greninja, and then I'm like the only one saying Greninja isn't broken. February 3rd, 2015. I wonder if this lines up, and it's kind of weird like that. Huh. Looks good, but you need more. Oh, this is a rough draft of the one we saw. You're going to hell for power save. No thanks, I like to breed. Okay, Suicune versus Mega Kangaskhan. Legendary, you're cheap, but me, you're using an Uber. This has never happened. This exchange has literally never happened. I call fake news because I play by official VGC. I use their ban list. Then Suicune shouldn't be an issue because yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's why no one is like this, because Suicune is like an off legendaries. That's why I've been calling it my entire life. It's like, you know, the trio legendaries, those are off legendaries. But you know, in response to the legal play, you're using an Uber. And then, of course, it's a singles match, but, you know, you can still VGC with... How is it so hard to translate VGC rules into single battles? Or how hard is it just kind of take the ban list of no hard legendaries, no box legendaries, no mythicals, and then use it in singles? But no, Smogon players can't comprehend that, and then you have to go and lash out at how dumb the other rules are. Yeah, and then they're not really broken at all. Oh, why is Celebi banned? You know, it's stupid stuff like that, even though it makes sense. Not everyone has access to those Pokemon. It's just simple to say, let's ban all of these things and not make it complicated for a kid's game, and then act better than everyone else because we have a ban list that makes our thing more official or more legitimate as a competitive scene. Like, the only reason you make and enforce bans is to make yourself better than the other format or any other format out there. You try to put the effort, you put the elitism into it to say, we have the better rules. GG. So, obviously, this is just so full of holes. It builds up the Gen 1er, VGC, dare I even say Verlisify Strawman, while being completely oblivious to what actually goes on in Smogon. We have the comments, we have their philosophy, we have their actual comments right here, and we know how Smogon behaves. That this is all made up right here, and it's really hilarious. So if you guys enjoyed the video, hope you all have a nice day. I had a pretty good one. This is pretty fun.